water.
And then when they chase you, you shoot at them with holy light and delicious guiding bolts.
It's true. All of life's problems can be solved with guiding bolt.
Yep.
Bad relationship with your father? Guiding bolt. Dog runs away? Guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt the dog? Oh, the phone.
Yeah, if you guiding bolt the
Debit accounts
dog,
in
he'll be
overdraw?
covered in radiant
Guiding
light. If you guiding bolt your runaway dog, he's covered in light and you can find him. Or, you know,
You can find all of his fucking pieces.
Oh god.
Alright, well let's slide on into this then, shall we? There we are! Welcome everybody to another game of Skyfall, 5th edition. Today, let's see here. Yes, we're going to be joined by Ghostwatch, a group that is going to be starting today's session with a boss battle, actually. So we have the newly much older Jay Carson, Life Cleric, played by Jimmy. We have Irisville, the Druid Monk, played by Tasselin.
Hello.
Hello, he says. We have Rook, the half-orc that breaks all things, played by Gucci. Neil Sparkowski, gnome wizard on the run, played
Death
by
to Dragonborn.
Played by our friend Will here. Yes, Death to Dragonborn. They're horrible, horrible people. And finally, the rogue that needs to acquire shiny things at all cost, you, played by Jacob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Pretty much.
Preston, yeah. So let's see.
summarizes our whole party so well.
You were extremely busy last session and went down into the caverns to go and see what you could find, and did quite a bit of investigation. You traveled through several dwarven ruins as you delved further and further underneath the surface of the world. And there, mysteries unfolded in front of you. You saw evidence of great battles, dead orcs, dead dwarves, their ghosts too. Mistook one of your companions for being one of their own, and you were given a glimpse into things that had happened, or things that could have happened, perhaps. And you ended up in a cave where two of these ancient dwarven kingdoms had been resting, and found that you were not alone. At first, realizing that there was a horrible monstrosity, a spore crawler, spending its time watching your group diligently, waiting to strike. And at the same time, a familiar face who some of you have perhaps changed your thoughts on. Litra was over there in the lake, and you repaired your relationship with her to some degree. Perhaps most importantly, Jay underwent a lot of transformations during the last session, and not only did he have his life accelerated by an unfortunate bit of contact with a ghost, but the spider that you recovered from a dwarven ruin nearby was used by this water immortal to move his demons and encapsulate them in a spider, which now grows very, very close to you. So you're all standing here, close to the lake, and this spider starts to change color, and it goes from being this golden hue to turn to like a dark and blackish metal, and begins to grow and get larger and larger. Jay is over there in the water, the rest of you at the shore. What do you wish to do?
Rock, protect me with your body.
I want to rush to the front of the group if I
I
can.
want to run away.
Okay, so you run up towards the group. Let's see, so that would put
Start
you guys
backing away.
like over here, perhaps, with your companion. Let's use this marker over here.
We're quite far away from that door, correct?
Yes, you're very far away from it.
That's not happening.
And the spider rests over here. Let's use just one of these markers.
He's
for the
just
time
resting,
being.
guys.
Okay.
It's very close by. She didn't throw it too far. And it's starting to grow there, and it moves and tumbles along the ground there, and as it does, it grows larger and larger. And, oh goodness, we might be having some technical issues.
Oh.
Are you doing alright over there, Ooch?
Uchi? Oh no. What would we do without our...
Not Rook.
Not our rook?
Yeah, we'll have to wait until Ooch comes back because this boss fight is definitely going to go poorly without him.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Oh, good.
If there was one time that I need my brother, it's now. Please,
Right.
Uchi, don't abandon me.
Kite as long as we can. Kite, I say.
I agree. Let's do that.
How far away is it right now?
Very close. Like 25 feet in front of the
Oh, it's
party.
probably a pretty quick moving thing.
Well, if we
We'll
all
find
run
out.
away at full speed until it gets big enough to attack.
Then we're fucked. We should just lay into it while it's little.
What was
Kill
that
it
thing
before
flying
all of my
around the room
demons kill it.
called?
The
That was called a spore crawler.
Do
yeah,
spore crawlers, is there a natural enemy a spider? That would be fortunate.
I'm just
Big
hoping
metallic
it realizes
demon
that
spiders.
thing is not fit to be messed with and leaves us alone. Because I'm really worried. Like, I'm gonna run off trying to make sure I have distance between the thing, and the spore crawler is just gonna dart me.
yeah.
Are we still all tied together?
No,
No.
you undid that.
That was
Did
only
a
for
flash
transitioning
blood warning in
between
my
the
area
long
until
doors.
10:30. By the way, I got like 6 hours tonight, so hopefully that's long enough to kill this.
Oh yeah.
Long enough to die.
Hey, you only need like 10 minutes to do that.
Oh yeah, not even.
Dare forbid you to die.
Well, I'm gonna take
You're not
this.
allowed.
That's not how that works.
Yes, it
That's
is.
not how any of this works.
Uchi!
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm good now. Thank you for waiting.
Hey, there we go. We can hear you.
Was it tabletop? Just everything?
No, my internet just decided to take a shifter, but I think
Oh,
it's
nice. Okay. Well, back with us now, returning, we have the whole party. So the spider over there is growing. Jay has run out of the water, and it looks as though Litra kind of waits on the wayside there.
Are there any little islands in the water?
Not that you can see.
Ah, fuck.
Backing away. Jay, what is this?
That is all of the voices in my head
Run.
personified as a
Run
giant
as long
spider.
As we can, and we'll shoot as
Right.
long as we
To kill
can.
I
So we
always
have to
thought
kill
you had
this.
cobwebs in your head.
You hear what sounds like glass breaking or like a mirror being smashed, thrown across the room, and you see that as this sound echoes out through the cavern, that one of the spider's legs like crooks out and like steps onto the ground there. It grows
Okay,
large.
What
everyone
made the
back
noise?
up.
It's like 4 feet tall now.
What?
Guys, seriously, run.
Can I blast it?
Sure, yeah. Yeah,
I'm
what do you
gonna
want to
blast it and start running.
I want to shoot a guiding bolt at it.
do? Okay, yeah, go ahead and make that attack.
I see Jay shoot it.
Can I shoot it too?
I run at it.
Okay.
19!
No, Rook.
19?
Is it? Yeah, 19.
Okay, 19 definitely hits. What are you just gonna like strike it right at the center, or like what's going on here?
Just aiming at this, because it's like growing right now, right? So I guess I'll aim for the biggest part of it, like the center mass.
Okay, so you fire this, and you get a really good shot. Your bolt hits like right center there, and as it does, you see that your guiding bolt like seems to register, and it leaves the light there. But at the same time, there's like an acceleration in the growth of the spider almost.
Oh, fuck.
And you hear what sounds like a scream of pain, and it's like all the voices in your head. You hear like women, children, men, beast, like all sorts of strange voices mouth off the same scream at the same time. And it leaves like a sort of smoldering smoke that comes off of this. Clearly, you've done some damage, but now that you've hit it, like 2 more legs break off. They're accompanied by the same sound of this like glass breaking, and it continues to grow, and it gets to 5 feet. Go ahead and roll damage, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, 13
Not
damage.
13, okay.
Right on average.
Okay, so it's still growing here. It's like 5 feet tall now, going to 6, and like there's a couple of other people trying to engage it. Rook, you were gonna run straight at it, weren't you?
I'm running straight at it. I see Jay. This is for my boy.
This is from my boy, he said. Okay.
Alright, yeah.
Famous
I'm
last
gonna
words.
pull out my bow, and as Rook is charging, I'm like, no, Rook! And pull out my bow and start firing.
Okay. So at this point, Rook, you managed to get right up to it. So you can move yourself right over there if you'd like. This thing, it looks like 3 of its legs have moved out. Just as you get towards it, a 4th one breaks out, but the other 4 are like still locked in this position. It's awkward. You can see, it's like, imagine a spider that has most of its legs stuck in a position. The others are like trying to compensate as it grows and move around without all of its appendages to work with. What are you going to do? Where are you hitting it?
In this moment, I forgot that I had just a longsword. Yeah. What was
Yeah, you have
Um,
the dwarven longsword and shield, the helm as
Yeah.
well.
I wouldn't have time to drop the longsword for now, would I? Just drop it for now and take up the maul I had
Yeah, you
on
can
me.
do that.
I might as well go full dwarven. I drop the shield and sword while running and pick up my dwarven maul, and I would
Okay.
like to scream and attack it.
Yeah, go ahead and make that attack.
Ah!
I had advantage because guiding bolt.
Yep.
Yeah, you have advantage from guiding bolt.
Either a 16 or a 13.
16 or 13? Well, you go for
16
the
or 13.
Okay.
Okay.
You do manage to hit. Yeah, go ahead and roll damage.
What is the damage of a green?
13.
13. Okay, pretty good. You smash this with your maul, and the creature isn't really able to keep itself standing, given it doesn't have all of its legs. It's not even quite as tall as you are, and as you get like a really heavy hammer strike right where like portions of it still feel like they're metal, you send it flying back, and it like falls over. The legs trying to compensate but failing as it sort of like rolls and tumbles on the ground. And then it starts to collect itself over there, and you hear once again the sound of glass breaking as another leg like steps out, and then there's another one, and then another. It looks like there's like one leg left that hasn't finally been freed.
Does it seem like these legs?
I'm
It's
firing.
producing these legs to like sturdy itself.
The spider.
Yeah.
Like
So
the
like
legs are just like shooting out of its body.
so picture so originally the artifact that you had was shaped so that it was like a spider draped over a seed, kind of. Right? So, like,
Yeah.
picture the top of it being the spider's body, and then its 8 legs kind of, like, draped over there. And as it's growing here, the legs are freed and, like, can move, because previously they're locked, like, facing down. So it's just, as it's being beaten here, and as it grows, more and more of its legs are movable again.
Is there currently a
Like-
leg it's standing on more than the others?
Well, it's using the ones that it has available to move, and definitely uses those to kind of ready itself.
Has anyone hit its legs yet, or just its body?
Just its body.
When I shoot, I'm gonna aim for its leg.
Okay, for sure.
I will as well.
Alright, how about you two roll your attack rolls there?
I'm just gonna magic missile, so I don't need to roll. I'll just
Yeah, go ahead and do damage then.
13.
That's great. Can I also use a short bow and like use my last arrow?
Yeah, for sure. And 13 does hit.
6.
Ooh.
Oh, those are all ones, but plus
Really?
1 in each, so 6.
That is 6 damage.
6 damage.
On
Okay.
that.
All
It's
right,
from
I
me
missed.
as well.
Okay.
Like, Rook, run!
No, we have to defeat it. Come on,
I
let's do
know.
it for Jay.
Yes!
I'm just still on it.
I missed. I've
missed?
lost my last arrow. Yeah, it
Okay.
was like a 7 or 9.
The
Oh,
final
seven.
leg breaks free, and the spider grows larger. At this point, it's about 7 feet tall. And it turns over towards you, and being the closest Rook, you can see that it has a very sort of different face to it. And that instead of having the appendages of a spider and all the multiple eyes, they've been rearranged almost to look like they're more human, and they've been like clustered together. So it's like these these two little central focal areas where all of the eyes are kind of nestled together, and the mouth has been contorted to look more like a human mouth. And out from it comes a voice pouring and sort of emanating over the battlefield, and it says, "The Garson is mine!" And then, like, starts running over towards him. And everybody
Lord.
please roll initiative.
Oh my god.
I'm so scared.
Holy fuck, she just rolled a 20.
God
Okay.
dang it.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
that's great.
Oh, that is
Oh.
not a 20. It was close to a 20. Thought about being a 20.
That -1 to initiative, guys.
There you go. Brock, you can go first.
Oh, just a casual 30 inch.
Okay.
That thing has 30 initiative.
It just nat 20'd, so I think it's like super first.
It's basically, yeah, if somebody else got like an unnatural 20, it would still go first. So, at this point, the spider just runs straight over, and as it does, it passes through you, Rook. Like, one of its legs moves like past your body, and you step out of the way thinking it might strike, but instead it just like phases through you, and there's a sort of dark smoke that emanates off from the area where the leg just moved straight through your body, and you feel a great chill fall over you. And I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
I don't like that. That's gonna be a 18.
18, okay.
Isn't that a 20 for saving throws?
There's a moment where you feel like this chill is going to overtake you, and that like you can almost feel like your internal organs quivering, like wanting to shut down and just have you fall into like a stasis or just die right there on the spot, but you're able to resist it. And the spider pays you no heed as it just like runs through your form and gets towards Jay, and as it does, it looks over at you, Jay, and you see its abdomen make a swift movement for 1 second, and then out comes flying this web in your direction. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me.
My specialty.
God dang.
Not only
I've
is it
been doing
focusing-
really good at these lately, guys. Oh, that's a 9.
9?
Oh.
Okay. The web quickly wraps itself around you, and you find yourself unable to do anything as you just sort of like wriggle there and fall to the ground. The web doesn't just like inhibit your movement, but it starts to solidify and constrict, and it like pulls your limbs together and kind of compacts you almost as you fall down to the ground. And it looks like she's gonna continue moving in your direction. Rook, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
With stand right here, and I'm gonna try to cut Jay, like out of the spider web.
Oh, interesting. This is going to be difficult. As you get over there, you can see that the web, it like finally coats his body and is constricting him there. You have your maul in hand, and if you're going to try and break him out of that, it's going to be fairly difficult to do with both your current weapon or even with a sword without harming Jay.
Just hit it, Rook.
Alright! I just turn back and swing at it with the maul.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
12.
12. Okay, unfortunately, as you swing, you see that your weapon moves out, and for a brief moment, the leg in front of you just like becomes immaterial. It just like falls apart into smoke, and your blade just goes straight through it, and then it reforms.
I'm gonna try to just remain eye contact with it. Eye
Okay.
contact.
Jay, what do you want to do? It's your turn.
I want to try and just like burst out of this. Like I am like full of adrenaline right now. I just want to like take my arms and just try and like just straight up just burst out of it.
Yeah, for sure. Make a strength check.
18.
Whew. Okay, yeah, you actually managed to break through it, and it's interesting as you kind of like push against this. It's not like a web anymore. It's almost like petrified, like you're covered in a thin layer of cement. But you're able to just kind of push past it, and it breaks off and falls to the ground like pieces of rock all around you.
Do I have time to get up to my feet?
You can. You've basically used your action, so you can use half your
yeah.
movement to get up.
All right, I'll get up, and then I guess I don't want it to go over Rook again, so I'm gonna like move this direction, not engaging it, but I don't want it to step over Rook to get to me, so I'll make it come away from him.
Okay, you step over there. What do you want to do?
How do we kill this thing if you can't actually attack it? I say in character. So, Jay is free. Rook is something. I'm gonna move behind and timidly attempt to attack it.
Okay,
Do I
yeah,
need to
for
be
sure.
closer, or is this a large creature?
Yeah, go ahead and attack it. And no, it counts as just a regular medium creature.
Okay, I'll move a little closer then. About 25 of my movement speed. Rolling both my dice. Alright, they both fucking miss. That's great. One's an 11.
An 11? Okay. You swing out, and unfortunately, same for you, as your blade's coming right before it can touch to get, like, some purchase in the creature and stab down, its form just, like, wafts away and turns to smoke, and you find yourself swinging at air.
Alright, I don't like that. I step back a little bit.
Okay. Let's see. So, you get to break away free because of your rogue goodness, yes?
Yep.
Okay. Earsfeel, what do you want to do?
Okay. I'm gonna run towards Jay.
Okay.
I can get there. Like, Jay, you need to run. This thing is focused on you. And I'll cast Long Strider on you.
Oh my god.
Jay, you have an extra 10 movement speed.
Oh, fuck.
Remember
Outrunning
how we
death.
dealt with that gargoyle? I'll move the remainder of my movement this way, and then I'll remain there for my turn. That'll be that.
Okay. Sparky, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
I'll back up Ira's statement of Jay running, and I'll say, yep, keep running. I'm going to move total opposite direction of where they're going to go. Just cast another magic missile. Get this thing down as quick as possible. I'm going to do this one at level 2.
Yeah, go ahead and
Because
roll
why
that.
not? I'll shoot at its face this time.
Ooh.
That's
Ooh.
18 damage.
18. Okay, nice. You notice that your missiles fly out, and as they strike this creature, they actually do like considerable effect to it. And there's bursts of not only like black smoke that come off of it, like heavy explosive
User in
impacts
your
as
channel timed
the
out.
darts hit. Oh, we lost somebody.
You has died.
Oh no.
I'm sure Jacob will be back in 2 seconds here.
Yeah.
But there's a moment where one of them punches forward and hits the creature, and you hear once again the sound of breaking glass, and it kind of staggers back, and you hear like the scream of some woman and some beast at the same time, like yelling out in pain, and then the creature like tries to right itself and stand back up.
That's my turn.
Okay. After that, I'd like everyone to please roll a perception check, and we might have to take a brief 2 seconds here to wait on Jacob.
Ooh, there we go. 21.
Well,
Okay. 21, a 12,
14.
14. Okay.
$13 for me.
13. Okay. Alright. That's unfortunate.
I can-
Let's see what happened to Jacob there.
I can roll for, but
Yeah,
I don't want him here.
yeah, I want to know what's up with that. I don't want him to miss out on his teammate's death here.
Thanks for that.
Casually.
Let
Oh,
me
I need to
throw.
pop
He
out
may
the
have texted
Twitch
me
chat.
probably.
Thank you for reminding me.
Oh yeah, they're betting on your deaths, by the way.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Who is the money on
Bastards.
Jay so far?
We haven't even started yet.
The gnome will be a good pair of slippers. I hope the gnome dies. God, he's killing him.
They'll have no one to hunt down.
He'll never find you under here.
Yeah, I'll never come down here.
Okay,
How do you
guys,
pop the chat out?
we're gonna go to a waiting screen for a second while we find out what sort of technical issues have befallen one of our players. So we'll be back in a second.
Why at this moment? Why does God
My first
hate us?
magic missile was all ones, and that one was like 3s and 4s.
Yeah. Somebody help me figure out how to pop out Twitch chat. Isn't that a thing?
You click the
Oh, there it goes. Cogwheel,
Pop
then
out.
pop out.
Does anyone have his number?
I do. I'm gonna text him right now. I had my phone off because it was dead, but
User entered your channel.
hey, there he is.
Hey,
Hey!
Fuck.
You doing okay there, bud?
DNS server wasn't responding.
Oh,
So that shit.
okay.
But yeah.
Alright.
If I go out again, it's probably just the same reason.
Alright. Let's hop back to it then.
If I do go out again, don't like overly wait for me. Usually when this happens, it does happen like 2 or 3 or 4 times.
Okay. Alright.
Patchy.
Good to know.
We'll kind of run past that then if that's the case. Okay. So last it was Sparky's turn. You did a good bit of damage to the creature. How much did you hit it for again?
18.
18. Okay. Right on. Okay. So at this point, I had everyone roll a perception check, and the only person who didn't, Jacob, because you couldn't quite make it. Are you able to get back into tabletop?
It just went out for a second again.
Oh boy.
Tabletop.
Like I got back into.
Oh, and then it just disconnected you.
You could just say what you wanted to do. Someone could do it.
Yeah,
for
I
you.
guess we'll have to roll for you. Do you mind rolling for a Mirrorsphere?
Gotcha. There we go.
Occasionally,
You're
just
wonderful.
sound will cut out.
Oh, that's a
Hey,
20.
that's a good roll.
Okay. So you can see off in the distance, both Irisfield and you, that the mushrooms start to go and dim out, and the creature is moving across the walls and definitely coming in your direction.
Incoming spore crawler.
Next, let's see here. Oh, Jay is so close. Okay. The creature turns to you for a brief moment, Rook being very close to it, and its abdomen just like strikes out in your direction for a brief moment. Go ahead and make for me, yes. Go ahead and make for me a dexterity saving throw.
worse at these. Not too bad. 16.
16? Okay. You're able to move out of the way as a web fires in your direction and misses. And as it misses, the creature seems to become irate, and instead of going after Jay, pauses for a second and goes in to attack you. Let's see here.
Look, has 2 actions?
Oh wow,
It's a
rolled
boss,
2.
man.
You are a lucky man. The creature attempts to bite you with its fangs and misses. And as it does, you see it becomes incredibly sort of like dissatisfied with this. The movements of it become erratic. It looks frustrated as it like staggers back and like looks left and right and just like flails almost as though it's throwing a tantrum. And then it runs through you. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god.
What is this?
Oh,
legend.
Okay, alright, that's jinked. You get to re-roll that.
Oh.
I like how the game was that.
Whatever that was. 15.
Okay. As it runs through you again, you're able to kind of push that feeling back, and it doesn't take you. Sparky, this thing is towering over you. It's like a full 7 feet tall, and like stares down over you, and its legs like easily dwarf your size. You can see like the heavy mandibles kind of like moved together to form like the jaw of this vaguely humanoid face, and all these red beady eyes staring down at you. And you see that, like, as it opens its mouth, it's, like, just large enough for your head to fit in and comes towards you.
Okay.
At this point, Rook, it's your turn.
As it passed through me, did it? Can I opportunity attack?
Oh, you certainly can. Go ahead and try.
Indeed.
17.
Okay. You swing, and unfortunately you miss. As you do so, the creature's form, like, falls apart into smoke, and your strike doesn't hit.
Oh, fuck. Alright. On my turn, I'll go up and try to smash its back.
Okay, yep.
Uh, 22.
Okay, yeah, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Getting frustrated with this thing. Rerolling the 1.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Nice.
14.
14, okay. So you get a decent hit, and as you swing downwards with your maul there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You can see as the creature goes to almost change and turn to smoke, and you get this feeling, like this sense like you're never going to be able to do anything here as your maul starts to slide through its body, but then you hit something solid, and it's like glass breaks again, and your hammer goes like smashing through the back of the creature, and you can see what looks like shards of like glass and metal fall to the ground with like smoke attached to them, and the creature starts just like writhing around.
I just have to hit it quick enough.
Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, Jay, you're up.
Right. Seeing that it's not chasing after me yet, I'm gonna rush up to it. The 20 feet of movement to get next to it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to do the J special, the world's smallest mace and spiritual weapon combo.
Yes. Spiritual weapon.
So
wow.
spiritual weapon is a 15 or 19,
Okay.
and the mace is a 22.
So they both hit. Roll damage.
So we'll roll the mace first.
Okay.
That's 3 damage,
Impressive.
and then my spiritual weapon is 1d8.
Okay.
I think. Let me double check. Yeah,
I think it's
1d8 plus my 1d8 plus my wisdom. So 7 damage.
Nice. Okay.
And then after I kind of do this little combo to him, I am just gonna spend the rest of my now 50 feet of movement running towards the shore because of the mobile feat.
Gotcha. Okay. As you
See if
run
my
away,
attacks caught his attention.
having landed a couple of strikes, the creature turns back, and it looks over towards you, and something strange happens. You notice that as its form, like, turns to look over in your direction, it's like its head moves out of its own body and, like, duplicates, looking over towards you, while another one, like, continues to stare over at Sparky. It's like a shadow of its own self has like moved in your direction, and like they're superimposed upon one another. Is that your turn?
Yes, that is everything I can do.
Okay, you're up.
Well, I saw Rook hit the thing. I am not dissuaded that it's impossible to hit, but I'll try again. I kind of want to like aim in the same area as him.
Yeah, you just like keep striking the abdomen and the central part.
Alright, not rolling over here again when dice can jank each other.
But
That was not a roll. Do that.
Oh,
That was
you had a
fine.
natural
Oh, one of them
20,
was
right?
gonna land on a 20.
Fine. I didn't want to do that. It seemed really weird.
That's fair.
One's a 20, one's a 9. Main hand's a 9, offhand's a 20.
The 20 hits.
Alright, offhand it is. And sneak attack, because it's only one here.
Oof.
Bad rolls. 7 plus 3, 10.
10. Okay. The swing actually lands, and similar to when Brooke hit it, your blade comes swinging across, and you manage to catch it in its abdomen. And sure enough, there's that feeling where you've hit something, and it goes like a smashing of glass as you see like metal shards fly to the ground with this black smoke trailing off of them. Is that your turn?
No. I'm gonna move back over here.
Okay. Irisfield, you're up.
Okay, let's see. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to run this direction. My full movement, pretty much.
Okay.
And turn around and fire an arrow at this thing.
Okay, go ahead and roll that.
That's a 20.
20, okay. As you shot your arrow across, you did notice that it seemed to go through the creature, and for a second it seems like nothing's going to happen, and as it's just exiting, you hear this smash of glass as well, and pieces fly out. So go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
Oh, okay, not bad. Average.
That's 7 damage, and hearing this glass smashing, can I take a real close look and see if I can see anything moving around inside it, or is it just a solid thing? It seems like to me.
Interesting. Yeah, go ahead and you can make a perception or an investigation check at this point.
Oh, well, there we go. This will be perception at 13.
Okay, in the dim light of the cave, unfortunately, you're unable to really see anything.
Okay.
Is that your turn?
I'll be like, there's something inside it. And then that's my turn, yeah.
Okay. Sparky, you're up.
Seems as though the monsters of the Underdark want another gnome snack, so I'm gonna take out that buckler I got from the. Can I take out buckler as a bonus action? Or action?
Sorry, I just to pause. I like to envision that you're saying that, as the mouth is just starting to come around
just
your head.
casually, oh, this again.
It seems that they like to eat. No.
Yes, exactly. Is taking out a little shield, is that a bonus or is that a full action?
No, that's just an interaction.
Perfect.
Rules-wise,
So
it's different, but I just.
So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna cast Mirror Image and go into my little dodge. Well, I can't dodge because that's an action, but my distraction stance.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Your distraction stance. Very clever.
Hanks right around
Ugly
his neck,
spiders?
sprays some blood perfume on.
Okay. You break apart into these different forms and conjure a bunch of illusory images of yourself, hoping to fool the spider with them. And at that point, let's see, is that your turn? Are you making any movements or anything?
No.
Okay. Let's see who lucky one happens to be today. It's a 1 or a 2, it's Jay, and if it's not, it's Irisfield. Okay, well that's a 4.
Mm-hmm.
Irisfield, while you're over here, you see that a mushroom dims for a brief second. And then
Okay.
there's a brief second where you can see a form flying across the darkness, moving towards you at incredible speed, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
This is why I wanted to be outside the group.
Oh.
Oh, that's not great.
So
It's
close.
11.
Okay. The spore crawler is flying through the air. You have a brief moment where you can kind of look over your right shoulder as you're firing your last arrow, and you see it coming towards you, and it has its arms just right in front of it, and these heavy claws, and it's moving at the speed of a ballista shot across a battlefield, and it just grabs onto your form, and you're helpless to do anything as it basically pins your arms to your sides and just picks you up like a farmer would pick up a bushel of wheat, and it pauses for a brief moment there on the ground and then just leaps towards the ceiling with your body in tow. And anybody who's here, let's see, everybody else roll perception.
Looks like I'm pretty blocked.
18.
18. Okay.
Oh, that
14.
1.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see
If
that.
you got a 10 or higher, you notice Iris Veal basically disappear. Like, there's like a creature that appears by her for a second, and then just there's like a sound for a moment, and she's gone. Iris Veal, you're like flying through the air of the cave right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Let's pull back to the spider. Interesting. Do we eat Sparky or do we go for Jay? Let's roll this again. 1 or 2 is Jay. And it's a 1. Okay.
Oh.
The creature's coming down, and you see its jaws are like about to clamp down on your head, Sparky, when suddenly it stops, and it just like immediately turns over towards Jay, and then jumps in his direction. And you can both make opportunity attacks if you like.
Smash
I'll hit
its
it
hind
with
legs.
what can I hit it with? I can't. Opportunity can't be magic. Right?
Hit it with
Can
the
I-
shield.
Can I
Hit it with the
11.
shield.
Yeah, smash it with the
Smash
shield.
it.
Yeah, I'll let you hit it with the shield for like a
It's gonna
d4.
have to be a really good roll though. But
That's
I don't have proficiency with shield, so probably just a 14, right? Or what do you
That's a
add
miss,
to that?
unfortunately. What did you get, Rook?
Got an 11.
11? Okay, that misses as well. The creature just runs past Sparky. You think you're gonna hit it for a second there as you like really quickly flail the shield in its direction while it's leaving, and then your hand just like kind of phases through there, and so does the shield. The creature runs over towards you, Jay, and then makes a series of attacks. The first one is... Wow, a natural one. Okay.
Hey,
I'll allow you
Nice.
to make a strike on this, provided that its next hit doesn't kill you, because it fumbled the first attack so poorly. What's up?
So my spiritual weapon can only move 20 feet. Instead, can I like pull it like 10 feet, like half its movement speed, so I'll be able to get it over here on my turn
Oh, like
Wait,
use
wouldn't-
your...
instead of making an attack?
Yeah, for sure. I'll allow you to do that. Why don't you go ahead and
Question.
take like a
'Cause
little marker here? Let me give you an extra initiative thing. There you go. That's gonna
Would
be your
the
spiritual
spiritual
weapon.
weapon get an opportunity attack?
No.
No, it does. It doesn't get opportunity attacks.
It's like a pseudo creature kind of. If the
Because
second
it can't be
attack comes
attacked.
in,
It's just floating there.
let's see here. Okay. The creature attempts to bite you at first, and it does so enough that it stumbles a little bit and gives you a chance to kind of pull your spiritual weapon closer, focusing on its location. You summon it towards you, and then you see as this spider stands back for a second and takes one of its legs and just like stabs it straight through your form. And let's see, there's definitely no way that you avoided that one. With a 21, does that hit?
Yeah, just
Okay.
barely.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So you take 9 points of damage as this leg stabs through you, but perhaps more importantly, I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Come on, Jay.
I want to know what happens.
Is spiritual weapon
I don't.
concentration?
Well, we're gonna find out what happens.
It is not concentration.
Okay.
That is a very bad roll. That's a 6.
Okay. You fall down to the ground and are incapacitated, and your mind is basically filled with horrible visions. You see what looks like a town for a moment, and then it's being burned down to the ground. You see like a townsman, like some sort of craftsman, perhaps, as he runs from his shop across the street, and you can see everything in vivid detail. It's like your eyes can't look away, as some sort of like creature comes out of the ground and grabs him by the neck, and then grabs one of his legs and just tears it straight off of him as he screams out in pain. And like this nightmare just starts to like unfold in front of you as you're just like in reality you have no idea what's happened to you. Like it just darkness closes in on you and this vision plays out. You guys all see Jay just like falls to the ground holding his head.
I'm gonna say that's probably worse than a headache.
Rook, you're up.
A very good movie.
I see Jay like trembling. Yeah. Going
Yeah,
down?
he's on the ground, like the fetal position, holding his head.
Well, I'm gonna charge at the spider. Come on, Jay, gotta wake up. Can't go down right now. And I'm gonna go for a swing on him.
Okay.
On me or the spider?
Wake up, Jay!
You motherfucker. Is that janked or is it not janked?
I see a 4, perfectly flat. Yeah, no, it's a
Okay.
4, buddy. Whew. Okay, is that your turn?
Mhm.
Alright, you're up next, Jay. So Jay, as these visions are encroaching on you, you can feel that this isn't reality, and that though like you're kind of forced to experience all this, like you're standing there in the town, that you feel as though you could possibly fight back. Go ahead and make a saving throw for me, wisdom, if you would.
Oh, goody. That's what I was hoping you would say. Come on. Fuck this dice. That's a 12.
12? Okay, you barely managed to break free, and you
Yes!
are able to like reduce the visions that you see into the illusions and machinations of your mind that they actually are, and you regain control, but this is done at the end of your turn, and so you're robbed of any action here. You're laying down on the ground. Rook, you can see that Jay has like seemingly come out of this strange coma and is like there again. So you can basically talk if you wanted, but that'd be it. And then it's your turn.
Hey. Alright. I'm gonna have
If
to
I
fucking
had to
sprint
talk-
to get to that fucking thing.
I would just tell Rook ride or die. That's it.
Oh my
From the
God.
ground.
Okay.
I'm going to feline agility sprint over here. Well, feline agility over here, not sprint.
Okay.
But just regular feline agility. And make a swing.
Okay, go for it. Let's see what we get.
Give me the 20 for being a good person.
Oh, you can reroll
hello?
at 14.
What do you mean reroll the 14? The 9's the one that's janked more.
Is it?
Yeah.
How about you
They're
reroll
both pretty
of those?
janked.
They're both jank.
He just goes to rest
Tabletop.
again.
Gravity.
Yep.
Oh my god!
Whoa.
Are you kidding me?
What a
That's nice.
beast.
Can I go back to the 14 and the 9?
Fucking legend.
Holy
Okay.
What a
shit!
turn.
As you go to
What
swing,
is going on, guys?
you step on like a small rock nearby and you lose your balance, and your two like beautifully performed swings soon turn into you falling into the creature, and you're about to like basically touch it without wanting to. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw as you tumble into the spider itself.
Oh man.
Oh man, I can only fail so
Wow.
much.
Classic.
If I had
Oh,
got
yeah.
one right here, that would have been something. That would have been some shit.
If you got a third
20.
one, yeah. Okay, so you can feel like there's a horrible feeling, and suddenly it kind of like makes sense to see what happened to Jay and Rook as this creature moved through them. You get a brief feeling of the darkness, though you don't really know what lies on the other side had you not been able to push it back. And do you want to make any movement or anything like that?
Well, I mean, am I prone or am I still able to move?
Nope, you're still good. You like fell to one knee.
I'm gonna like hop this way and like, you know, gather my wits about what just fucking happened to me.
Okay. Earsville, it's your turn. Now this is unconventional. You're flying through
Yes.
the air and you're like partially grappled. The creature is basically holding you like right at like the center of where your biceps would be, and it's got like a death grip on you there. And you can see as it's jumping, it looks like it's not really paying attention to you so much as it's like looking where it's going. You're midair right now, and it's focused on like a mushroom that it's quickly going to land at. What do you want to do?
Okay, I need 2 pieces of information.
Sure.
First, am I over the water right now?
You are. You're over the lake.
Okay, second,
Yeah, it landed like right here, picked you up, and then continued in that trajectory, but jumped like up.
okay. So this doesn't matter then. I'm going to cast Thunder Wave.
Oh, okay. What do you need to cast Thunderwave as far as
Oh,
components
if-
and stuff goes?
Oh.
Yeah, it's voice somatic. So if it's, I
Oh.
guess if it has me trapped, I can't.
So I'll allow you to make that, but provided that you pass a check to get off the somatic part. Voice is obviously fine.
Okay.
Let's see here. Go ahead and make for me. Let's use your spellcasting modifier. So go ahead and make a wisdom check, just a straight wisdom check.
Okay. Oh, that's a 22.
Okay, you managed to
Oh,
actually
yeah.
get off the spell, and emanating out from your body is this loud noise and wall of force at the same time. Hopefully, it'll shatter the creature's grip. It has to make a
Okay.
dex save.
It needs to make a con save.
Con save. Okay.
Thank God, I think this thing has Dex out the ass.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I think it
Con
also
save
doesn't have.
of
DC 13.
DC 13. Okay, it fails. And
Okay.
what are the effects of your spell there? It's knockback and damage.
Yeah, it takes a certain amount of damage, which I need to look at because I don't use this very. 2d8 thunder damage is pushed 10 feet away. Now, what I would like to do, and this is a little bit odd, but just after I cast the spell, I want to try to turn into a dire wolf, and I want to try to grapple it.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay. So, it's gonna break free from you. So yeah, you can roll the damage there. Let's see what
Yeah,
we
it's
got.
11 damage.
11 to the crawler, okay. Now, as you finish casting the spell, if you want to transform and grab onto it, you could do that. It's going to be an incredibly difficult check to grapple the creature after doing those multiple actions. So
That's okay.
You can try that,
I mean-
but you know it's basically like you barely have a chance kind of thing.
Sure, I'll go for it anyway.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
I'll have you make, in that case, the standard grapple check of an athletics check against this creature.
Okay. So that is not gonna be
Just a
enough.
little more roll.
Yeah, and it has pretty high dex, so as you'd like try to, while flying away from it, like get a bite in so that you can grab onto it, you're both moving apart too far. You notice though that as you're pushing away from it and it holds you in front, you've completely altered its trajectory, and it's not going to hit the mushroom there, and as it's pushed backwards, you see it's now falling down towards the lake, whereas you're still, like, you're being propelled in the direction of the mushrooms right now that are near the back of the
shoot.
cave wall, and you're still flying. So, like, the creature has now, like, started to kind of fall down, and you're still kind of just, like, going off there.
All right.
Ooh.
Completely removed from fight.
So you're just, like, flying towards here. You're basically hoping that you can try to land or hit a mushroom and not just collide against the rock cave wall and drown to death, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But you have, like, successfully knocked it off of there. And as that happens, and the creature falls, you see something. There's, like, a swirl of water in the lake beneath, right where it's going to land. Sparky, it's your turn.
Is she helping?
Switching gears. I don't know anything about what just happened. Back to the big spider thing.
I still have a head.
Alright, a little bit over there. Get in range of Jay if something bad happens.
Okay.
Shoot another magic missile at this thing.
Yes.
Magic missile.
Nine damage.
The voice of Uchi altering the dice. Magic missile. Ones. So how much is that total?
9.
9. Okay. Your effect from the spell is still pretty great, and despite the fact that you know that they weren't as powerful a set of hits as your spell can put out, you do hear, like, the shattering glass, and the creature kind of, like, staggers back as, like, each hit just kind of smashes into its form from different direction.
Come eat the delicious gnome.
Use it. Harness
Oh, no.
the power that is my deliciousness. Okay,
I'm
so
currently in the path to you. Please do not do this. I don't want it.
let's see. On the spore crawler's turn, it doesn't have wings or anything like that. You all hear, like, a heavy splash as it falls into the lake. And then cutting over to the spider's turn here. Oh, what to do? Jay is on the ground and looks all delicious. Rook is nearby as well. No, Jay is definitely the one.
He is the one.
Okay. So the first hit, I assume, will hit with a 22.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good bet.
That's a lot of dice.
You take 19 points of damage, Jay,
Holy!
as the creature
Yikes.
comes down and bites you. And then as
That
it does,
puts me unconscious.
Does it? Okay. So Jay has fallen unconscious. The creature then lets out a strike in your direction, Rook. A leg flies towards you and threatens to pierce straight through your form. You know, like, what lies on the other side if you manage to get hit by this thing. Let's see. Oh, that's a 16 plus, so 21. Does that hit?
Yep, that hits.
Okay, so you take in damage 12 points of damage, but I also need from you a Constitution saving throw.
Fuck.
I think that's strength, isn't it?
No, that's
No,
that
that's
looks
a
fine.
6.
10.
A 10. Okay.
Shake their hands.
You get to experience exactly what Jay has as your vision blacks out, and not only do you feel the pain of being stabbed in the chest there, but you also suddenly get these horrible visions, and you see what looks basically like the world set on fire. Like locations that you've seen suddenly start to come into view, and you see what looks like Everwatch for a brief moment, and it's just burning. Everything is just falling apart. You're standing in front of the Hunter's Lodge, and like the roof has caved in, and then suddenly it all disappears because a foot so large that it could take up like half a city block just comes smashing down onto that, and that's where we'll cut away. Jay, it's your turn. A death saving throw, please. Or sorry, no, it was the creature's turn who just stabbed you. Sorry, it's Rook's turn. But we'll do your death save in a bit here.
That was a good death save.
I know.
Yeah,
I
can I
got the
keep
turn
my
order
roll?
wrong.
What do I have to roll?
I'll give
to
you a
get out of this?
+1 to your order because I got the turn order wrong. Rook, it's your turn.
Okay.
What do you want to do? Sorry.
What do I have to roll to get out of this?
It's a wisdom save.
Oh fuck.
I'm no cleric.
So
Wisdom save, huh?
You have
Roll
a plus, you have a +1.
Yeah. Yeah,
Roll
I
into
do.
that table again.
oh,
I'd like to
that
say that's a nat
sucks.
20.
That table is not.
What does the DM say? Nat 20? Huh? 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 I just want like to look at the stream and Illusion's face, just 2 middle fingers at the camera.
Stop rolling into that damn table.
I should. I mean,
I'll let
I
you
love
keep
it right
it.
now.
I'll let you keep it.
Yes!
So you break out of it at the end of your turn
Merciful.
there, pushing away the visions, and Jay, it's your turn. Now make a death save.
Another nat 20.
Holy fuck. Alright,
back,
Good
bitches!
thing he let you re-roll it.
Jay, you're back up with 1 HP, and you have your turn. What do you want to do?
First of all, I would like to bring my spiritual mace in and make a attack with it.
Okay, yeah, for
One
sure.
hit.
Are you gonna get up first?
Yeah, I'll stand up.
Okay.
So that is not gonna hit. That's a 9.
Okay.
But then I am going to cast Cure Wounds at the 2nd level on myself.
Okay. I was like,
Ah,
wow, you're
yes.
a ballsy fuck. You're just gonna go for an attack. Holy shit.
that's a nice
10
healing.
plus 7, so 17.
Wow, Jesus Christ. Okay,
Hey, nice.
Life Cleric in the house. Is that your turn?
Yes, that's my turn.
You, it's yours.
Alright, maybe this time I won't roll 2 1s? Question mark?
Could be.
You know, you were gonna roll them individually so they don't jank on each other.
Hit the other one.
As
please.
you.
Hey, what offhand hits?
Offhand
One
hits.
of
Yep,
them hits, yeah.
that lands.
And better damage than last time. 12.
12? Okay.
I did move next to them in this time period. You know, I should have run that first.
Okay. There we go. So you manage to get a strike and pieces of it fly off. And as this happens, you can see that the creature seems to be weakened almost at this point. It looks like its movements are becoming more erratic, and the smoke that billows around from it is no longer like a thick black smoke, but it starts to become like little smaller wisps puffing off from different areas. And
I'm satisfied.
is that your turn? Are you gonna stay there?
No, we're moving back.
Getting away.
Advantage ship.
Irisville, you're flying through the air in wolf form, and you're going towards these glowing mushrooms on the side of the cavern wall. You're traveling incredibly fast. I need you to go ahead and make a strength saving throw to hit the wall and manage to kind of like hit a mushroom and not break your neck.
Ooh, yes. Okay, give me a
Okay.
second. I didn't look up wolf stats, but I think we're fine.
With that 18, yeah, unless you have
Oh, you're
horrible
okay.
negatives, you're okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Um,
That's like a +3 for that.
Your heavy direwolf body collides with the side of one of these large mushrooms. Perhaps luck, perhaps you were able to angle yourself while in the air. And as it does, the mushroom breaks. It's like you've hit it so hard that the surface of it snaps, and you fall and start to tumble as like spores of light from the broken part of the mushroom start to tumble all around you. Are you gonna try and grab on, or are you gonna let yourself fall into the water?
Sort of both.
No, you.
It's more of like what I want to try to do is, instead of just, I don't want to grab on to stop myself, but I
Yeah.
want to like turn it into more of a controlled, I'm moving downwards of my own power across mushrooms instead of falling. Does that
So,
make
like,
sense?
You want to turn it into a dive? Is what you're saying?
Basically, yeah. I want to use the mushrooms to try to slow myself.
Okay, but like the key thing is, do you want to try and grab the mushroom?
Yes.
Like what's
let's
left
grab
of
the mushrooms.
Okay.
Let's grab the mushrooms. Sorry.
it? So go ahead and make for me a dexterity check. So just acrobatics.
Acrobatics.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a 18.
Okay. Before you're able to fall too far, the stalk of the still broken mushroom is nearby, and you reach over and manage to sink your wolf teeth into it. They move for about an inch there, and there's a fear that you're gonna just tear through this like spore husk here. But then you stop, and you're just holding by your teeth there, and that'll basically consume your turn, unless you want to bonus action something.
Well, at that point, do I get any glimpse of what happens to the spore crawler at all? Or I'm too busy not dying?
After hitting that and grabbing on, you heard the creature kind of plunge down into the ground, and into the water, and with that heavy splash, you can kind of look over. You don't see the creature on the surface, just like heavy ripples, and there's also like a sort of swirling motion of water around that area as well.
Okay.
Bitch kidding me?
I'll leave it there then.
Okay, alright. Sparky, it's your turn. What do you want to do? The creature's definitely showing signs of wear.
I was gonna run up like, oh, let's go heal Jay. And then he just like stands up. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna back up. All right, Jay, good job.
Like-
Keep it up. We're just gonna fire another magic missile. That's what I'm doing.
The best
Burn
spell.
all the spell slots.
7 damage. Yeah, I'm burning it all. It's 7 damage.
Okay. You shoot out these, and as they hit the spider, you notice one of the legs just smashes and breaks, and like pieces of glass fly away all over the place, and there's smoke all throughout the area. And when it kind of clears, you can see it's missing one of its legs.
Fascinating.
Is that your turn?
Now's not the time, Spark.
That's my turn.
Okay. Next up, there's no sound from the creature, and the spore crawler seems to have disappeared from existence, and then you all hear something that sounds like a creature surfacing over there in the lake, like the surface tension of the water being broken as something splashes out, and then what sounds like a cry of terror before being pulled back under.
Okay, don't go in the water.
Would I be getting anything going on in my head right now with my connection with I can't remember her name.
She hasn't
Mature.
spoken to you,
Oh.
but you could try to talk with her if you'd like.
Okay, on my turn I'll do that then.
Okay. The creature is nearby, and let's see, surrounded here, not doing very well. Interesting. Okay. Jay, a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh God. Rip. I love you all.
webs.
You got this. Nope.
Oh.
One.
The web flies out and grabs you, and you're helpless to do anything as it starts to constrict and hold your body, a familiar feeling of being helpless there. But the creature doesn't leave you there. Instead, it reaches down and grabs you in its jaws and runs off with your body.
Oh shit.
My baby.
Opportunity, correct?
You can definitely make an opportunity attack.
Come on,
Which way is
Rook.
it running? Towards the wall?
Yep.
Oh, nice!
Yes!
Okay, this actually
Crit,
hits. You would notice it's incredibly difficult to hit the creature when it's in motion, but this strike actually lands. Go ahead and roll damage.
That's a
Crit.
crit.
It's a
That's a
crit,
crit.
too. Whoa!
Come on, baby. Bring me home.
Oh, wow. Oh, come on.
Whoa!
17, 21, 25, 28 damage coming at it.
Okay, you swing out with your maul and you hit two of the legs in like a just like feral swing with this heavy piece of metal, and they both break and smash, and the creature actually falls. It tumbles, missing three of its legs. It staggers there, and it doesn't actually get as far, and it drops Jay from its mouth.
Not letting you down, Jay! Ride or die! Ride or die!
It's your turn, Rook. What do you want to do?
Oh, I'm fucking running up
That's a
on
ride or
it!
die.
Making an attack swing.
Okay.
20.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage.
Action surge. I believe in you.
You're goddamn right I am. Nice.
Fuck
12
yeah.
damage coming at it, and I want to action surge.
Okay, go ahead and roll your second attack then. 9 plus. Yep.
18?
18 hits. Yeah, roll damage.
You fucking man.
Fucking doing like 50 damage a turn.
I'll get rid of
Roll
those.
both of those.
Okay. 9, 10, 11 on that one. So 12, 11, 23
wanna
damage
do
with
this?
those two. Since it's 2 hits, yeah, can one strike lift it up, other strike bring it back down?
Okay, yeah, you smash it and like hit it in its undercarriage there. It's not got enough legs and it barely manages to kind of like keep itself together. It's midair for a brief moment. It's like a foot off of the ground. And then you're gonna swing down on it?
Yeah, just
Use
like,
it like a
"Run or
fucking
die!"
baseball bat.
and just scream it.
Okay. As you go to swing, you hear what sounds like it's like a child's voice and a man's voice at the same time. Like, they sound as though they're crying, and everybody hears as it calls out and goes, "But he's mine!" And then, like, breaks apart, and the glass just smashes everywhere. And the creature disappears.
Jay's already got a boyfriend. You leave him alone.
That's why you take champion.
Congratulations,
Can I try and
everybody.
break out of here?
Holy balls.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can break out. The web actually just disintegrates as the creature dies there, and you see what looks like a small golden idol that falls to the ground and then breaks into 2 pieces.
I'm
Okay,
picking
I'm-
up and bear hugging Jay.
Take a delicious good berry.
While
Jay.
he's doing this, I'm just calling out with my mind. I'm like, I still can't remember her name. Litra. Litra.
Litra.
One of our allies got dragged away by the spore crawler. Do you see it? We can't see him anywhere. See her anywhere.
She calls
Do I hear
back
any
out to you
response?
into your mind, and she says, "The spore crawler is no more, Jay."
Oh, thank God. What about Ira? Is she okay?
I'm not sure.
I'm just
speaking
gonna
of-
scream.
Well, that's
Let's throw some lights in the floor.
Okay. So I'm gonna do. This is gonna be. I'm gonna try to turn back into myself and hold on to this thing that I'm.
Yeah, you can hold on to the
currently
spore
fighting.
stalk. Yep, you
Okay.
switch back and you have a good grip on it. It's about the width of like a large tree, and you're just kind of like there with your arms wrapped around it, hanging from the ceiling.
It's from the ceiling.
Yeah, it's like the part of the
Yeah.
wall that like starts to curve upwards.
Okay, I'll kind of like try to maneuver myself more on top of it.
If
Like-
anybody does rock climbing, they know this part is the hell.
Yeah. Like, I'm
Wow.
alright. I'm just kind of high.
Ira calls
right
out and
on,
see if
dude.
she's still alive.
I look at
Um,
Rook and shake my head. Fucking druids.
No, but really though, fuck druids.
Good old Chunky. I'll put Jay down and hey Sparky, do you think you can featherfall that or?
Here, guys, I'll
Just
be right
jump into
down.
the
Actually,
water.
Litra
And
can
then
help, and
I will
try
turn
and...
into a giant spider and proceed to climb down the wall.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn into a giant
There we
spider
go.
and start to go down the wall. Yeah, you can see that there's like other creatures that live up here and stuff. The spore crawler is not the only thing, and you see what looks like completely sort of white, colorless centipedes that like move between the mushrooms and stuff like that, and little spiders and things like that. Little winged insects as well, and they don't bother you. They just like kind
Okay.
of move around as you start to traverse across the ground there and make your way down. And you will eventually get to the back end of the lake unless you want to kind of like take a long way around there and get to the group.
So where am I kind of like on this mini map right now?
You'd be like over here.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
like
I'll
up quite a
yeah.
bit.
I'll go down, like, I'll kind of come around this way and go, so I'm, like, above the waterfall.
Okay, for sure.
And I actually want to kind of, like, look around that part and see if I see
okay.
anything interesting.
Yeah, you guys would actually see Irisville here traveling. For brief moments,
It's
you would
a
see this giant
spider.
spider that she's
The
taken the
spider's
form
back.
of. And
The spider's back!
you know, the mushrooms, they go out as she touches them, right? So it's pretty obvious as she moves across the cave. What are you guys doing while you're over at the shore here?
How do you
I'm
feel,
just
Jay?
giving Rook the biggest fucking bear hug ever. And then as soon as like I break off from him, I'm gonna go over and try and grab you in a bear hug as well.
Okay.
I'm sitting down, feeling very useless.
In that case, I sneak up behind you and I like pick her up in a bear hug and like swing her around like a rag doll.
Okay.
Oh my
She
god,
rolls
I
two
feel like a
ones to try and
princess.
resist you.
Cut that here.
I feel like a princess. I'm rolling for happiness. I'm not happy.
Since I noticed me.
When you're the grumpiest
then
girl in the
finally-
ball.
Finally, I go over and I pick up
Yeah, I don't want to hug Jay.
Sparky,
it's fine.
and I just like throw him up in the air, like celebration style, just like two hands under his shoulders and just like up in the air and then catch him.
Yeah, you go and celebrate with all your friends, and you notice like the voices are gone. You can think clearly for the first time, perhaps ever. And I have alterations to make to your character for you finally getting rid of the
shit.
voices. So if you
Oh, this is awesome.
if you would like, please go into your stat sheet and permanently increase your intelligence by 2.
Damn.
Jesus.
Yes!
We hit level 4 without hitting level 4.
Are we technically or not fair? Jay got
You power level, DM, excuse me. Can I get a judge? Can I get a ruling?
Oh my god. And I'm just like walking around like thanking everybody, and then as soon as Ira gets over here, I'm just gonna thank her and grab her and give her a big hug as well. Even if she's a spider, I'll just fucking hug the spider. I don't really care at this point.
We'll get to that in a moment, because Irisville is doing some other stuff. So we'll cut over to you, actually, given the mention. Irisville, as you get over and look, you can see that the waterfall here is clearly of dwarven make. It's been elaborately carved out, and it seems to go back for a bit. And with the edges of your dark vision, you can see it then kind of like curves and goes vertically upwards.
Oh, wow. So it's like a second waterfall back there?
Perhaps, or like a pipe that goes into the ceiling, who knows?
Okay. That I'll call around the outside of this.
Okay.
Not wanting to do anything more that would put me in danger right now.
Don't touch
We
the
just
lake, don't
managed
touch
it.
the ghosts.
Don't touch.
Right, okay. Yeah, you eventually can make it back to your group after a long sort of trek along there.
Okay, and I'll turn back into myself when I'm about like 60 feet away or so.
You guys would all be over there, and we'll put this back. You
I
all
would
made
like-
it successfully. Congratulations.
As soon as Ira gets over here, she's getting bear hugged.
Okay.
Group hug celebration.
Hey, you're really strong.
The remains of that spider are all gone, right? It's just poofed into nothing.
You notice nearby
There's
that
the-
no one had picked up, kind of, all obviously swept up and elated from the victory that you've just managed to grab. That on the ground, you see the golden idol, the spider of Icthasa, but it's broken into 2 pieces.
As soon as Jay lets me down, I'll go pick it back up, kind of study it a little bit.
He never leaves. He never lets you down.
Oh, okay.
As you
Uh,
pick it up, I would just kind of say, like under my breath, sort of, but like realizing she will probably hear everything I'm saying. We should probably give that back to Litra if she wants it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that'd
mean,
be fine.
we did give it to her.
Speaking of, where is Litra? Kind of like look
I
around.
will find out, and I call through my head, "Hey, Litra, where are you? You around?"
She says, "I'm here," and you see as her form starts to like appear there on the side of the shore.
I'll ask her if she wants the pieces of the idol back.
She says, "Oh, I have no need for an item like that, and I definitely don't know how to put it back together."
Well,
fear
I'm
that
more than happy to keep it.
I'm excited to see that you've all made it, but I definitely didn't expect to see the item broken. Perhaps it was never meant to hold demons.
Well, I look at Jay.
Or be hit
It's
by a
worth
fucking
it.
hammer. Like 4 times in a row.
Hey, we can always
Fucking
repair it and give it
smash.
back to you one day.
Oh. Mm.
She says, "Well, I would be happy to accept the gift, Sparky."
Litra,
Well,
there's no way I can thank you for this. What you've done, I will never repay this debt.
That's quite alright, Jay. But speaking of that, there was something I wanted you all to do.
Yeah, we gotta go get her items for her.
Yeah, we're gonna get you out of here.
As much as this has been my home, I really would rather not stay here longer than I have to.
How do we get you out?
Like I had mentioned before, there's 2 items that I know of that would easily free me from this strange sort of dwarven prison. There is a great pearl that can be found in the living ocean, which will bring me back to the plane of water. But I also know that in my time, there was a great sphinx out in the desert that had many items under his employ and his guard, and if you could barter for one of these, then you could probably use that as well.
Barter?
Jay, this lake, is it like magically trapping you somehow, or you just can't leave the water?
I cannot leave the water. There's no magic in the lake, it's simply that there's no water to go to from.
Can you tell us what the lever did now?
Oh,
Did it just open the waterfall for you to get down here?
it let me out of my cell, Sparky.
Into another.
Yes,
At least it's bigger.
true.
Little change of
Alright.
scenery couldn't hurt, too, I guess.
So your dancing light shows up in the ceiling are gone.
This is true.
We'll get you out of here as quick as we can.
Please. I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to. And then you hear a sound. It's that familiar sound of the tremor and the breathing that echoes out throughout the cave. Ground sort of rumbles. You see ripples on the surface of the lake.
Okay, so that's down there.
Before the celebration stuff, I meant to grab the shield and the dwarven longsword. I just
Yeah,
never
for
got
sure.
the opportunity to say it.
Yeah, you can pick those up.
Alright, well, we have a lot to tell our friends up top, and we're gonna get right to work on getting you out of
Yeah,
here,
I
Litra.
guess we best
Is
go
there
back.
like a range
No.
on this? And I kind of point to my head.
She says, no, I'll always be able to speak to you, Jay. As long as I
Okay.
yet live.
And I'd
Unless
like
all the
to
water
like.
in the Underdark dries up.
Is there anything I can do to see, like, can she hear everything that I say, like, all the time, or like, if she wanted to, could she hear like everything I'm saying, or is it
No.
only when I'm like
There's like a
opening the
contact
pathway?
link that you can form with her by thinking about it, but otherwise it doesn't exist there.
Okay,
Yeah, for privacy.
cool.
It does seem that she can just seemingly speak into your head whenever she wants, though.
But I can like feel when she's there, right?
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't like say something by accident and like her hear
Her
everything that
picking
I'm
up,
saying.
yeah, no.
Okay, cool.
Did we ever share with her what we learned from the Oracle about the fucking Silver and the Black Dragon and stuff, and how
No.
we have orcs invading and everything? Because orcs invading and destroying the surface world might actually take precedence over us going to kill a sphinx or find a sphinx or barter with a sphinx.
Or go to
I
some
can
water place.
Give her all this information as we make our way to the surface.
Okay. Yeah.
Which of those two
Now that I
items
can
are
actually
easier
think
to
again.
get, Litra? The
What was
pearl
that,
or
sorry?
the... Which of those two items is going to be easier to get to? The pearl or the sphinx?
Well, that depends.
Well, I can't
I know
breathe
that
underwater.
the pearl can be found at the bottom of the living ocean, and if it's anything like it was back in my day, there will be great peril and many a sea creature that'll stand between you and the pearl. The Sphinx, however, can be found in the deserts of Baccaral and will likely put you through trials. They're great and noble creatures entrusted to guard treasures of the gods, and they
That
will
sounds
let
fun.
treasures out from under their care, but only to people that are worthy. I think you would be fine if you were to speak with the Sphinx, and from what I've seen, you're heroes as much as you can be.
Yeah, well, none of us
I
can
smile
breathe
towards
underwater,
her.
so I think the desert sounds fun.
And Seir is just like,
Isn't the
Go back to,
desert
like,
seem to really be
in
paying
Kent?
attention. He's just like thinking.
Didn't she say the desert was in Kent, or am I making this up? Stuff that I don't remember from last episode.
What's that, sorry?
Baccaral.
Did she tell us last time that the desert was in Kent?
No,
Where the
she
Sphinx is?
didn't tell you where it was.
Okay, well I will
Well, we know
ask
its
her where
name
the desert
now.
is.
Yes,
It's
so
in Bak.
there's a desert in Baccaral, and she says, I don't know exactly where you'll find the Sphinx. I know that they generally don't stay near civilization, so you'll have to search far away from any cities that might be situated there. But the great Nevenhara will be somewhere there. The Sphinxers are timeless, and unless some creature has managed to kill it, which I think near impossible, then it should still be there.
What's the sphinx's name?
Nevenhara. I'll type it into
Nevenhara.
TeamSpeak here.
How close was I?
Oh, what? Oh, did you type it in
Pause.
tabletop? Because I have the chat in tabletop. to
You
see.
were only one letter off. Pretty good.
I was one letter off. I had an A-N instead of an E-N.
Oh, okay.
Alright, let's try. Well, I think it's time we head back up. You'll be able to talk to Jay, right? We'll be back as soon as we can.
Of course.
Get you out of here.
I'll try and be good company, and I kind of give her like a sheepish smile.
She
Yeah, you've
smiles
been around
towards
here
you,
for a while.
and she says, I'll be seeing you all.
And I give her a very generous bow, and I tell her Bella's blessings
I'll
before I
shake her
make
hand.
my way out.
As you say Bella's blessings, she kind of brushes them off almost, and she smiles and
Yeah.
goes, yes,
It's who I am.
yes.
Okay.
Gotta get back to Brick.
Get back to Overwatch, take a lovely detour through Gian, kill
If
Rogue
it's still
take their puzzle
there.
box, come back.
We still have to go through.
Still wants the endless dungeon.
Jay is very, very sleepy at this point.
Are you?
How long have we been
Are we
going
tired?
for now?
Is that realistically? Did you go too ham on the
No.
whiskey? Okay.
No. That was me playing.
Okay.
I should actually be drinking.
I still got
something
like
right
5
now.
hours. 4.5
Yeah,
hours.
you guys could probably use a rest, especially given all the combat that you've been through. And it's always
Okay.
tough to tell exactly what time it is down here. It messes with
Did
your
we
sleep
not
schedule.
search like this whole place over here?
Yeah, we did.
We
You
did.
did, yeah.
We did. Okay.
Jay is going to joke about his old knees needing to go up these stairs and maybe resting.
Your trip
Before
in
we
the
go up.
Underdark gave you years and intelligence.
Okay.
Not fitting.
Alright, as everybody kind of starts off a little bit, I'm gonna hang behind and approach the shore and Litra here. Kind of
Okay.
like lean down there and say, having an idea. How long are you from like head to tail?
She says, "Oh, me?" and kind of like looks back at her form. You can see her tail nearby. She says, "I don't know, maybe 7 or 8."
Hmm.
Why do you ask?
Okay.
Rude.
I'm thinking we might be able to get you out a little bit sooner than might have thought. I'm gonna see if we can get a big enough like, water container and get you up these stairs. Would that be
A
acceptable?
3-hour staircase climb?
You see that?
3-hour staircase with a tank
That
of
would be a
water
lot
through
of
Ghost
water.
Town.
Now,
You know
Oh,
how
yeah.
much waterways?
that would be incredibly difficult because the
Yep.
stairs are not spacious, right?
For
Like
sure.
they're only like 10 feet across, right? Like they're tiny. So, you
You
could
also don't know how to
maybe
get
do
out.
that. You see, she looks over towards the staircase with a look of disbelief, and she says, "Well, if you think that you could, then I would be all for that. But there
I'll have
is
to
a
give it some
danger that
thought.
goes with that plan.
Yeah.
I don't have
It
time.
would-
If I'm ever out of water, I will die in that moment."
It's a
I
nice
see.
thought, Arab, but I think play it a
I
little
think she did
safer.
this like away from us.
You're not there. Get out of here.
Yeah, this is a two-person conversation.
Oh, I want
Private
to talk to
conversation as
Litra
Ira
more.
asks the beautiful mermaid about her weight, her height, all these rude questions.
What's your 3 sizes?
Yeah, she says to you, you're very clever, Irisville, and I thank you for your thoughts, but I'm not sure if that would work. If you can find some way and it seems secure, I would happily use that instead. I
kinda
don't mean to send you
nod a
on
little
these
bit.
trials. It's simply the only ways that I know that'll allow me to move without a chance of death.
Of course.
I'd like to see
Okay.
the world again.
Absolutely. Well,
Now,
His scroll of town portal.
People said they're gonna
Pray.
go rest before we
little
go to
research.
bed. And I asked Litra, like, "Hey, Litra, you're down here alone, or do you want me to humor you for the rest of the night? Maybe we can exchange some information."
The gnome is asking the mermaid to fuck him.
She
No.
smiles at you and she says, "Humor me."
Oh, someone to talk to for the night. I can tell you about what we've learned, and I'm sure you have a lot of great stories as well.
She kind of places her chin in her hand as she like leans forward towards you there in the shallows, and she says, "Well, you can tell me whatever stories you'd like.
Will
I'll
you
go
tell
for
me
a swim
some?
if they aren't any good."
Well, this is a good enough place to rest as any, I suppose.
Oh yeah, you guys said you were gonna rest, right?
Jay is passed the fuck out at
We
this
probably
point.
got a few hours before we actually.
He
have to
probably
sleep.
like scooched out a little area like where the orc corpse are near the wall, just like pushed some bodies out of the way, and I'm just like curled up right there snoring loudly.
Alright, since the group is taking a rest, I'm going to go grab something real quick.
All right. So you all go for a long rest then, and are you actually going to try and tell a enthralling story?
Well,
to
I
this
feel like she
mortal?
has some good information that I would want to know. So
Oh,
if I have
yeah.
to, tell her something to get something out of her,
Sure.
I would-
Yeah. Well, talk to her as you would. What do you?
try my best to tell her. And the only real story Sparky has at this point is, his imprisonment at Dragonborn. That's probably a funny story. Talk about getting raped by his Dragonborn wife or something.
Wow. Okay, that's quite a story to tell.
I mean, I'm not going to start with that.
Oh, okay.
We're going to lead into that.
Icebreaker.
Yeah. Do you come here often, or? So what are you gonna say to her then? She's waiting here and just kind of she watches you intently, looking to see what you're gonna say.
I'll just be like, oh, so you want to find out how I came to be here? Well, it's interesting. I'm no stranger to imprisonment myself. I my whole life, actually, up until a couple months ago, was imprisonment not too different from this. I was pretty much sold by my parents into a dragonborn house to marry off to a abomination of
I'm
a
back.
dragonborn, and it was horrible. And the arts of magic were forced upon me, which has been a
Oh, God.
bit of a blessing, actually.
How
And
have I
now
come
I'm-
into the tales?
She says to you, "Oh, what a horrible story."
Well, yeah, but I think without that, I don't know if I would have such a desire to see the world.
That's
So it might
very
have
true.
actually been good. And I didn't have much of a choice. I don't know what I fell into when I escaped the. I don't know what I lived in, a palace or a house or something.
Yeah, you would have lived in a pretty large estate. The family that you
Yeah.
were sold into was reasonably well off.
Tell her about how I, planned my escape for years, and then eventually I did it. And yeah, I fell into some strange teleportation hole, and I came out hundreds of miles away. Speaking of teleporting, we discovered these strange lines that shoot us off into different places of the world. I'll tell her about the one really weird one in the sky where we were like in space. We could see
Oh.
everything.
Interesting.
That's interesting, right? She'd be interested in that.
She says, "Oh, I have. What a strange tale."
Only the beginning.
So then, where do you want to go now? I guess. What would you write for the last chapter of your story?
Well, I want to learn as much as I can about the whole world, see everywhere. Seems like the people I've stumbled into have been pretty good for that.
They seem like a strange bunch.
We've been all around already in only a short amount of time.
So where do you
I've
want to see
seen-
next?
I want to see the Sphinx, to be honest. Sounds very interesting. I'm sure he has endless knowledge as well.
Yes. Though
said
bartering with
it's
him
in-
will prove to be difficult, I think.
He said he'll put us through trials. That sounds fun.
She smiles and grins towards you and says,
Or potentially not. I
"Yes,
don't know.
fun.
I have a strange sense of fun.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Sparky. I hope that your journey takes you all the places that you want to see."
And we just awkwardly stare at each other. She has nothing to say.
It doesn't seem like she does.
I'll ask her. Well, that's about all I have. Anything you want to say? Otherwise, I guess I'll go get some rest.
She smiles at you and giggles and then just like disappears under the water.
Later, bitch.
Bye, Felicia.
That's in my head.
Okay, alright. I was like, alright, well, here we go. All that work for nothing.
I would not say
Rip.
You all
sorry,
get
She's
a
gonna put all
long
the
rest.
demons back in my head.
Yep.
Yes. Alright. Everybody, you have 2 good berries this time, because I used some spell slots this last week. We're running low.
That's alright. That lasts the whole day.
Okay. You wake up perhaps the next day, the next evening. You don't know, but you all feel much better and you're well rested.
Who's ready for
Should
a
we get on the
3-hour
road?
hike up the stairs?
I was always ready for the 3-hour hike up the stairs.
Who wants
I
to
didn't want to
carry
be
my
here in the
little
first
legs?
place.
Time for the triple-hour stare episode. Okay.
We have the helmet.
Before
Please
we
tell me we
head
have the
off,
helmet.
I have the helmet, shield, and
Soul.
Yeah.
longsword. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, I'm ready.
before,
While
Okay,
we're
go ahead.
walking through this pile of bodies here, do I notice anyone else that looks like a commander or anything among the dwarf corpses?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, go ahead and roll investigation. See if you can find anything useful there. Now with your new +1.
Yes.
I think I was already proficient in it.
Oh, Jesus.
Wowzers.
That's a 21.
Hey! Look at you.
Okay. Looking around, you manage to find that on one of these corpses, there appears to be something interesting. And as you go and kind of kneel down, you find what looks like some sort of strange steel contraption. The wooden portions of whatever it might be have long worn away and disappeared, but you end up with like a set of gears that look like they must have been attached to some sort of strange mechanism. It could be of use, and it seems as though the metal parts have survived the eons.
Does it look like something that, like, if I, like, studied it for a while, I'd be able to figure out what the wooden parts were? Or is this more of something like, if I
Yeah,
show it to someone,
You could
they would
definitely try to
recognize?
reverse engineering this thing.
Okay, I'll take it along with me. I'll kind of show it to Ira and you and Sparky and Brooke and be
Okay.
like, look what I found, guys.
You can
So we
write
kind of make our
down
way up the stairs.
in your inventory strange dwarven contraption. In like brackets, you could put like incomplete or something like that, or missing wooden components, and it weighs 5 pounds.
Okay.
Pretty hefty.
Before we actually like leave the shore,
Mhm.
I'll go over there and be like, Litra, are you here?
She comes back up through the surface there.
Like, I'll kind of crouch down with her. Hi, how long were we gone?
What do you mean?
Okay, cool. So we just slept the night here? We didn't disappear or anything?
Well, I didn't watch you or anything.
Okay.
It's only
so-
been a day since we last talked, is what we're saying. Correct?
She says it feels like it.
That's good.
Why?
Okay, that's good.
What's your game here?
I'll stand back up and like, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sure you can ask Jay if you have any questions about that. I think we're about ready to head out.
Mhm.
And
So
then-
start our trek up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And I still want to see if I can find a dwarven dagger as we go through these corpses.
Also, while we're climbing, Jay should probably inform her about the whole orc situation, the current like problem.
Sure.
Yeah, I got it, guys. I'm filling her in on everything about us. Don't worry. Litra and I are gonna be besties.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so you start traveling up the stairs, and it's a long trek. Many hours go by. What do you tell Litra, Jay?
Well, I would start off with the whole we're great souls ordeal and tell her what I know about what great souls are,
She
yada
says,
yada, how we were picked.
She definitely seems to know the myth, and when you tell her that you're
Okay.
great souls, she says, "I believe that entirely."
Oh shoot.
Oh.
And then I kind of say, "Oh, have you had interactions with great souls before, or are we the first that you've come across personally?"
No, I've met many in my lifetime.
Wow, that's awesome. Is there anything you know about it that we don't? And I'll kind of tell her what we know about like the curse and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. She says it's been a
The ley
long
lines.
time since there have been so many great souls. I was much younger the last time that I spoke with any of them.
See. Well, part of that, us being great souls, we were selected by an oracle, and we started working for this dwarven king named Brick. And I'll kind of tell her how we came to be down in the mountains at all because of this taking and orc invasion thing going on, and I'll kind of wrap up with like a little bit of like a. So we're gonna do our best to help you out as quickly as we can, but if our hometown is being, invaded by orcs, we might have to deal with what's in front of us before we can do that. Otherwise, we would lose our route to get back to you.
She says to you, I would suggest that you make the utmost haste to get me out of here. have no idea how long I've been down here. I wouldn't put it off for anything. Though of course I
Can I
won't
can I
control you or
insight check
anything.
her?
Yeah, go ahead and roll insight.
I want to see if she's trying to like actually help me, or if she's like just like she wants to be out of here so bad that she's willing to say that.
Right.
And that's
Ooh.
7.
Tough to say. She also gives you some other information, and when you mention the orcs, she says, "Oh, well, that must have happened after I was locked up. Perhaps that was why I was never let back out again."
I'm gonna ask her, have you been locked up for like centuries? Like, I mean, I know it's hard for you to tell time, but like, you have to have some sort of idea. Has it been like a few years? Has it been like eons? Like, what's the
It's not like the world of water, Jay. You can't exactly keep track of time like that. I originally counted my days and then just gave up on it eventually.
here's one. Were you locked up before these dwarfs were like these dwarf cities before they were taken over, or after?
No, much before.
Okay, so she's been locked up for a long ass
When
time.
you finally let me out, and I was able to swim back to the lake, all of the corpses laying there outside of the great halls were, well, not exactly a welcome sight, but novel.
Was she locked up by the? I can't remember their names, but the dwarf from the left town on the map that we've seen here.
Oh, interesting. I don't think that you
Gandalf?
know that info.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna ask her, because I know that he was not trustworthy of her, so I'm gonna ask her if he was the one who actually locked her up.
Oh. She says, "I don't know from whose order it was, but the dwarves one day collected me and moved me to my cell after they became tired of my antics."
Does she remember how she was brought to her cell?
Through
Did they
the
like force her
waterfall.
up the waterfall? Well, that's pretty much all the information that I have for her.
Okay.
And if there's anything else she needs to know about us, she can feel free to ask. But I'm gonna tell her that I'll fill my allies in about the urgency to free her.
Okay. She says, "Yes, please don't wait any longer than you have to. I don't mean to sound like I don't care about this city of yours. Obviously, I don't want extra lives to be lost, but I don't want to be here anymore."
Yes. In addition to the city, it would cut off our only route to return to you is another concern. Because with the city falling to orcs, that would mean that we would have lost access to the mines and to the tunnels that bring us to you.
Does your group know no other way under the mountain?
Unless this exit that we're about to take that you've told us about leads somewhere different, then our only option would be like blasting our way through, and who knows where we would find that many. And I kind of describe what the blasting scrolls are to her.
Okay. She says, "Well, I hope that it does, but I can't say for sure. I obviously couldn't explore that part of the dwarven cities." The egg rumbles still.
Is that something that we need to be concerned about? The rumbling? I know you said it didn't used to do that. Are we gonna be in trouble? You said you could get us inside of it, right? If we help free you?
Yes, I could swim you to the surface of the egg, but I'd have no idea what you'll find inside.
And you think it's something that we could enter just by like touching this? Or is it like an egg like that we would crack open and see what's inside?
I'm not certain,
But it
but
could
I'll
be
help you in any way that I can.
If you don't mind, and I hate to be pressing on you with so much already on you, but if you don't mind kind of keeping an eye on the egg and letting me know if anything changes, especially since we'll be removed trying to find your way out, if you could keep me updated on the egg, and I know it must get lonely down there if you know you get lonely and need someone to talk to. I'm almost always free now that I don't have all those other demons around inside
Says,
my
of
head.
course, Jay. I would be happy to, and I think you make a good conversation partner. I'm sure you'll hear from me in the coming days. And I'll tell you if
Thanks.
anything happens with the egg.
And I will do my best to convince these fools to help me out getting you out of here as quickly as possible.
Okay. You hear her kind of laugh and chuckle a little bit into your head, and then she disappears.
As soon as the conversation is broken, I'll kind of fill everybody in what I told her, what I didn't tell her.
Okay.
Her urgency of getting out of here, she seems like she's very intent on it, and after everything she's done, I'm inclined to try and help her, especially since she's going to be looking into the egg for us. But obviously, let's get to the surface first and see what's happened in Everwatch.
Yeah, remembering my idea about going up the stairs. How do these stairs look, by the way? Like,
Yeah, so they're pretty steep, and they're like 10 feet. Oh, Jay, you're humming a bit. They're like 10 feet across.
Hey, Jay.
Jay! Oh, I think.
Yeah,
Echo.
sorry.
Oh, you're
I
hot
had
making
to-
a little bit there.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good.
A lot of it.
I have my mic muted.
It looks as though if you wanted to get a container and transport her straight up through here, it might be doable, but the really big problem is the corners, because it's square shaped and there's so little space, and as it just like jaggedly turns from one end to the other to make the spiral, you know, it would be incredibly difficult to move a container through that.
okay. So let's say this is like a. I'm trying to imagine the dimensions of this. So if we have each of these turns as we go up there, how much space is there between like the end of the stairs and the wall, or the top of the stairs from the previous one, and then the wall on the other side? Like that, okay.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, it's not... There's not much, like, when you're trying to do this turn right here, it would be tricky, but possibly doable.
Okay.
It seems, as you're looking at it, like, you feel like if you had the proper construct, you could maybe do it. But you remember Litra being very concerned, because for her, it's like, if you accidentally cracked it, that would be death, right?
Yep. What if... I don't know how... See, this is, at this point, like, I'm trying not to get trying not to get too much metagame, because I don't know how much, like, arcane magic Hero would know.
Right. Probably not a ton. Like, her magic would be, concerned
Natural
with...
based.
Yeah, exactly, nature.
Okay.
And the other thing, too, is she's no engineer, right? So that'd be the other bit.
I'll start asking Spark about what spells that he knows, or is aware of in the arcane world that might be useful for something like this.
Do I make a check for that, or
What spells you know?
yeah?
It really
Or
depends
know
on
about.
what the
Well,
spell
he said
is.
what I know about.
It depends on what the spell is, so you'll have to ask, like, individually. What spell are you hoping that he knows? Metagame.
Metagame, Tensor's Floating Disc.
Tensor's Floating Disc.
The best
you would know
spell
this spell.
in the game.
You
I would
wouldn't
know
need a
it.
check, you would know of it. It's very infamous. You know, Tensor himself is kind of a, you know, big dick swinging, and his spell has been, you know, immortalized in his name. Pretty much any wizard at past, like, level 2 will know this spell.
Oh yeah,
Like,
well,
not
I
have it in
know
their
it.
book, but know of it.
I do not have access to it currently, but I know of it. Yes.
Well, if we could get that, as I assume you like explain the how it works to me, because you know about the spell.
Yeah, oh yeah. I would
Well-
read the spell.
If it could
Well,
hold
reason
that
that
much
basically he
weight,
rattles off every spell that he's ever heard of while traveling up the
Yeah.
stairs forever.
It's really
may as well.
annoying.
It's like a 3-hour walk. We
Yeah.
need something to take our minds off like the
Exactly.
searing pain in our legs. Like, well, that would make it a lot easier. Keep everything straight, and if the container is small enough, if she can curl up a bit, we might be able to do that.
Yeah,
Definitely give it a
that
lot
would
more
work.
stability.
No, completely out of character. It sounds like a horrible idea.
Well, it only holds 500 pounds, and water weighs quite a bit.
That's true.
He's not
Maybe if-
exactly a small creature either, so
Maybe if we
Uh,
had like other people also lifting it, like have that for the majority of the weight, and then like straps or something that would somebody else can lift it. I don't know. I'm trying to guess.
I don't know. Why are you against going to find the Sphinx? Or you just
I'm
want to
not-
get her out as soon as possible because you feel bad?
I'm not against it, but that's a long trip down there. Like, and then we have to search the desert. Who knows how long that would take?
Sounds fun to me.
I'm not saying it wouldn't.
She's
be,
been
but
waiting for who knows how long. I'm sure even a
Well-
year is that much longer.
Here's the thing,
Um,
she might be able to help us with this sort of situation here. Like, obviously that egg is involved.
Seems pretty
If-
useless without water.
If
I just
we
did some
can-
calculations,
It'd be
and
really heavy.
if we built like an 8-foot by 8-foot container for her and
Oh
filled it
no,
with
it
water,
would not be 8 foot by 8 foot.
It'd be 8 foot by
Well,
like
she's-
4 foot.
It'd be
7
8 by
foot by
3
4 foot.
because my little or that spell was only 3 feet.
8
No,
by 3 might
Yeah,
work.
3 in diameter. So
I still, I
It's still a
really
lot.
don't
That's
think
the water
this is
weighs a lot, and it's not gonna happen.
yeah, just 64 cubic feet, like just 60 or 1 cubic foot of water is 60 pounds. So
Not gonna happen.
yeah.
it would be a lot of water. And she's 8 feet long, so we would have to at least have 8
If we
feet on
go,
one
like,
side.
Even if we go like 6 feet by like 3 feet, that's still a lot. As small
not
as
even taking
possible
height
dimensions,
into account.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously.
Because that would be 6 by 3 is 18.
By
like you could have
two-
10 cubic feet at like barely, not even.
Okay, so while
Could
we
have, like,
play
8
Yeah, it'd be
Dungeons
like
and
a ton.
Engineers here, how about we take a brief break, and
Alright.
while you guys decide the container of your meta gamer dreams, we will take a brief 5 or 10 here and be back in a sec.
I'm also gonna go grab a drink because I don't want this.
Yeah, I want some coffee. I'll be back in a sec too.
There's no way in hell this works.
No. After discussing it with Spark and him being like intelligent enough to like do some calculations in his head real fast, be like, yeah, there's no way we can do this.
I'll help with
This
those
might be
calculations,
this might be
too.
ridiculous, but did we ever even think about just going into that egg like now?
I think she said she
She's
wouldn't
not-
help us until we get her out.
Fair
Not
trade.
necessarily, but yeah, fair trade. The other thing is the
didn't-
waterfall. They said that's how they got her up there in the first place.
Yeah, but we already talked to her up in her other place, and there was no way to get her out from there either.
True. Depends on, because isn't there's supposed to be an exit, right there, in there.
I mean, how'd she
Yeah.
get in here in the first place?
She was summoned
They-
down here.
Yeah, they just bamfed her in.
Ah.
They cheated.
Um,
I mean, she's been thinking about how to get out for how long?
A while.
I'm pretty sure the options she gave us are probably the best.
Probably. Let's see.
She's been thinking about this longer than we've been alive.
No
The only
kidding.
thing I could possibly think of is maybe using like some sort of like dimension door-esque type thing, but even then we would have to have like a
It'd have
body
to
of
be a-
water within like 200 feet.
It'd have to be a full-fledged teleport.
Roll recall.
Like, we'd basically have to find an arcane caster powerful enough to like do a teleportation circle or something.
Underwater.
I'll be right
Well, at that point, I think we can get our little bathtub container and just set it on the teleport thing,
That's
and
true.
like teleport everybody like into the eyeless lake or something. But then if it flubs, then she's dead. So
Come down a little too hard, case breaks, GG.
well, the idea would be like we teleport above or into the lake. Like our forecast would be a little bit wet, but hey. The other, yeah, the only spells that I can think of that would be, good enough to do this would be like higher level spells.
Yeah. Which is probably why we need to find the Sphinx.
Artifacts, yeah.
So this is now 2 long rests underground, like 2 separate
Yeah.
session long rests underground.
Yep.
Chances
We're gonna be
Everwatch
gone
is still
for
standing.
Ever. Yeah. That'd be
I mean, if the mine held, but even then, they were running out of supplies. Like that one sapphire mine probably isn't enough to support an entire town's economy, right?
No. Okay, yeah, there is. The lowest level spell I can think of to be able to get her out of there would be 4th level with polymorph.
Polymorph would be clutch.
But it only lasts an hour. So we'd have
And
to use
who
it like
knows if
multiple
that even
times.
works? She is like
Yeah,
a
no.
immortal being.
True. But it's an unwilling creature must make a wisdom saving throw to avoid the effect. So it could be willing.
But aren't there some creatures that just like are not affected by spells below a certain level?
Yeah.
Or do
that's
they
true.
choose to not be affected by them?
I'm not sure.
Because I know there's like a lot of demons and stuff that are devils. I always get the 2 of them confused.
Rakshasa is the
Yeah,
one.
Rakshasa.
That's real,
Shusha.
What about like shape water?
That
You could just carry her up and like shape water around her the whole time.
what level spell is that?
The cantrip.
Oh, shape water. They cantrips are probably not gonna do it.
Why?
5-foot cube.
Manipulate it.
Well,
She would have to fold herself up real nice and tiny for
I
us.
mean, she chills in the water with her head out, talking to us. She doesn't need to be
That's
fully
true.
submerged.
yeah.
I am
You
back.
can cause the water to form simple shapes and animate at your direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if we could find
And
But the
this
druid
cantrip
cantrip, why didn't you
lasts an
take it?
hour, so you could keep casting it if you wanted.
yeah,
Good
that's
work.
true.
It's-
If you
but
just put a
I don't-
droplet of water on her skin at any given time, she'll be fine.
No, shape water.
Wait, put a droplet of water on her skin and she's fine? Don't you have create water?
He's fucking with you.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, he is.
Jeez. I'm so sorry, Sparky.
Well, hey, I don't fucking know.
Are we all good to dive back in? Is everyone here?
I am here.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Present.
Uchi might not be.
Oh, it's probably
Present.
taking the 20-minute shit.
Classic.
Yeah, yeah, that would be probably our best bet, but I mean, it'd be I think it's like level 6 until you get another cantrip, though. When do wizards get it?
I know.
Watch, it's level 4.
The whole nother like, will it let you carry creatures in that water?
I mean,
Shape
yeah,
water?
I
It
think
doesn't.
we have to
carry
carry her, but we could keep her surrounded by
a
water.
lot
all the
easier than
time.
carrying a fucking barrel
Yeah.
of water.
Have Rook carry her and
Yeah, well,
surround his
why
Oh
not?
my god,
midsection
you
with
get
water.
another cantrip at level 4. This might be a lot closer to being doable than we thought here.
I've returned with dinner.
just waste
Welcome
the
back,
cantrip
Lieutenant.
slot just for this one thing.
Uchi, it seems like we still don't know whether or not the container is a go.
Are we actually
can't
still
hear
Oh, the
discussing this?
container's not a go.
No.
No, the
Okay.
container's out. But
What's in?
shape water.
Water's in right now.
The
That's
cantrip.
what's hot right now. Throw all your karma into shape
Water's
water.
hot.
It can. I mean, it can control. What is it like?
5-foot cube.
Yeah, 5-foot cube.
Well, anyway, we can't get that right now, so we're gonna keep walking up the stairs.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
And who knows, when we get out of here, there's probably going to be a bunch of orcs killing our town, and we're going to have to just...
or it's
Deal with
just
that.
We have a
already
sick
gone.
for it.
engineering plan.
The
I mean,
sickest.
at this point, it's more of a Rook carries her up the stairs while surrounded by water casted by Spark. It's our plan right now. If Spark ever learns control water or whatever it is, shape water, yeah.
Control water would be good too.
Control
But
water
that's
would
a
be pretty
long way out.
good. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Alright, well, let's dive right back in then, shall we?
Yes.
Alright. So you're all traveling up the stairs, and you've had a very lengthy conversation about what to do exactly with this water immortal and her strange sort of predicament. Jay, you've spoken with her quite a bit through the connection in your head, and you've also enjoyed the relative freedom of having no voices, and you find that you can formulate your thoughts much more easily, and there aren't just like these like gibbering vocals that sort of lay over every single thought that you attempt to have. It's really quite nice. You do all eventually make it to the top of the steps after long hours of travel and find yourselves in that very large hallway, which will go down towards the left to what appears to be the chasm where you had seen the dwarves, or down to the right towards what you now know is named Eodbar.
Can we
Take
check on the
Go
chasm?
take it. Where do you want to look?
Should we go check on the chasm?
Yeah,
I
wanna
want
see
to
if
approach
there's-
Rook at this point.
Where the orcs were coming from.
I'm going to take my broken dwarven thingy out
Okay.
and hand it to Rook.
Broken dwarven thingy. Oh, the mechanism.
Okay,
Yeah.
I understand.
And I'm gonna ask him if any of the spirits pop up, ask them if they know how to repair this. Try and get information about it if you can, without asking them straight up, what is this?
Yeah, I got you. I'll with my charming swoos, I'll incorporate this into my conversation.
While he
What
does
is
that,
this?
Sorry. Don't
I'm
mind
sorry,
me.
DM. Do you have something to say?
No, nothing. My charming schmooze, he said.
Yes.
Man, I hope you saw Aldrin yesterday, Ushi. Take a look-see daisies or whatever.
Yes.
Take a look-see.
Did I? Was this late into the night or early?
Oh, I don't remember. It was just fuck. So funny.
It was just
so much
bugged.
gold that session.
Anyway, sorry. So you hand off this mechanism to Rook, and you guys hope that you'll be able to maybe discern something when you go through here, and perhaps it won't just be an episode of him being chased for being an orc. Looksy poo.
That's what it
Awesome. Okay, so you guys, which way are you going then?
Do you guys mind if I take a look at the chasm?
I figured that was
Just
our
don't
way
bring
out.
back any orcs.
I mind if you do.
I-
I don't mind if Felix goes with you.
Okay.
Felix the bat.
Oh yeah, he's around.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Bart, do you want to just do the same thing we did last time?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's probably the safest bet.
Alright.
Both of you, please make for me a stealth roll.
Once again, I will cast guidance on Sparky.
Yo, I'm
Sounds good.
stealthy.
Oh, I am
Oh,
the
shit.
stealth master.
Oh, okay.
It's that's
Roll your d4.
that's 17.
Wow.
20.
Congratulations, without guidance, you would have been fucked.
Oh.
As you all travel down, you notice that things are different here, and that using Felix to scout ahead, you can see that there are some dwarves that continue to stand around this chasm area, and it appears that some of them are almost like standing guard. There's a few sitting
orcs.
nearby, and it appears that they're kind of chatting with one another, and they occasionally look down in your direction, and you think for a brief moment that one of them stops because he hears something, and then just goes back to talking with the group. There aren't large troops of them actually traveling up like you had seen last time, where it was like an army on the move. Instead, it's just a few people sort of sitting around and looking here and there.
I assume you meant orcs, right?
Orcs, yeah.
Yeah.
Orcs
Okay.
and people too.
Oh, you said dwarves.
You said dwarves. as well.
Oh,
The
shit.
doors, I was like,
Oh,
oh,
damn
cool.
it! I'm so sorry that keeps happening. I'm running on like 3 hours of sleep here, but
No,
yeah,
it's fine. I knew it. Just double checking.
I wasn't like sure because it was like similar. They both have that orange
We just,
out in
we
it.
just came out of Dwarfville, so understandable. Okay. Wow. How many about number?
Right now, it
wise?
seems there's 3 that are currently standing guard. These orcs kind of chit-chat with one another and look around, and it seems that they're just kind of surveying
And
the
they
area.
seem pretty separated from any other.
Well,
If
off
there's
in
no
the
one else
chasm,
off
you
in
can
the-
see all sorts of lights here and there, both vertically up and down the chasm of camps all over the place. This area must be infested with them. But yeah, at the end of the hallway that you're looking from, there's only 3.
Okay.
Seeing this, I start pulling Sparky back.
Yeah.
You finish your little look-see-poo.
And the looksy daisy poo is done. Be like,
Let's
there's
have a
still,
look, see Daisy.
still a couple of orcs. There's not a big army marching up, but there are.
Which-
They do still inhabit that chasm over there.
Yeah.
Only a couple directly there, but still some camps further in.
I really don't want to draw attention.
If it was only
To
that
us
few,
right
we
now?
could certainly dispatch them, but they probably call for help, and that would go
Yeah.
badly.
We can't kill all of them, that's for sure.
So,
Let's see if we can find a way back up first. Secure ourselves passage out. And start heading in the other direction.
Okay. So you head
Waiting
back
a
and
bit,
meet the rest of the
So
group.
Uchi.
but the only pathways we saw from there to the lake towards that chasm and back towards Aodbar.
Yes.
Okay.
Once you're in the chasm, you don't know where that would lead, but
No.
you know that's its own dilemma.
Go back
So you
towards
return back to
Aodbar.
the rest of them. What do you want to do?
So we'll tell everybody, you know, there's just a couple orcs there, and they look like they're standing guard, but really don't think it'd be a good idea to engage them right now.
I
To
agree.
get ourselves a passage out. And we might have one. No.
There were a lot
Go
of
check that
more offshoots as we ran through this long hall. Why don't we start there?
Yeah, should be a way out. Hopefully.
Wait. They're in this like long hall to the dwarf door.
In
When we
Aodbar.
originally were running through.
Oh
the-
yeah.
So you all travel back and eventually, after some time, see the familiar gigantic gates of Aodbar. And there, the dead are all kind of packed in behind the doors, much like you remember. And the door is creaked open enough that you can travel inside if you wish.
I make sure to don my everything
Okay.
and to the group. Just wait here for a bit.
Okay.
I'll
Here's
signal if you
hoping
guys
we
can
don't have
come in.
Ghostception.
I will cast guidance on Rook.
Interesting. Okay. You cast guidance on him, and then you step inside, and as you do, the room populates with ghosts that seemingly appear out of thin air. Some move in through the ground, and there's soon a scene playing out in front of you. It looks like an average day in the Dwarven Hall. People sitting down at tables that don't exist anymore, and chit-chatting and talking with one another. Others kind of just wandering about the hall. As you step in, you see some people kind of give you a knowing look, and some of them even give you like a very sort of quick and curt bow, and you're able to just kind of wander in there freely, not being chased by them for being an orc this time.
Well, I continue as casually as possible, and I'll just walk around and act normal, I guess. I just want to feel it out.
Okay. As you wander around, you try and play it off like nothing is happening, and it seems that indeed nobody seems to bother you, and they just treat you like you're anybody else. Every now and then someone addresses you in the familiar name and says, good day, Bellatrix, and kind of, gives you a moment where they nod in your direction and then, like, continue on doing what they're doing.
I'm gonna, like, casually walk near the door and signal for, I guess Jay would be at the front, is what I'd guess. I'd signal the
Yep,
first
I'm right
person near the
behind you.
door to take a foot in.
Okay. You step inside, Jay. Memories of the previous time still fresh in your mind, and they don't attack you, and you're able to enter.
Okay.
Do I see this scene like Rook does?
You do, yeah. And it seems that they're not hostile to Rook like last time.
I
Uh,
signal for everybody to come through.
Okay, I'll follow.
Seems safe.
I'm gonna ask Rook as I get up next. I'm just gonna whisper towards him, like,
As I
very
signal,
quietly.
I don't want you to speak. I just put my hand over yours.
Okay.
Over your mouth.
Can I just like pull out the key, and, like
And then
point
whisper
to it?
sweet nothings in your ear. What about the key? You're gonna hand it to him?
No, I just want to point at it. Like I just want to pull out that key and like point
yeah,
at it.
yeah. Okay, yeah, you show Rook that you still have the key.
I also want to be carrying like the mechanism, like not like presenting it, but like as if it was a book under my arm, but just like to my side.
Right, okay. What do you want to do?
I remember how many, as like casually walking around, how many offshoots did I see?
It seems to be structured the same way as the last one you went in, where there's a couple of openings at the back end, and then there's a couple on the sides as well. You know where one of the ones at the back end goes to.
I guess how many offshoots? 4 again?
Yeah, so 4, but you know where one of them goes.
Okay, so I guess I'll start with the like leftmost offshoot.
Okay. Traveling down there, the halls are quite populated. There's many ghosts, and you see that there's dwarves all sort of chit-chatting with one another, and they're very, they seem to be in good spirits. It's like a really nice day in the Dwarven Hall, and they kind of gossip about things like different mining excursions or things that have happened between like a newlywed couple, and it's just an average day here. As you travel down, you realize that you're going through a hall which is basically like the main dormitory where the bulk of the population live. Do you want to try going into the individual rooms?
Is it just a lot of rooms for people to be stored?
You see a lot of rooms there.
Storage space for people.
Dwarf storage facility.
People to be
Filthy.
That's pretty much about it. You can see that some of them appear to be larger than others, like they're spaced out more, and it's just like apartments upon apartments.
I don't care too much, but if I see like I don't know, like a dweeby-looking dwarf. I don't know how that can be specified in like
Dweeby.
the ye old ages. Maybe he has some Yu-Gi-Oh cards in hand or something.
Right, right.
But if I see like some kind of dwarf that has some
If
kind
you
of
see Uchi, except
technical,
he's a dwarf.
like some kind of technical specialist, maybe he has like specs. I don't know. They probably wouldn't have that in ancient times.
Yeah,
he has like
roll
a
insight.
blacksmith.
You don't know shit about dwarves, but you're gonna see if
Don't
your
know
gut
shit.
can guide you here. Oh, you're
Nope.
screwed.
Good, you know where.
You are the weeb.
Gets a 1.
All
Okay.
of them are weaves.
You go over towards one that you're pretty sure is one of the like dweebier dwarves that might know something about this.
Okay. I go. I found these in the. I found this in the halls. I'll like present it to him. I'll present it to him.
He looks over
Present
at you
yourself.
and he says, "Oh, hey, Bellatrix. Yeah. Well, what about it?"
Fuck. Do you know where I can find more?
In the armory, obviously. Are you all right?
I'm doing fine, and I'll keep walking.
Okay. You walk away, and as you do, you notice that, like, the forms of the ghosts are kind of, like, phasing in and out of existence. Like, the illusion is almost, like, starting to fade away.
Alright, we're gonna. Oh, let's hope we don't fuck up another one. Go down to the next hallway, obviously skipping the prison.
Okay. So are you checking the one at the back wall, which is alongside the prison one, or the one on the side, like on the right wall?
Alongside the prison.
Okay. So back there, you find what appears to be a fairly long hallway, and in here there are no ghosts. There's nobody until you get towards the end of it, where there are 2 ghosts that appear to be guards, and they're standing there with their heavy hammers kind of attached to their belts and things like that. And beyond them appears to be a staircase that goes up into the ceiling.
I'll say like good day to them and start heading up the staircase.
One of them gives you a quick salute and goes, "Bellatrix?"
I'll
Fucking elf name.
I'll
More I hear it.
start heading up.
Oh, okay. As you go up the stairwell, it becomes obvious to all of you that this is a very long stairwell, and you go for 10 straight minutes before it takes you anywhere. Do you want to keep going?
How about we don't?
Yeah, let's nobody speaks.
Okay.
I'm gonna check out the last hall. You can follow me. I don't care.
Okay, you go back, and as you're going through there, one of the guards turns towards you and says, everything in order?"
Everything was fine. Everything was fine.
Right, and he like quickly kind of looks off in the distance, and as you guys head back down the hall, you go towards the last one. This one seems to have not only the majority of the facilities available, but also a couple of bedrooms and residences that look like they're a lot nicer than the rest. So you find like an armory and like an area where apparently fungi are being grown, stuff like that. But you also find like a couple of very lavish living quarters.
Are the living
Which
quarters
is-
populated?
Yeah, if you look in them, most of them are empty, but one of them's got what appear to be like a set of dwarven nobles kind of talking with one another.
Okay.
They give you a look. It's clear that they recognize you, and they give you like a brief bow as you walk by in the hallway.
I'll wave them.
Yeah.
Aside from the noble-looking rooms, it was the garden, basically.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's kind of curious. As you look in there, you see a ghost that looks as though he's harvesting them, almost. Like he goes over and he cuts off some of the mushrooms and places them in like a basket in his arm.
No armory in this wing?
No, you did pass one.
Okay. I'll peek in there.
You find in here what appears to be a very sort of empty armory. And there's a couple of pieces of armor and some weapons that are laid scattered about on their racks, but most of it has been pilfered, probably now placed over by the doorway.
There's no more of these weird mechanical contraptions. Is it?
Sadly, no. As you look around, it seems they're not there.
Were there any more service halls that I misheard, or was it just the garden, armory, and living
Yeah,
quarter?
you've seen most of it by now.
Nothing too treasury looking?
Ah, yeah, interestingly enough, it seems Eodbar doesn't exactly have a vault, and the whole facility and everything, though still very impressive, is not nearly as large as, like, the halls of Dungandar or Badenbrock.
Okay. Um... I'm gonna signal to the group, like... Not... I'm gonna start making my way to the stairs, and I look to my group.
Okay.
See if there's any, like, signs of... not.
I shrug.
It just nods.
You head back towards the stairs, and you're gonna head up there again?
There's nothing else in the main hall? It's just...
Yeah, it seems
As-
like a bunch of dwarves just having their, like, their regular day.
I'll make like a water motion and point to the lake door.
Okay.
I like look at you with shrug.
Nod.
Then
Wink again.
there's nothing special about the living quarters. It seemed all normal and basic.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, I'll start heading up the stairs.
Okay.
Jay's gonna pull on your sleeve and point towards the lake.
I again shrug.
Then I start walking towards the lake.
Okay.
I pull on Rook's shirt and point towards the ceiling.
It appears we're at an impasse.
I just put my hand on like Yu's shoulder and I like make a small, like a pinching kind of, not pinching, but like. Fuck! I can't follow Jay.
Rolling for sadness.
Okay.
I'm
You
very
follow
sad.
Jay and head down the hall that you've been down before, which eventually leads to this strange sort of like underwater area. As you get there, you can see a couple of guards stand here as well.
Like next to the doorway.
Yep. You know that like
Okay.
just through that doorway there's like the lever and the water and everything.
I don't want to pass. I don't pass through the doorway. I just
Okay.
say good day and
Yeah.
Just
they give
checking
you a
through
brief
everything.
nod as you pass by. So you're turning back around?
looking at my party.
Last time we were here, we didn't see the whole shore or anything. All we saw was like the lever, the like archway.
You
and,
didn't
like,
travel all
tiny
the way
bit of
down
shore.
one of the shores, no.
Yeah, so I'll point towards the place that we haven't explored yet.
I shrug and I just point, not point, but I look at you and I nod.
Okay.
I'm just sad. Why are we here? We're just going to spend like another like 5 hours exploring a fucking coastline with nothing here.
Alright. You start to travel down along the shore, and as you do, you eventually get to a point where it looks like it caps off, and the shore whittles away into the wall until there's just water ahead of you. You
Okay.
can sort of see, like, off in the distance, it's just, like, dark water, but you know that, like, beyond the edge of your vision, there must be that little island out there.
Just kind of like nod to myself, turn back around, and give Rook a thumbs up. I'm satisfied kind of look.
Give a strong salute to the guards.
Okay.
Good work, and I'll walk off.
They give you a salute as well as you continue going. And where do you guys
I'm gonna
want to go
start-
next?
Just keeping like affinity points for Josh's character.
Affinity points?
It's just like, you know, how much does my character actually like the elf? 'Cause this would have been like a -5.
And then up.
Okay.
I'm gonna
You
start
did
making.
not like that.
Oh, yeah. You
You
remember
strongly
this.
dislikes that.
You will
Um,
remember your decision.
While we were in the lake cavern, did we hear any rushing water?
Oh, no, you didn't.
Okay.
So you travel over towards the stairs again, yes? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you start to travel up it, and it seems as though your efforts to like not talk when you didn't have to and try to act normal have paid off, and you managed to leave there unscathed, and the visions not only didn't break, but the ghost didn't turn against you and inflict their sort of horrible aging effect on any of you. As you travel up, you realize that this is going to take some time, and you travel up the stairs for 10 minutes, 20, half an hour goes by, it continues and
More
continues.
stairs.
Without saying a word, I just look at Jay's knees and keep walking.
Expecting them to fucking explode any minute.
Just a forlorn look at his knees.
As you stare at them, you can practically hear like sandpaper being like rubbed against itself in your head.
I'll turn into a dire wolf and
I
let either
don't-
Spark or Jay ride.
Oh, God.
Would you even?
I got a lot
How
of
large is
armor
a
on.
dire wolf? How large
A
is a dire
large
wolf?
creature.
Wasn't the staircase in the other one like 10 feet wide? Don't imagine the ceiling being that high either. You're a dire wolf.
Yep.
Seems like it'd be really fucking cramped.
You'd
Okay.
all have to. You couldn't walk alongside him, but he could still do it. You'd have to like put him in front or behind you all.
Then never
Yeah, I know,
mind
but he's
then.
wanting somebody to ride him.
Then never mind.
You keep traveling
if
for a
it's
while,
not high enough.
and eventually the staircase ends, and you find that there's a open area in front of you, and it's like a like there's a mezzanine in front of you almost, like a pathway that goes left and goes right, and directly in front, if you were to keep going, is just a straight drop. And you hear the sound, the breathing, and the rumble that comes up from the deep. And it reminds you of what you had seen beyond that door back when you had the encounter with the gargoyle.
Oh my god, are we in that
This
place?
seems
My
Mhm.
character is like going full
familiar.
PTSD right now.
It'll be alright, you. It may not even be
I
a
don't
sin
want
place.
your.
I
don't
put
want
my
your
mouth.
comfort.
I put my hand over your mouth.
What comfort from the elf?
If anything, I'll put my arm around you while walking.
Just push them both off the cliff.
There-
Problem
now,
solved!
there's
Problem
the-
solved!
I only
There's
die in
the-
this one place. Dying in the same place twice.
Now if I remember, there's the door to the right, where it's the
Well, you're not sure exactly where
Well-
you are direction-wise in comparison to this other place, but yeah, it seems that the walkway here with the chasm in front, the walkway goes both left and right.
Left, right?
I'm gonna go right first.
Okay.
Alright.
You travel right for a while, and as you do, you occasionally hear this, and you're traveling for a long time. What's interesting is that this chasm here is different, and though it also goes like deep down into the ground, you don't see the fires of different orc camps littered around. As you continue, you eventually come upon the great doors that you can see there from a previous adventure.
I turn back to my group and I guess there's
I'm
no
like-
doors around, right? I don't see any doors.
No, as you look around, there are none. No
Cover
bars,
my still-
eyes.
nothing.
I still like put a finger over my lips like a shh motion,
Okay.
but I'll say out loud, "We don't need to go in there," and I start heading back.
Interesting. Okay. So you're gonna turn away from the doors, and are you gonna continue going right, or are you gonna turn back left?
Go to the juncture and then go the other way.
Okay, so you travel back to the area where you had surfaced from the stairwell, and you go in the other direction, and you find that though it keeps pace for a while, it eventually starts to go vertically downwards. Do you want to
Ugh.
continue?
Vertically down.
It seems to spiral
No.
along the chasm and travel down towards the noise.
I
You guys
look.
sure?
I look to Jay's knees and then to Jay.
No.
I just give him a look that very plainly says, "Where the fuck are we going?"
Give him a look that says, I'm 40, not 80, you fuck.
But like, no doors around?
No, you don't see any.
I'll say out loud. Well, we know that the other pathway is blasted and blocked off. So
Possibly. I
no,
don't
not
remember.
possibly. We heard it and we saw it.
Maybe there's
mean?
another entrance there. I don't know.
Maybe they have an actual entrance. Like, so we entered that place via a crack in the roof of a dwarven room. But there's supposed to be an actual entrance to the surface through Eodbar.
True.
Or not through Eodbar, but through this place. So, we don't actually know for sure if there's no way out that way. And going down a spiraling staircase into the dark is certainly not going to get us out.
I mean, do we want to explore this while we're here, or maybe this spiral continues upwards until it hits the surface?
It's not going up; it's going down.
Yep.
Down does not equal up.
No. The other direction. Because there was more pathway past that door.
Was there?
Was there?
Yeah, so right where the dwarven doors open up to this chasm, you guys had come in, like, so if you're looking from those doors straight ahead, there's the chasm. You guys had come up from that left area and then turned back around, but you could continue going right.
Oh, I didn't know there's more. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There was. I didn't. I miss like Drew in my mind. I guess. We keep going that way.
Okay, yeah, I can draw like a
keep
simple
going
thing in here. Let me get that for you.
We turn around and go back that way, because I do want to know that thing goes in a spiral staircase down, so we don't make another trip back over here to
So
find
it's
out.
like little staircase over here, and you know that this kind of like goes down, and this over here would have like the great doors further up. Like obviously not as close, but much further. So there is more area up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm so yeah. We keep going down the door hallway. I'm sorry.
We keep going this way, is what you're saying.
Yeah. That way.
Like, we
Okay.
wouldn't have gone down at all.
You continue to travel, and as you do, you eventually find that it ends. But there is salvation there, another staircase that goes upwards. This one is not nearly as well built as the others. It doesn't have any time put into it as far as carving for the sake of looking pretty. It's like a little access way. They'll clearly have dwarven make, and everything is very sort of like straight line, the way that they like to build.
Here we go.
I walk up.
Okay.
Yep.
You travel for some time. It's a bit shorter than the other stairwells, which is a nice change, until eventually you find yourself popping out through the top. And as you do, you can see that you're in a tunnel. And the tunnel proceeds out towards the left, and it also proceeds out towards the right. And I'll have everyone please make a perception check.
Yay, more responses. More!
13.
15.
9.
21.
Okay. With that 21, you can hear down the hall, Jay, what sounds like Orcish speak towards the left. It's very faint, and then from the looks of the faces of your companions, it seems none of them have noticed.
I instantly grab everyone, like, with hands over their mouth and just shush and then point that way and mouth orcs.
Yeah, the fact that you were all walking up here without really talking or anything must have been your salvation and what kept them from hearing you. Now, from the right, you don't hear anything. You have no idea what would be down there.
So to the right then we adventure.
I nod. Point that direction.
I look at Sark and make, like, wing motions.
User entered your channel.
Oh,
Give him a
interesting.
puzzled
And
look.
then-
User disconnected from your channel.
Okay.
Nobody mind that.
Yeah, I'll look at Spark and kind of make, like, wing motions, and then, like, look at the rest of the group questioningly.
What? Oh.
I'll give like a nod, like I think I know what you're talking about.
I point at Rook. And then I just want a question mark to appear above my head.
You have a quest?
Yes, you've already finished the quest. It's called going up, not down.
I was gonna say it's called "Get me the fuck out of here" and stop trying to loot everything.
I point right and I like tug on Rook's sleeve.
Okay, so you guys are gonna travel right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Away from
and
the
then
noise, then.
I'll whisper as quietly as Rook can. Felix?
As quietly as Mook's mother.
Yeah, make a stealth check for me, Rook.
What? Is that actually a stealth check?
Yeah, I'm serious.
What? Oh, fuck
I'm
me.
super serial.
Is this disadvantage?
No.
Please don't roll a 1. Okay.
Okay, your whisper is very quiet, and you think for a brief moment it might have been heard as the speak of the orcs disappears, and then it comes back and resumes its normal pace.
As quiet as Rook mother when a baby is asleep.
Yes.
Is my whisper like equal to human yelling?
Well, you're in a cavern where everything echoes, and you also don't know how close these guys are. So what do you want to do?
Find familiar has.
His metal boots clang
If he's
across the
already
stone
out,
floor.
like I never send him away. Does it still need to be cast like with the components?
No, you can just summon him. He's basically in
Okay.
a pocket dimension waiting for you. It's only if
All
like,
right.
he dies or something.
Okay, I'll do that then. Send him in.
Okay, Felix the Bat shows up once again, and you send him out. And as he scouts down further that area, you find that not more than 40 feet around the bend, there's a group of orcs. There appears to be about a dozen of them. Though most of them appear to be sleeping.
Oh.
That was down the path to the left or the path that we're walking on?
The path to the left, you guys are still like at the top of the stairwell here.
Okay.
The path to the right is straight, and it goes further into the darkness past what you can see.
Oh, the left was the sleeping orcs?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, what's right?
So towards the right, if you send Felix down there, you can see... Ah, okay. That down the way, there appears to be a blocked off path. There's a tunnel there where there's a bunch of rocks that keep you from getting through. But you're actually able to make it past the rock blockade, and there's a small hole at the top of it that Felix is able to shuffle through. And when he gets through, he's just on the edge of your vision, and you can see what looks to be light.
Okay. I'll bring it back. And I'll quietly point that way, like, time to go. Like, let's go this way.
So, like, that's you guys, basically, and then over here would be, like, a bunch of rubble. And there's definitely orcs over here.
Yeah, I motion, like, the orc way, like, no go. Slit my throat, like, motion, don't go that way. To
Okay.
the right, I'll say, like, thumbs up. Go that way.
I'll nod and then like walk around the corner till I can see this pile of rocks and then just stop there and just turn around and give him like a
Thumbs down.
what? like
No.
hands
least-
out like
Fine.
At least Josh is fine. He can turn into a lizard and go through the tiny ass hole.
Yeah, what,
Or he Misty steps himself through.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Well, so you said he was on my
We're
edge
being
of my...
abandoned.
Well, you said Felix on the edge of my vision. Now that I'm closer, what's through the hole?
Ah. Okay, so you guys start to move in that direction. I'll have everybody make a stealth check, please. And you do have
man.
disadvantage, Rook.
So do you, Jay?
And me, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
That one
Oh,
is
Stealthy
no,
as Rook
a
mother
9.
when babies
Oof.
sleep.
does my
I have
24 help any of that?
I got double 4s.
I got a 1 and a 2.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You guys
Holy
step
shit.
around, and you only make it to like about here when the voices of the orcs stop, and the clinking of your companion's armor seems to have sent a noise going down the left side of the tunnel.
I like motion
I
to
just
Sparky. As to
Draw
like
my weapons.
illusion.
Oh, yes, I'll do that. cast the wall.
Oh, very cunning. You see what appears to be an orc step around the corner, and you hear him before you see him as his battle axe drags on the ground, metal on stone. And there, this hulking figure makes his way around the corner and looks directly down there. And as he does, he pauses, and then he turns back, and you actually know what he says, Rook, because you speak Orcish. He calls a friend of his a fucking idiot, and then moves back.
I just nod.
Okay.
Oh, you fucking idiot.
I'll like put my hand on Rook's back, like, that was a good call.
And then he leaves and heads back down there.
We
That's when one orc is far less perceptive than the other, but gets conned into checking out the noise.
Would me like grandma shuffling not make noise? Like, what's the least amount of noise I can do while moving?
Yeah, I would rule that you could make less if you moved, like, you know, a couple of inches every few seconds, like really, really slowly.
I do that.
Okay, you guys are gonna do
I'm
like
doing the
this.
same exact
That's
thing.
fine.
Okay,
We got time.
you guys shuffle as slowly as you can, and you do eventually get it here, though you make some noise along the way, and it appears that the noise that you make isn't enough to rouse the orcs, and that perhaps because of the spat that they're getting into over there, they just don't pay any attention to you. You eventually make it over here, and you can see the rubble. This looks like an area that's been completely caved in, though, like you know from the vision of your friend Felix, there is a small hole up at the top. And since you're looking through his eyes right now, and Felix can extend further down, you eventually see what looks like small slivers of light peering through a tunnel that has been boarded up with like 2x4s. The surface is close. It's very, very close.
If we were to talk, like, whisper, powwow, would we be heard? Like, how far
Now
is
that you're
this?
all huddled here, you could probably whisper between one another, as long as you really keep it down.
Go let your orcs pick through the wall.
Okay, so before we just start talking, I'll just say everything, so I'm not whispering. It's like really annoying. Just
Yep.
everything
I
I am
cast
saying.
silence right here.
Oh,
Ooh.
interesting.
Wait, how tall is
Ritual
the
cast?
tunnel first before I do that?
Yeah, what's the radius on silence?
The silence radius is 30 feet, I believe.
You're fine. Yeah, so you create
20 foot,
basically-
20 foot radius.
Yeah, it's like a barrier of sound there where nothing passes through, and that's a cool way to use the spell. So you block it off, and you're pretty confident no sound will make it pass.
That's how it works.
And I
Ritual
look
cast
towards
or regular
Rook.
cast?
I'm just gonna regular cast this shit.
Okay.
I don't know if you can ritual cast it.
I think
It's not a ritual.
Yeah, no sound can be
But it-
created within or pass through a 20-foot radius sphere, and yeah, it covers
so
the whole
cool.
thing. So, like in theory, like your sound could
that's
vibrate through the
ritual.
walls, but you're in solid rock, so yeah, you're good. Go for it.
After I cast that, I kind of turn to the party and I'm like, alright, we should be good. Do you guys want to pick our way out of this? And then I
Oh.
stop and I look back and see if anything comes around the corner. After speaking in normal tone.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you look back over there and nothing comes around, and you can actually hear like the dampening sound effect, like how your voice is no longer echoing on one of like the previous areas where it could.
I just
Nice.
start working
Huh.
then. I pick up my pickaxe and just start working on the.
Ooh.
I'm gonna do my best to just help him pulling shit away.
I'll keep that illusionary wall
Oh, okay. Yeah, just in case. All
in
right.
case someone comes around.
Let's see how long silence lasts for. Silence lasts for
Up to
10 minutes. Okay. The
And
pickaxe
if
comes
need
in
be,
handy.
I'll cast it again to get 20 minutes total, but
If need be.
that's all I can do.
Okay.
you
Yeah.
can ritual cast it. That is a ritual. So
Is it?
you could, yeah, you can just take a cast time of 10 minutes and keep that up for as long as you want it.
Yeah, in theory. There'd probably be like a couple seconds gap in between, but yeah.
Yeah.
So you go to town here, and this pickaxe that you wanted to bring here, that you had sassed a dwarven miner for earlier, comes really in handy. And you're starting to make some progress here, Rook, as you go chipping away. People who don't have tools can kind of move rocks on occasion, but you're the one that's like really kind of picking through this. Go ahead and make a strength check for me.
Yeah, I will
For
cast
athletics.
guidance on Rook rather
nice.
than really helping too much because I'm not strong.
Hey,
Neither am I.
that boy.
Wow.
23.
Okay. You're feeling just absolutely like, you know, strong man who knows that like, everything he
Like
knows and
Grandmother.
loves is around the corner, right? Like, I can finally
Like-
leave this horrible place.
The sadness of like Yu's eyes are just penetrating me.
Yeah.
I'm just fueled.
And
Let me go get the fucking video.
you go smashing away and rock pieces are falling, and eventually you have a hole large enough that even you could fit through there.
As like silence is still up, yeah? Like
Yes, and
am I
you've-
comfortable to
You've
talk?
managed to do it in like 7 minutes. There's still a few minutes left of Jay's spell.
I go, guys, we're out and this is perfect. But we also gave the orcs a way out.
We have to put the rocks back.
Can
Well,
you
we can kill them.
They
How-
were
No.
like,
But
some of them
think
were
rocks would
sleeping.
be-
we
Only a
don't
couple
have
of
J
them were-
spells and we don't have to do this. We can just leave, maybe thunder wave the walls.
If I yeah,
Fill it back in. We have all the rocks. We've been
Yeah.
carrying all the rocks.
if I thunder wave,
Just-
it's gonna fuck up this whole barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
you're
can
not
just-
sure if it's going to create a larger hole or if it'll actually cause like some cave in. Which
When
would
we get
help.
on the other side, you can just mine some of the wall or something and throw
Oh,
that
true,
in.
true.
That'll work.
Let's just
Yeah.
get through.
So you
before
guys
they
can
come
crawl
around.
through.
Yeah.
Yep.
You are
And
now
then-
on the other side. It takes some time, but just as your spell's finishing there, you get over.
When we're on the other side, I'm gonna look through the area there, and I am going to use my second level spell and cast silence just on the other side of the wall,
Okay.
like
And then-
here-ish.
I'll start picking to bring the wall down again, basically.
I will support with guidance.
Yeah, you hit the area nearby,
I will walk over
hoping to
here.
dislodge some rocks, and you guys find some other ones laying around nearby and try to wedge them in there. You don't know how much this would hold, but it's disguised well enough that by the time that you're finished with it, it looks like it's almost like natural, like this area is still blocked like it was before.
Okay. And then I look to the party and just say, let's get out. Let's get the fuck out.
Agreed. Let's go.
Yeah. There's a wooden
How long
barricade.
do we have
over
left
there.
on silence at this point?
How long
We
is
can-
left on it?
We could have been over
Yeah,
here. While
after
maybe
we
it's
filled
done.
this hole in. Okay, I'm gonna tell everybody to rush because don't we know there's boards that we have to get through too? That's gonna make noise.
I
Yeah.
just kick
Well,
it.
while he was like filling that in, could I go like remove the boards?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So you go over there and work on slowly removing them. It seems like they've been affixed to the outside, but there's some boards that seem to be weak enough that you can kind of like gnaw at them with your short sword a bit and then snap them. And as you do, you can see the beautiful daylight that lies beyond, and you're coming out of one of the mine shafts that faces towards Everwatch. Congratulations, as you guys all burst through. You're the first people to travel to the Underdark and not die.
Yeah.
Wow.
In
Amazing.
any illusion campaign.
A big round
And
of
we're level
applause.
4. Wow, guys.
Yeah.
Party.
Well, Jay is, at least.
Oh,
Would be a
man.
shitty level 4 to have the DM tell you, yeah, these are the stats you have to pick.
Yeah, you leveled and I spent it on this.
Should we board this back up, or
Wait, did I actually level?
No.
No.
It was worth a shot.
What
Of
will,
course not.
We need to
You
get
don't know that. We might level at the end of this.
I
Don't say
actually
that.
first
No.
bear
Alright,
hug
let's,
everybody.
we'll start
Nope.
putting the boards back.
board it back up? Get to town.
I want to like very specifically remember where.
Same.
Well, we don't want to block it off.
Yeah, we want to be able to get back in.
Do we? Like, okay, so do we? We want to be able to get back in, yet we want to leave the security risk without telling the fucking king.
No,
No.
I think we should tell the king, but we should try to persuade him to
That sounds
somehow.
like a
Keep an eye
horrible
on it.
idea.
But
I mean,
Okay.
we caved it back in, and they haven't It is a matter
okay,
of
caved
kinda.
it back in is is very questionable. We
I'd
put some
say
stones in the middle of the hole.
I'd say we should tell him that we caved it back in because technically it's true, and then just say, however, because of the noise, we should have somebody watch it for a few days. You know?
I don't
Nah,
agree
we'll
with
tell him
any
the
of
truth.
this.
Gotta love
I
it when
say
your
we tell him the
cleric,
truth.
your good aligned cleric is the one who goes, we'll say this because technically it's true.
I mean, it is, but
It's not technically true. We didn't cave it in.
Jay is
Caving
also
it in
very
would require,
committed to
like,
being
the
able to
passage
get back
collapse.
to Litra.
This is true.
it's true.
Okay, so you guys are gonna head
She
back
just
towards the
saved
castle,
me.
yes?
Yeah.
Oh, it is a
Bask in the
beautiful,
sunlight.
beautiful autumn day outside
Ah,
as you
yes.
guys step out there. You
Autumn.
can see trees off in the distance, away from the
Still
rocky
autumn?
outcrops.
It's still autumn.
And it is still autumn, indeed.
There's a small.
I
if there's
high
a small
five
child.
everybody as
Wait,
we realize
autumn
it's still
of which
autumn.
year?
It's been
Don't
like
say
3
that.
years.
Don't say that.
But the orcs are still in the cave, and Litra still remembers us for some reason.
Perhaps most
Um,
important, the city of Everwatch still stands, and you can see fires that burn over there, like billows of smoke that come out from the tops of buildings, and there must be people, and everything seems fine for the most part. You also notice close to you that the mine shaft that you had originally used to enter is still being used, and you see what looks like a dwarf who exits there with a large, what's it called, like a wheelbarrow sort of in front of him with a bunch of ore, and kind of carts it out.
Do I
You should go to
recognize
the
him?
dwarf. You should go to the dwarf, that one dwarf that was giving us sass, and give him back his pick. And
Do I
call him
rec-
an asshole.
The one that caved our
do I
asses
recognize
in.
the dwarf that came out?
No, he just looks like one of the average workers.
Oh, you know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna do that.
It's gotta happen, man. This is so necessary.
First, though, we
I
should
am so
head to the cave.
down for this.
Okay, so you're headed where?
To find
To the
the
king.
overseer, right?
Straight to
Super?
the king. First thing in the morning, you guys travel through, and as you make your way in and out of the
Is it
city,
the morning?
you notice a few things. Yes, it is. It seems like it's early morning, like maybe like a couple of hours have passed.
Our sleep schedule's all fucked up.
All sorts of fucked up. You're probably gonna want to sleep by the time like the afternoon comes around.
I have a question for a rando on the street after you're done.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you entered the street. How about you ask that question? You see a woman walking by with her kid, and she kind of gives you a look as you approach.
Ma'am, sorry for the random question, but what's the day's date?
Oh, the 75th.
30 days passed. 32 days.
That's
Write that
good
in.
to know. Thank you. And I just give her a genuine smile, and I'll have a good day.
She gives
I'll
you a
keep
smile,
walking.
and her kid kind of head off down the road. As you
And later you hear the kid is like, Mommy, that was just a filthy orc. Why did you talk to him?
Does the town seem more lively than when we left it?
Or less.
Interesting. As you look about and try and gauge that, how about you roll insight?
Oh, I shall do such a thing.
Can I do
rather
that as well?
insightful.
As we're walking
He's
Oh,
not
that's,
rather insightful.
That's only a 6.
You don't know
so
shit,
it's-
but
it's
yeah,
not
go
gonna
ahead and
cut it.
roll that. Anybody else who wants to check?
That's a 19 plus
Okay.
A
something.
nat 20.
Is that like how many times in a row did I just roll nat 20?
I don't know. Damn, dude. Straight fire tonight. Those of you with the high rolls, both you and Irisville, as you look around, it does seem that the city is marginally better. Not by a lot, but it does seem a bit busier.
Good.
Money. Money everywhere. Happiness frolicking through the streets wanting to pickpocket somebody but won't.
The good news does seem to be layered with bad news, though, because as you wander around, you do notice that the lodge is still closed. And so whatever is happening there must still be going. And you can see that in the market area, it still hasn't really recovered to its full grandeur. But as you head towards the castle, you do see more people on the street than you had before.
You know, Ghostwatch, I feel like we're doing something good.
I feel like we just wandered in a cave and accomplished very little, but got a lot of information.
We
However,
just
I never
laid a
want to
bunch
go
of
to a fucking
ghosts
cave
at
again.
us.
Well, I don't know if we have a choice. We'll have to talk to Brick.
Fucking caves, man. He's probably gonna think we're dead.
We need to tell them about all those orcs. Where did they go up to?
Yeah.
That's still an important worry.
you guys eventually make it in front of the castle gates, and the guard here appears to be one that has already seen you before. You recognize him for a second, he recognizes you. And he says, audience with the king?
Audience.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he gives you a
You
quick
know it.
nod, and he heads back on through the door.
Well, I stop him before he goes through.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you kind of grab his arm, and he turns around.
And some good meat. I want meat. I want meat very badly right now.
Right, well,
And
here.
meat.
And he, like, reaches into his pocket, and he gives you, like, a piece of beef jerky that he just has.
I go thanks, and I take it.
I'll cook something for you later, bro.
Having been living off of, like, rations and good berries down in the Underdark for so long, like, this piece of beef jerky, complete with its bit of pocket lint hanging off the side, is, like, absolutely the most amazing thing. It tastes so good. You can't deny, it's just like, yes.
Oh,
Guys want pocket jerky?
hell yeah.
Give me some of that pocket jerky.
I'm alright.
Okay.
I look at you and I just have like, I don't even know how to express my face right now.
The guard eventually comes back and motions for you to follow him.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually you're taken through the familiar halls and then left alone there in front of the grand doors that lead to the throne room itself.
Okay, well, head right in.
Rick, we're not dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you step inside, you can see that there, over by the throne itself, there is a couple of tables, much like you remember, and papers are laying all about. And Brick is there, and he turns up, and he sees you all, and he says, "Oh my god, it's good to see you guys again."
Good to see you.
We're
We're
too.
alive.
I never want to go in a cave
Does-
again. Please never send us
Does
back.
Brick seem at all surprised about me?
About your appearance? Yeah, it
Yeah.
takes a minute as he looks over, and he kind of wanders towards your group, and right before he's about to, like, kind of give you a congratulatory handshake, Rook, because you're, like, kind of at the head of the group, he just, like, stops and, like, takes his hand back and, like, looks over at Jay, and he goes, "You,
Ran into some ghosts. Didn't come out so well. It's me, Jay.
you doing okay?"
He's hurt a little bit.
I
Fuck.
chuckle.
Well,
Yeah.
at
But on
least
the
you're
plus
all
side-
alive, right?
Yeah. On the plus side, we got a lot to tell you.
I'm also
The,
pimped out in ancient dwarven gear.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about. Here, come in, have a seat. And you see he goes and motions towards a guard nearby, standing on the edge of the wall. And he runs over with like chairs and things like that. And soon people prepare, kind of like a sort of round table, as they take multiple tables and push them together. And Brick seats himself at the head of the table.
Okay.
I just dump all my dwarven shit on the table. Like, hold on, let me go through what I have. I have that huge shield. I have the dwarven maul, the dwarven sword, the dwarven helmet, the dwarven little mechanism thingamajig.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it. Yeah, that's it.
He looks over it all, and you can tell he was like about to say something, and pauses and says, "Wow, this is really something." And he goes over and grabs like the helm and inspects it.
Oh, I also put the adamantium, or sorry, the shiny bar that we have on the table.
I
He
have
just stops what he's
Adamantium.
doing and just like immediately looks at that.
Sorry, that's Jay's. I redact
I
that.
I'd pass it to you.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But
then
can
it's on
you
the
ask
table.
him what my knickknack is that I got?
Oh yeah, while he's inspecting everything, I'll go. We have a lot of stories, but
I'll put
We-
the two halves of the elven artifact on the table as well.
Okay, this is a lot to look at here, guys. What's going on?
So we got a helmet from an ancient dwarven general, which allowed us to talk with ghosts, and they all thought we were the dwarven general, and allowed us to walk through places. It was kind of nice and creepy. Then we got
What-
a shiny metal bar. We've
He
got a
takes the
broken elven
bar and
artifact.
holds it there, and he says, "I know what this is." He says, "Do you know what this is?"
No,
Expensive?
but
Shake
it
my
sounded
head.
looked
Shake my head
valuable.
no.
Do I know what it
Given
is?
where it
Can I
was.
do a history check or something?
You can go ahead and make a straight intelligence check.
Fuck you. Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Nope.
He takes the bar and he says, "Where did you find this?"
Ancient dwarven runes.
Ancient
The
dwarven
vault,
vault.
to be precise.
Oh,
I didn't get fried extra crispy on this one.
This is a sizable fortune.
What
My eyes
is
go
it?
wide.
This bar is worth more than either of those magical items that you have.
What is it?
Does this mean we're not poor anymore?
We're not poor!
It's mithril. I'm curious to see how you would recover something like this.
Well, as you said, all she speaks is true. It was an ancient dwarven vault. We
Like the Great Hall of Durngander? I think there are like myths about it?
oh yeah.
Dungander, indeed.
Dungander.
Dungander.
That was in the vault of Dungander.
His eyes go wide, and he says, "Dungander. I know of Dungandar. It's an old dwarven myth."
Oh,
Yeah, it's like-
responsibility, right?
If you were to look down at the floor and probably go down a long, like 5 hours worth of walking, you'd probably find it down there.
And I'll push the helmet forward and go, maybe this suits you more than... Well, maybe we should keep it for a bit, but it is Bellatrix's helmet. Maybe you know that name as well?
Of Hall
Eodbar.
Eodbar.
Eodbar, yeah.
What was the other hall?
I'm not familiar with the
Bracken
name,
Wall?
but Eodbar
Balin.
was another lost city.
And was the other one like Breckenwall? Breckenbor? What was it?
Badenbrock?
Badenbrock.
So what were they
Oh,
like,
yeah.
these legendary cities?
Pretty depressing.
Large
Dwarven.
and full of ghosts.
Lots of orc bodies.
Lots of dwarf bodies, too.
Seems like they all fell to the orcs millennia ago.
Are they connected to this problem that we're dealing with down in the tunnels?
Oh,
Greatly
yes,
so,
there's an egg.
and I
we found out
motioned
what
to
causes
Sparky
the
for
rumbling.
I like how we're all just throwing these things at
He's just holding this bar of mithril, like looking between all of you guys as you all talk at once.
How
We're
about
just
we
so
start from
relieved to be out of the
beginning?
Underdark that we have like no barriers at this point. We're just like throwing information at him left and right.
Yeah.
I just want to talk. I'm so tired of being in caves. I'm so tired of whispering. I just want to be loud.
How about we start from the beginning? Yeah?
Go ahead. Who wishes to be the storyteller?
Sounds fine
Well,
to me.
I'll get it until we get to the ghosts, I suppose, Rogue. I don't know
Oh.
how that happened. I don't
Okay.
speak Dwarvish. So, I suppose you know what we went to go do, and how they
We were
collapsed the
idiots.
tunnel behind us. Well, the hole there was a rust monster tunnel. And, we ended up in one of their nests, and then, escaped a rather large number of them before all of our metal melted, landing in a very cold lake under the earth. Down there, we found a, what is she? Litra, she's
Well, can I ask her what
Fish
her
lady.
official title is through my mind?
Water spirit.
Just says
We know
Litra's
that
fine.
much.
She prefers just Litra.
Did you make it to the surface,
Yeah.
Jay?
Yes, we're back in. Through my mind, I'll just tell her that we're back on the town.
Oh, it's so
as
good.
I'm still talking.
I hope you make haste. Have you decided if you're going for the Pearl or towards the desert?
Believe the Sphinx, but I'll update you when we set out.
Of course. Oh, best of luck.
We
And with
found
that,
like
I'll
this,
cut this connection.
like
say water spirit is what we learned essentially.
Water spirit. Yeah, let's say that. A beautiful woman had the tail like a fish or some sort of sea creature, but in exchange for nice. God dang it!
What happens? Do I have to turn the fucking thing back on?
Uchi says, "Stop texting your girlfriend at the dinner table, Jay."
Beautiful.
In exchange for pulling the lever and letting her into a larger lake than she was in, she's friendly, by the way. She got us across the lake and to the entrance of Eudbar. We headed in that way and were almost immediately attacked by ghosts, dwarven ghosts, who rose out of the floor, out of the walls, and seemed rather angry at Rook here, yelling something at him.
They quite hate the orcs.
We've been enemies for long years. You said there were ghosts there.
Yes.
Specters, even.
These legendary
They'll
cities.
chime in. Yeah, he seems to know. Never mind.
The legendary cities still stand, and its inhabitants still walk the halls. Then we must do something.
Well,
We released a bunch of
let's.
them.
He looks
let you
over
hear
at
the
you
rest.
while holding the bar in his hand, and he said, "Did you take this?"
I didn't take that one.
I didn't
Put my
take
hands
that
in the
one.
air.
He says, "That one?"
Oh, don't worry about it. Just start whistling. We had a key.
If my people,
I show him the key.
If my people are indeed trapped down there, then the last thing I want to do is steal from them. You imagine spending an eternity ruminating about?
To be fair,
Rookie's
Brick,
the ones
that is
down
where. To be fair, Brick, that is where you got that, and I'll point to the dragon.
He looks
Same
over at
sort
it,
of vault.
and he says, "The place where you recovered this, it was the same one?"
Throughout the
Connected.
throughout the great cities,
Connected.
each one had a vault, and
The
one of
same
them-
key worked for each of them, and I'll show him the key. I'll actually hand it to him.
I'm not sure if I can exactly return this. I can't just put him back in the egg. And you see that the Drake over there is like, just like breathes a bunch of frost and like just plays with what looks like it's like a giant ball, kind of like a medicine ball, and just like slaps it around.
He's adorable. How adorable out of 10 is he?
It's as adorable as like a giant lizard that could eat you is.
10.
10, yeah, 10, straight 10. Maybe not for Sparky,
Straight 10.
but straight 10.
Well, let's
It
get to
has
the
all the
rest.
qualities I was raised to believe are good.
Only the very beginning here. And I'll kind of explain pretty much exactly what we did as we go through, unless anybody interrupts me, until we get to the dwarven cities at the bottom where the ghosts start
Oh.
appearing.
Okay, how in depth? Okay, you will not be able to
Everything.
fully tell him everything, like the
No.
interactions between the dwarves and their ghosts and Rook as he's wearing the stuff. Like you wouldn't be able to remember all that perfectly. So go ahead and roll an investigation check a intelligence check to try and relay it as best as you can remember.
Do you want me to as well, or?
Again, this would be from when we got into the cave, went down to the ghost, grabbed the armor,
Mhm.
saw there was a whole bunch of troops, went down further,
Jay
got
got
to
molested.
the killing fields. Yeah,
Yeah.
saw
Don't forget
saw
about
the
the
cave
hordes of
thing,
orcs
got to the killing fields outside the city, and then I'd kind of look at Rook and be like, "You better take it from here.
Right.
I don't speak Dwarvish."
So you mentioned the orcs there traveling, and he pauses you at that portion of the story, and he says,
Okay.
"What day was this?"
This it was the same day we went down.
That was the first day we went down.
Yeah.
So 32 days ago.
First
The
day.
43rd, I think. Is that correct?
That can't be right. Yeah, Dave
Right.
has to be off.
I mean, with us,
It was the day we went down.
We were attacked by
As
the
we
orcs,
know.
but many days after you had left.
We do time skip on occasion. That's like for us, it's been like 3, 4 days, 5 days, something like that. And for you guys, it's been 32.
30.
you
32.
you were attacked by days after we left.
Yes. Armies
By
rose
how
up
many?
from the
Because
deep, and orcish shamans repaired the bridge.
Maybe they were just gathering their forces when we saw them.
how many orcs did you guys fight, Brick?
Must have been dozens that came up. We didn't fight
Was-
them all. We ended up breaking the path once again, killed their shamans. A group of religious fanatics actually showed up at the right time and took the front line. Most of them are dead now.
Well, the group of
Religious
orcs we saw
fanatics.
was beyond counting.
Yes, well, I fear that their
Hundreds.
numbers are
Days.
still trapped there in the deep, though they will eventually surge back up again, I'm sure.
It'll be an excellent time to tell him about the cave we came out of.
Well, we'll get to that. One thing at a time. We're gonna tell the whole story here. And I'll kind of explain like sort of what I saw as we started going into the killing fields, like the ghosts coming up, the
Right.
battles,
Okay.
and then how they're speaking in Dwarvish to Rook, and then seeming to recognize him, and then I'll kind of gesture.
It wasn't any illusion. It seemed that the armor from Bellatrix, at the cost of Jay's age, seems it worked as a perfect maybe disguise. I don't know how this works, to be honest with you, but it worked. The ghosts weren't angered with me for being a half orc or anything, and recognized I as Bellatrix.
So you spoke with them? What was it like?
Depending on the moment in the fields of the dead, it seemed that they recounted and talked to me as if it was in the midst of battle. I saw many of them die, heard the sounds of battle. It wasn't too pretty.
When we
But,
resolve the issue with these orcs, I'd much like to see these old halls.
Definitely. But entering the cities, it was as though it was dry and populated. The ghosts came back and were living life as if normal. Saw glimpses into their history. Was treated as a noble as well.
Did you
Which is
learn
quite
anything?
We learned quite a lot, and I'll look to Sparky for his drawing of the mural.
Yeah, we sure did. There's that egg that makes all the noise. It's the rumbling. This comes from this strange egg. And yeah,
We
I
learned
rolled-
that the Dwarven Great Halls were protecting an egg that apparently contains a dimension within itself, and within that dimension causes all the rumbling and the breathing sound that you find when you're in the caves.
Legend
Yeah,
has it that these two dwarven kingdoms were meant to look over something. They were entrusted a great responsibility, and they went silent, or never heard from again.
I can show him the map
believe
if he
it
wants to see it.
I believe it had something to do with them not trusting one another. And I kind of explained to him the distrust between the two cities, how the elves stepped in to help with the protection of this egg, introduced Litra to the story,
Then we had to get
tell
her help.
him that she is the one who filled in some of the blanks for us, and also is the reason why I'm so clear and focused now.
Well, I don't know what to make of this water creature, but the meddling of the elves is not a good sign.
And reaching the apex of this, we were able to return to the surface with the help of this water creature. And this is quite important. There's a tunnel from there to the surface, and I'll
There's
say
orcs
the
very near.
directions. Yeah, the orcs were near the entrance. We caved it back in after we exited. They didn't hear a sound of where the exit was, but there is an entry point. But we did cave the tunnel back in.
How
Only
thoroughly
slightly,
did you
it's-
cave it in?
Not very.
That.
Enough.
It'll like work. They won't like notice it if they just look at it offhand. But if they decide they want to try and push through it, it'll become very obvious very quickly.
Okay, we'll have to fix that then. If that's the case, I'll have to see to it.
Only like one corner of it.
Yeah.
Not
The
very close. You see, he writes something down on a paper nearby and seems to take note of this.
No,
the
that
ancient
was very. That tunnel into the cave is fairly close to the stairwell that led down to the original place we got the egg with the dragon in it. And that city is linked to Eodbar, and Eodbar is linked to Doomgunder, and the other one.
There's one more path that we didn't explore. That large door. It keeps going beyond where we came up and traveled through. Downwards further. Though it doesn't seem that there were any orcs camped on that ramp downwards.
These are all like linked into the main chasm with all the orcs. So all the orcs have access to these tunnels. I feel that the
Correct.
spirits of the dwarves are what keep them from venturing too far into these tunnels, though.
I see.
As for the tunnel caving in, we did. This is personal, and I do understand your reasoning for caving the tunnels back in. But that water spirit is, well, it helped us completely, and it cured Jay of his problems. We did make a promise. If it helped us out, we would try to free it as well.
We are obligated to get her out of there.
Well, if anything,
He's also.
I think we can learn from this story that promises should not be broken. If that's the case, I'll send guard to watch over the area. Hopefully no orcs discover anything.
And of course, last result, blast it in.
Fair enough.
Is there? What is the easiest way for me to get in contact with you, Brick?
This is the easiest
Aside
way.
from being here.
Can't
not
you
sure.
still ping us, right? We still have the marking from you. You can still ping us, yeah?
I could call you, yes.
Is there a way for me to reverse that in any way? Because, and I kind of explained how I'm linked with Litra and she's going to keep an eye on the egg down there and let me know if anything gets
you
worse
wanna
or
have
anything.
That mark removed?
No. I want to be able to ping him.
Oh, I
Like,
see.
Maybe not be able to send any words or messages or anything, but just like, if I do it, it will only be about the egg worsening.
He says, you'll have to speak with Nessa if you want to know anything about that. That's outside of my realm.
Also,
is
side note,
she-
we might be having to take a side trip. In fact, we plan on taking a side trip to Baccarat for a time. This is related to the water spirit.
Unless we can somehow get her up to the surface without having to go down that way.
The water creature sends you to the desert?
There's apparently a Sphinx there that guards a horde of artifacts, and we are to go to the Sphinx, ask for it for trials, and apparently there is an artifact there that will let her get to the surface.
Well, at this point, your story is too crazy to really object to, I guess.
You
Here's
have the
what'll
artifacts
happen.
to prove it.
I'm gonna take these items. They're relics of my people, and I intend to get them back to them. All the armor, this sword, this shield, whatever that strange contraption is. This bar as well should be returned. You mentioned finding something else, didn't you?
An elven artifact that was used to by the water spirit to cure Jay. It is
I
currently
thought that
in
was
2
already up
pieces.
there.
Yeah, I'd already put it.
He looks at it and holds the two halves, and he sighs and says, I'll have to find a way to fix this.
Try mending spell.
For what
if
it's
you know
worth.
anything with that.
Spirits did not seem bothered with us taking the artifacts.
You should explain to him how to use the key.
Oh yeah, and when you use the key to the vaults, you have to hold it in front of you into the room first, or else roasted cat.
Have
Yeah.
you placed the key on the table?
I handed him the key if
Okay.
he would take it out of my hand.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, he takes it, and he collects all those items, and he calls over a guard, then returns with a friend, and they have a very large and sturdy-looking chest, and they soon lock everything away in there and then take it off.
Glimmer in my eyes.
I am very disappointed to see that.
Mildly dissatisfied. Yeah.
Brick.
I am very poor. I just want to say that out loud.
Okay, they're carrying it away, and you're just like, I'm very poor, and he just looks over at you, and he just gives you this completely deadpan look on his face.
Now,
Is Nessa in right now? Can I go speak with her?
Yes,
No.
Nessa is still here.
now, Brick. We know
I'm just gonna bow and make my way over to Nessa.
Okay.
you've been quite generous with us. It's just maybe some kind of reward. I know that these are your
Oh.
relics.
So that was
We-
worth
I'll be
a
like-
fortune?
Oh,
I'll
he
head
said he was poor. He
with
said he's
Jay.
poor. I just I want a place to sleep
And
other than like the floor of a church.
these are grandiose artifacts. It's not that I'm asking for anything too large, just maybe something.
I want quarters.
He says, I don't intend to keep these. I intend to bring them back to my people. I don't think that they'll rest easy knowing that some, surface dwellers came down and took their prized possessions away from them.
Didn't we kind of send them to rest, Jay, or did I get the wrong impression of that?
Another couple.
As I'm like walking out of the room, I say, the carpenters, yeah. The rest of them are still guarding against orcs. And then I make my way out of the room.
Whatever it is that has brought these orcs to that portion of the dark has to be dealt with.
How do you plan on returning them?
I'll carry them there myself. I want to see these halls.
I know we were info mining for you, but it did almost cost us our lives, correct?
True.
No, we did say we'd do it for free. All I'm saying is it'd be really nice if we had every time we're back in Overwatch, we just had a place to sleep.
If you wish to use the barracks in the castle, I will inform my men that they're yours to use. Food is, well, it's not as good as some of the places that the nobles tend to eat at, but it'll be free, and it'll be warmer than this temple you say you're sleeping in.
Just let me use the kitchen.
I'll let the cook know.
A huge smile.
Yes, we have secured quarters within the castle.
There's a
Mission accomplished.
library in here, Brick.
He
How's
looks
that
over
home?
at you, and his face is deadpan once again. Then he looks over at you, Rook, and he says, now that the sapphire mines are up and working, I do have some coin to spare. The more wealthier inhabitants of the world has lent his funding. I can give you a small reward, but it's not much.
Coin, it's a coin, maybe just 10 gold to pass by, but that's nothing.
Of course.
We did say we'd do this for free.
Yeah.
He calls up a guard, and soon you see 5 pouches are produced, and in each of them there's 10 gold.
Okay.
Nice.
This is
think-
ran over to you, Jay, as you're kind of leaving.
Do you think maybe I could visit your forge again? With a big smile on my face?
Says, not with the intent of taking everything for free, but I'll inform my blacksmith that he's to do work for you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
This is all I can offer for the time being. I'll take these items and we'll see what we can do. But we need to muster up more forces. I fear if they attack again, well, there won't be some strange miracle like what we got to save us.
Seems
know of
that
any-
we'll be...
Armies looking to get some work? For free?
No.
There were 100 of me, you'd have 100 of you.
Oh my
Is
god.
that a-
Boo!
Oh!
He just stands up and like walks away.
I do too.
The meeting comes to an abrupt end. Jay, you're headed down the hall, and you eventually make it to the area where Nessa can be found. There's a couple of guards that stand outside of the door, one of which is, one of the Dragonborn. He gives you a look, and, what do you say?
Hello. I'm here to speak with Nessa. I was told by Brick that she's in.
Yeah, he gives you a brief look, and you feel like he's almost like peering into your soul before he then opens the door and lets you go in.
Okay. Step in. Is she sitting there as usual?
Yes, she's there amongst her books and all of her strange mystical items. And Nessa turns up as you come in. She goes, "Oh good, you're back."
I do a deep bow, and I say, I have much to share with you, Nessa.
Of course.
And
I have time. What is it?
I'll kind of step in, and I'll do a very abridged version of what we found out in the, less about where the orcs are, like, not so much about our journey there or where the orcs are, more about, like, the big discoveries we made, about the dwarven cities that are buried down there, about the legend of them, and about the egg that they were guarding, which seems to be like a pocket dimension.
Right. Okay, she
of some
seems
sort.
most interested in the egg. And when you mention this, she says, "I must have glimpsed something from the world beyond."
That could very well be why it was so taxing on your body to do so.
If there are indeed these dragons in there, then... Well, does your group feel ready?
Well, we have some business to attend to first, and I kind of explain who Litra is and what we owe her, and how she was kind of summoned there and tasked with guarding this egg, and she remains there to this day alone, and how she saved me from my demons using this elven artifact. And that'll kind of pause when I say that.
She says a couple of interesting things. It appears that she knows what the spider is. And says to you, Jay, well, if the spider is now broken, then only the elves can repair it. As far as things go for the egg, well, if you've made a promise to this woman, I think you should likely keep it before anything else. The city is doing better for now. But I would say
That is
in
our
case...
We intend to travel to the desert. Baccaral. Supposed to seek out a sphinx there. You wouldn't have seen anything or know anything about a sphinx in the Baccaral desert, would you? Kinda say sheepishly.
She actually knows who you're speaking of, and she says, I am aware of this legendary sphinx. It's the only
Wouldn't
one
know where to
that's
find
powerful.
him, would you?
Be able to find him. I could look into it.
I would appreciate that. He has one of the few artifacts that could free Litra, and she specifically mentioned him.
Leave my room and return in a few hours, and I will tell you what I have found out. I will scour the deserts.
Of course. As I go to back out, I just want to like stop like at the doorway and turn around and say, I'm glad to see that you're feeling better, and don't overexert yourself. If it feels rough or hard to find Nevin Hara, don't strain yourself too much.
I'm much more powerful than I was before, Jay. Don't worry.
And I bow. And I As I'm stepping out, I'll say, "Oh, you should tell Brick about the egg too, about the elves. He wanted to get it repaired. He has it now." And then,
Should also ask her about the reverse communication thing.
Very well. I'll speak with him.
oh right, the reason I was there. I would have remembered that because that is the reason I was going to her.
Okay, you're like in the doorway on the way out, and it comes back to you.
I'll just be like, "This thing that you do to like call us here, is there a way to do that in reverse? Because Litra's gonna keep watch on the egg for me, and I have this sort of mind communication thing with her now. And if it's
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
if there's
Jay.
anything changing with it."
I'm afraid that this ability is one that you're either gifted with or you're not, unfortunately. I'm sure there are others out there in the world, but I definitely don't sense it within anybody within your group.
Well,
Not to say that
I
you're
guess-
not all very gifted and special.
of course, we are great souls after all, and I kind of smile. I suppose if anything happens terribly pressing, I will return. Group will return. Bring word to you as quickly as possible.
Of course.
And with that, I bow again. Bella's blessings. Make my way out.
Okay. You make your way back to the hall, and meanwhile, over in the throne room, all of you have been dispersed and are now standing outside of the door in that sort of grand hall area. You see that Jay is returning.
I immediately head to the kitchens.
Okay. So you leave the group. How about the rest of you?
I'm
Temple.
just sad.
Letting
Man
them know
feels
that
empty.
I'll be cooking.
Are we just chilling for the night, or go do whatever we want, and tomorrow morning we'll head out, or what's the plan?
I'll
of the
tell
game?
everybody.
Fucking Bar of Mithril in a D&D session with Illusion DMing, and we can't even fucking use it. Sadness.
Yep.
I'll
You
tell
brought it to a
everybody that.
dwarf?
Yeah, you know that.
Stole this from your
bad
people.
planning.
You know that legend and all the souls trapped? Yeah, we kind of jacked this.
He took the
I
dwarven
didn't-
contraption too, right?
You did.
I made
Damn
no
it, I
mention.
really
of
wanted
the
to know what
fucking
that was.
10 gold I stole him from him. Or 20 gold I stole him. However much it was.
23, I think.
Okay, so you reunite with the rest of your group
I
there,
thought it
Jay,
was.
but Irisfield passes you down the hall and like disappears into a door that definitely smells like the kitchen is beyond it. And Irisfield, as you make your way inside, you can see what looks like a gnome who is cooking, jumping from countertop to countertop.
Yes. The best of cooks.
Seemed like
Or
you
the
could use
shortest.
some help.
He looks over at you and he says, "Can you cook?"
I can cook.
Fine, hand me that pot. And then he just like instantly puts you to work.
Awesome. Do it.
Okay. Go ahead and make for me an insight roll to try and keep up.
I believe in you.
Another 20.
Oh, that would be nice. That's still a 21.
21. Okay. Yeah, you keep up fairly well. And you get a couple of glances in your direction where, you know, when he gives you an order and you actually know what to do, he's surprised, and you rapidly pick up things in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the rest of you are at this door here. The throne room lies beyond, from which you were ejected for the world's worst joke. What do you want to do?
Well, it's
I'm
still
telling
fresh in my
them-
mind. You go ahead, Jim.
I'm telling them that Nessa wants me to return in a couple hours. She might be able to find the Sphinx for me, or for us, and then unfortunately there's no way to ping them back with our marks. But I'm gonna head to the temple for a few hours, but I'll be back then after that. If there's anything anyone needs, find me at the temple or here.
While you're mid-sentence describing this to them, you suddenly feel your mark activate. Everybody does. Well, apart from Sparky. I can't remember, Sparky, did you ever get the mark? I don't think that you
I
did.
don't think so.
No,
From
okay.
from who?
Okay, so
He is
all
From
of,
not
you,
for the
Nessa.
Oracle.
all of you save for
Nessa
Sparky
was
get the
down
mark.
when Nessa was down when Sparky joined us, right?
No, she was
Oh,
up.
oh, was
The
it?
that
reason
was
we
later.
the reason we got the mark in the first place was because of the debt.
Right.
And since he was not here for when we were in debt, he never
Yeah.
got the mark.
Yeah, they never gave it to him. Okay, so the four of you feel the mark suddenly activate, calling you.
Okay. Like, sorry, gotta go. Be back later. And then I will.
The
I'll
cook
book
screams
it
at you, and he's like, "You'll be here at 8."
I just completely ignore him as I'm just booking it towards the throne room.
Okay. You feel that as you leave, that he meant it. Like, you better be there at 8 o'clock. And where are you guys running?
Back into the
Ness.
throne room?
Nessa?
I'm
Throne room?
I'm following Jay.
Nessa.
Following
Nessa?
Jay? Nessa, okay. So you
the
head
hell are
over
you guys
there,
going?
and eventually end up in front of this door once again. There's now 2 Dragonborn there, and they kind of eye your group for a second and then open the door. One of them can practically, like, smell your fear, Sparky, as you walk past. Just your, like, aversion to Dragonborn people. He can, like, he seizes on it, basically, and can sense it. But you do eventually pass unless you want to chit-chat with them and
Oh, no.
make it into Nessa's room. And
What
once
do you know
there,
about fucking gnomes?
she turns over towards you. So all 5 of you are here now.
Okay,
And-
so I run into the party.
She looks at you and says, "I have good news."
Okay, good news is good.
I
About
looked out across the desert, and in a temple whose name is lost to time, I found Nebenhara and spoke with him. And he's actually looking forward to speaking with you all.
Oh,
My eyes just go like super wide, and I just like beaming from ear to ear. I just turn to everybody. Look how good things are going for us finally, guys.
We're gonna
Says-
end up going back into the Underdark.
He says, "So many souls have come to him and died in the trials that these might be the first few in many years to succeed."
I do like a double, like, sort of immediate turnaround of this is gonna be
Just leave the
awesome
room.
too. Oh my god, we're going into almost certain death again.
I look at Ira and just go, think of the magic items that we're gonna be able to keep.
I look at Ira and I'm like, well, you could also just listen to me tell jokes for the next 10 years, or we can just go die now.
Let's go to Baccarat.
Let's go die now.
I think about giving Nessa a hug. I prep my body for it, and I go, wait, and I like put my hand up for a high five.
She like knows that you're not gonna hug her. Like you can feel it. She senses it, almost seeing it in the future, and just like gently gives you a high five. Like her fingers kind of just like touch the center of your palm, and then she says, "You should hand me the map, and I'll mark the location of the temple."
I'll
Give it to
take
me.
out my map, which she'll also notice is marked with the location of all the ley lines that we know.
Ah,
And
interesting.
their links. As well as the one that goes from the Ilos Lake and just goes off the map. And just, I have like it's circled like out in the ocean over here or something.
She says, "You know what this means, don't you, Ira?
The ley lines?
You could travel to see your people anytime."
True. Not sure I want to go back quite yet.
Sense perhaps some healthy reluctance. In any case, the temple is here, and she locates it, and you can see that it's right here. I'll make you guys a little party marker.
Oh, sweet.
Quest objective marker!
How far
Jeez.
away?
Objective marker!
How fucked?
Objective marker!
So, straight from here, if you travel down the roads, you know, you're looking at like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 10 days to get into Zorencia. And then, well, I don't know if you want to go into these jungles.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, traveling straight across the desert, you know, no amount of Outlander feat's gonna help you find water. But you do have, you know,
Create water.
Create
in
water.
Goodberry.
exactly. So you can handle that how you want. But that's where she marks it. And she turns towards you and she says, "I don't know what you've known, what you've learned, but I've read many a great tale involving many sphinxes. And All I can say is that if Nevanhara turns out to be, let's say, female, that you tread carefully and put the smartest of your bunch at the front of the group. And should Nevanhara turn out to be male, well, good luck.
Wait, what?
What does that mean?
So you're saying if it turns out to be male, we put Rook at the front. If it's female, we put
Rook in
Sparky at the front.
She says, male and female sphinxes are very different, and they're selected for their tasks based off of what they guard, and I'm uncertain of what sort of trove lies beyond here. If the sphinx is perhaps a servant of the elder gods, or three brothers, it'll change what you run into.
I thought you said you knew him. Don't you know what gender it is?
No, the
Or
voice
does it
was
change?
indiscernible,
Oh.
and plus the sphinxes can be rather tricky, especially the female ones.
Well, if its voice is indiscernible, how will we know?
When you see it, you will know.
Hey.
Ah.
Hey! Okay, no, but seriously.
Okay.
My kind of sphinxes.
Oh god.
It's like that
It's a
scene in
girl.
Dark Souls when you crest around the corner and what's her name is laying on the giant couch.
Guinevere?
Oh,
That's the one.
amazing chest ahead.
Guinevere. Yeah, exactly. She says, if it's a female sphinx, you can expect to hear many a riddle, and should you answer incorrectly, may be devoured.
Huh.
If it's a male sphinx, the trial could be anything. They're very creative.
Alright, well, I know which
Alright.
one it is. We're gonna have a riddle, or we're gonna have something creative. Well, obviously, this can only mean one thing in an illusion campaign.
She
It's
says, I'm
gonna be a
excited
creative
for
thing."
you all. I know that this seems perilous, but if you think about it, there are so few adventurers and heroes who ever have a chance to experience a test like this. When you finish a quest or accomplish a task, you have to ask yourself whether it was worth it or not, but this is a divine being. If you make it through, then there's barely any seal of approval that rises above that. I
True.
hope you all make it.
How much do you know about sphinxes?
A fair deal.
You looking to help us out a little bit?
How so?
Well, if let's say they are offended easily by certain sayings, they tell us not to say those things, or
I won't make
Well-
any jokes.
I know that male sphinxes don't like any undue noise, and it's good to be respectful about them. What else might come in handy? She looks at your group, like staring at each one of your members and kind of gauging what kind of advice to hand to you.
I flex a little.
You flex a little? Okay.
Do they have any religious affiliations? Should I avoid Godspeak?
He'll certainly
Lack of a
have
better
religious affiliations, Jay. That's a good question. But I don't know of which gods this one holds to be its masters.
are they polite or crude?
It could be either. Personalities of the sphinxes can vary greatly, and they're specifically chosen to guard the items that they have based off of what personalities they have. So until you know of the treasure trove or perhaps the temple, there's little to know of the sphinx, and likewise not much to know about the treasure trove till you know the sphinx.
Well,
But
we
there
know
are
it's
untold
excited to
riches.
see us.
If
That's
there's a
good.
sphinx guarding it, you know that whatever items are there are powerful and important enough that a god believes it needs to watch over them permanently.
Oh well.
We're not going to anger the gods if the Sphinx gifts us with one of these items, are we?
It's possible. You could anger gods doing anything, really. If your
That's
story
true.
is true, then, well,
Already angered one.
I fear that Demon Queen Elantia was the one that you fought down there in the cave.
What?
That spider.
My heart just like drops for a second, realizing that like there was a god going between me and my god,
Yes.
and that's what we. Oh,
It appears that she
a lot
had
of sense.
possessed you in some capacity. So now that she's gone, don't know what that means for you, Jay. Though I can assure you she's not pleased about it.
I lean
well,
over
that
to
just
Jay.
means I got two gods out for me now, right? That's fine.
She smiles in your
The sm-
direction, happy to see
My
that you're
smile
taking
is
with
like-
humor.
Full. My smile is like slowly drifting away from his face. Like the-
smile depression.
I was so happy when she told us she knew where the Sphinx was, and it like this entire conversation, it's just been slowly drifting into a frown.
If you have other questions, please ask. I have time, and I'll tell you what I know of the Sphinxes.
We bring any type of offering for them?
Certainly could. Though I certainly don't know what a Sphinx would like. I think it's a grand idea as long as you don't offend them.
Do they like eat food?
Well, they're timeless beings, but they might enjoy eating.
Now, what kind of food would a sphinx like?
Gnome.
Elf.
Hey, I heard that.
Everything likes gnome.
Yeah, everything likes gnome.
Have
If
a
you're a
marvelous
CR4
Warcraft
or
comic.
above, you like gnome. That's just how it is.
I have this a World of Warcraft comic I read that's like a character that's just completely devoted to cooking, and all of the cooking recipes involve gnome.
Yes.
All of them.
That'll be Verth's character arc. He goes from trying to hunt you to, like, being the famous Dragonborn chef that makes gnome-based recipes.
Fucking raw, dude.
It's a taste
That's
for
fucking
them.
raw. Yeah, it is. Verth is pretty raw. I don't know if you've watched any of Wednesday's session. But anyway, yeah, so she's waiting here, and it appears she doesn't know what you would bring a Sphinx.
Why don't we all think of something on our journey and, as in good faith, offer it to the Sphinx when we get there?
Of course.
What that will be, I don't know yet, but we've got to travel a journey ahead, so
Really want to start traveling. I want to just go.
yeah, I just want to kind of go.
I'm ready.
Table talk, how many hours left
Yeah.
do we have?
All of them.
Unlimited.
2 hours, 10 minutes.
2 hours. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, we have 2 more hours. Oh my god.
I know.
Yes.
Super
I
great.
have 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah?
No.
Okay.
I was about to be so
like,
flaccid. I was about to like be the ultimate flaccid.
Yeah.
Well, let's
It's
go,
wow, you
guys.
just destroyed somebody's soul there.
You guys ready?
Say,
I-
how about you guys just wait, and then we can have some nice dinner.
Yeah, aren't we tired?
I
You said we
have
were gonna be
access
tired
to
Let's leave in the
kitchens.
morning.
There was some
I
stuff
want to
wanted
stop in
do
the
as
temple
well.
anyway.
It is the morning.
It is morning.
It is the morning.
Oh.
He said we'd get tired by the afternoon. Then.
Yeah, in a couple of hours, you guys are
We
probably
could,
going
like-
to want at least a nap.
You know, do that thing when you're jet lagged, to just stay up all day, but it feel terrible.
Or YOLO it, yeah, for sure. Maybe by the evening
Like
you'll
what
have
I
to
do
some
every
exhaustion checks.
day. I live in a permanent state of jet lag. It's actually ridiculous.
Oh, yes.
I'll do like. Are we done here?
I don't know, are you?
I mean, we could,
I am
think
the
that
DM,
makes-
what do you want to do here?
I'll take a deep bow, say thank you so much for everything.
Says,
I'll
of course.
exit.
And
Are we
he
staying, guys? How long are we staying for?
Wow.
Guys and girls.
I want to stay for some food. I want to.
I was
these
gonna
kitchens are
jot
so
down
nice.
like everything that happened down in the Underdark, just so we had a reference while it's fresh in my mind. Like maybe make a map in case we ever have to go back.
Okay. So you guys are going to take a couple hours downtime.
Basically, yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go see if I can cook some stuff up for my party and
Right.
actually have a meal here.
I want to go to the temple still.
Alright, so you're going to the temple, you're going to cook. Anybody else?
Is Brick busy right now?
Well, you could try and saunter into the throne room if you want.
Gotta totally saunter into that throne room.
Okay, yeah, so you're going to the
I'm
throne
sure
room.
I'm not wanted.
I'll just like open the door to see
Okay.
if he's
Are you
doing
going
anything.
alone?
I don't care if
Okay,
somebody
so
else
we'll
is
handle
with me.
that business since you're here. Irisville, your business is also close. As you make it into the kitchen, it appears that the chef is not there and must have gone off to do something. And so you kind of have what is one of the most well-equipped facilities you could imagine at your disposal. There's ingredients everywhere. There's all the tools you could possibly imagine, including ones where you're like, I have no idea what this is supposed to be used for. And the head chef is missing.
Okay.
So you're like a kid in a candy store kind of thing.
Oh
here.
yes. I will.
You are the worst kind of person who goes. I hate it when people use things I buy specifically for cooking. It's like, oh hey, look, I have this thing of white pepper. I use it in a lot of things I cook. Well, we'll go in next week. Who used all my fucking white pepper?
I had to,
Who
man. I
dirty
bought
up the
pizza
pan I need
pops.
for cook? I use just.
Okay, so
Like,
go ahead and make an insight roll to see if what you're attempting completes.
You mean a cooking roll, perhaps?
Yes.
Be better? Yeah. So I will go ahead and cast guidance on myself before I do this.
A wisdom-based proficiency and tools added.
Wonderful. That
Whoa.
is a...
Handsome roll.
Ooh, that's a more handsome roll. That's a 21.
Okay. What are you making?
Something wonderfully delicious
Okay.
that I couldn't anywhere else.
Brick, you step into the throne, or sorry, Rook, you step into the throne room, and Brick is there.
I am the king.
And you can see he's seated at his throne and he's staring at a scroll that he has open there. And he looks over at you as you approach.
Is there a seat next to him?
Well, there's no seat next to the throne.
he's on
but
the
you
throne?
can walk up to it if you wanted.
Okay, yeah. Brick.
Yes.
When I was in the Dwarven Runes, I didn't know any of them personally, but your ancestors were quite nice and, well, hospitable. To, of course, not orcs, but to each other's kin. And I would just like to... I want to, like, divulge into, like, any specific memory I can about the time that I was with the nobles and, like, every detail, and I want to give that to Brick.
Interesting.
I want to give him all the history I can from what I saw, because it would be most important to him.
He puts the scroll down and he listens intently, and it's clear that though he lives above ground, lording over a human city, he's definitely very interested in the legends of his people, and he listens to your tales. Go ahead. You can roll either a performance check, or you could roll straight int to try and relay what you had previously seen.
Either -1 or +1, I'll go with performance. Fuck. That's a 4.
Not at
Okay.
all.
So you tell some tales, but you're having a little bit of trouble kind of getting them all out and structuring them properly. But he still listens intently, and he can tell that you're, being genuine, I suppose. And he turns to you and he says, "Thank you, Rook. I appreciate it."
It's not a problem. I just feel as though this history is most beneficial to you and your history. And I'll take a deep bow and leave.
He doesn't say anything as you wander out the hall. Meanwhile, Jay, you started wandering the streets and eventually make it to the temple, which is somewhat nearby. And as you step inside, you can see the priests of the order wandering about the familiar crack in the altar.
Is the head priest there?
Yes.
I would like to make my way towards him. Greeting anybody else along the way, as
Okay.
I do, but...
People are very cordial, and as you make your way over there, they give you sort of the greeting of an old friend. And so too does the head priest turn towards you, and he says, "Oh, Jay, it's been a long while."
It's a pleasure to be back, brother.
Brings you to the temple. Sleeping here again tonight?
Well, I think I will be, for old time's sake. We have room in the castle now. I think my friends will be there, but I think I like staying here.
Certainly gives the feeling of being closer to Bella, at the very least.
Does. I kind of look down at like my body and I say, a lot has changed in the past month or so.
See, it's unfortunate.
I was touched by a vengeful spirit.
Yes, I'm familiar with this effect. I have exorcised a good number of ghosts in my younger years, actually.
Don't know of any way of removing this by any chance, do you?
I'm sorry, Jay. There's nothing you can do. Unless one of the gods comes down and alters you back themselves, there's little.
Well, still have many years to devote to Bella, and all things considered, I think I have more to be thankful for than to regret.
This head
I'll
priest...
explain to him.
Sorry, what's that?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, he looks like he's probably like 10 or 20 years ahead of you in his time. And he says, Jay, I have to tell you, don't worry, it's not so bad.
I smile. I tell him about not the details of where we were or what we were doing there or anything, but I tell him that we encountered a river spirit.
Interesting.
Showed us how to use this ancient Delvan artifact to draw the demons from my body, and I
Yes, you
fought
spoke
a
of
physical
the voices.
manifestation. Yeah, I fought a physical manifestation of them, and we vanquished it. And they're gone now. I can sing clearly for the first time in my entire life.
I'm very happy for you, Jay. I'm glad to know that you're finally free of this burden.
And I think that is worth the 20 years that I gave down there.
I see. Well, coincidence is something that people call for if they do not know of how fate works and how the hands of the gods guide us all. Perhaps this
I
was
do
meant to
have
be.
I do have a quick question for you, if you wouldn't mind me intruding.
Of course.
Our next stage of our journey is going to be to travel into the desert and seek out a sphinx, the name of Nevenhara. I've been told that these are very religious beings, and the Nessa was unable to tell me who Nevenhara might serve. Does that name ring any bells to you of anything you might have heard of?
He pauses for a second
would-
and looks off until turning back and says, Sorry, Jay, his name escapes me. I do not know much of the Sphinxes. But I know that they are servants of the gods, like many of us.
One last thing then, before I go on my way.
Of course.
I'll be back tonight, of course, but I want to do a few other things around town. Last time I was here, when I was staying with you, I had a small... I kind of gestured to the size of my pet that I had,
Oh, yes.
of Juan,
Mm-hmm.
and I kind of described what he looked like, and I said he was with me when I arrived in town, I believe. But somewhere between here and there, he vanished from my pack.
I can't say that I've
You
seen this
and the
creature,
brothers
Jay.
have seen him. Alright. Well, if you see him running about, he loves meat. If you have any rations around, I'll leave a couple in the storeroom here. If you wouldn't mind looking after him until I return,
Of course.
He was a friend in a place where not many friends were to be found. The jungles, to be precise.
I shall take the rations and inform our brothers here that is to be fed if he shows up for a meal.
Thank you. And I bow and go set up.
Whoa.
What?
Sorry,
What?
apologies. Everything
Oh.
cut out there. I had somebody went down the stairs, which, as we all know, just causes the internet to explode. So
I settle down to pray for a minute or two, drop a gold in the coffers there, and then I'm just gonna go wander around town, see if there's anything I can do, like anybody I can bless or heal.
okay.
But mostly I'm just enjoying like silence for once in my life, like not having any voices plaguing me, just walking around thinking my own thoughts. And
Okay. How about Sparky and you during this time while Jay is out trying to do whatever good deeds in town he can? What are you guys up to?
Yeah, so I would,
Recollecting all the times Josh has shot me with an arrow.
Right. Okay. Of
Twice.
course, ruminating. And how about you, Sparky?
I would ask Nessa. Rick didn't seem very keen, but Nessa, is there any type of study in this big palace? Somewhere to write in peace?
Interesting. Let's see here. She turns
Try.
towards you and she says, "The king has an impressive collection of books, as do I. However, well, they're his own personal collection. I don't think he would share them with you. And as for
No,
mine, I'm
I-
not sure
I
what sort
asked.
of use you would find."
Oh, well, I don't have to read anyone's books. Yeah, the king didn't seem very like he wanted to share it. I wanted to write some notes about what we saw down there before it.
Well, there's
Fades
a
in my
quiet
mind.
space down the hall if you just need some peace and quiet.
Yeah, that's all I need.
She tells you that down the hall to the left, there's like a little statue there, and no one really goes there.
All right, thanks. If I have any more questions, I'll come back. But otherwise, I'll see you later.
Of course. And
The skeleton key statue.
you head out and eventually get into the hall. The two Dragonborn look at you there. Your companions are
Ugh.
gone.
Oh God.
And you can see down to the left is where you would normally go to leave here, but there is an area down to the right, and it snakes to the left afterwards. And this is where she told you to go.
Scamper on down that way.
Yeah, there's a small statue of some sort of humanoid figure here, and indeed it is quite quiet around here.
Nice. I want to mainly make a map of all the little pathways for if we need to go back down.
Do you have parchment, ink, and a quill?
I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and fashion a map then in that case. And go ahead and make a regular intelligence roll just to try and remember where everything is and lay it out properly.
Ooh, it's almost. That's 14.
Okay, so you can add to your inventory a map of the local Underdark.
Cool.
Meanwhile, let's see here. Jay, you're traveling through the street and logged horribly. You run into a passerby who looks like a wounded soldier. He has a set of chainmail and an arm that is very heavily bandaged.
This is the same day that I used the silence spell, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just go up to him and kind of look towards his arm. I'll like hold up my holy symbol and say, "May I?"
He turns to you and he says, "Of course." And he
Well,
kind
now
of like
cast-
kneels in front of you.
I'll cast Cure Wounds on it.
Okay. His arm suddenly almost like springs to life, like he's able to move it again. He says, "Bless you, cleric. Thank you. May the eternal horse always watch over you."
What?
Would I know what that? Oh wait.
The Eternal
Back.
Horse?
Oh wait. Can I
Fucking
insight check
Ghostwatcher.
Wait, what's the
Wait, is
eternal
Ghostwatcher
horse?
back?
Can I insight check
Watcher.
that?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, you can insight check that.
He has a cult now.
Oh my god.
Wait, what's happened?
20.
I want to know.
This is the best.
A 20?
Put me in.
Yeah, something tells you that you like know something to do with this horse, and you suddenly remember back to when Brick was telling you that they were saved by a religious group, a bunch of like horse worshippers.
Oh my god.
Suddenly it clicks with you.
Jesus
I'm gonna kind of
Christ.
like, as he's like standing and dusting his knees off, I'm gonna be like, yes, the Eternal Horse does watch over all of us. Where, pray tell, did you first hear of the Eternal Horse?
It was a long time back. I remember seeing him in the city, but the whole memory is very foggy.
Where did you you know where to find the followers of the horse today?
Sadly, my friend, most of them have perished. The attacks in the mines days past cost many of them their lives. Though I do not lament their passing. They died righteously. The horse would have wanted it.
Horse. What of the horse himself? Has there been any news of his whereabouts these days, or is he?
He still roams the lands. We look to the horizon hoping to see him once again, but nobody knows.
Well, perhaps it's for the best. He is off doing his work
It is
across
how
the
it is.
lands.
I'd just rather comfortably asleep right now.
I
Very
bow.
necessary. We tell him of this.
I bow to him and just kind of say, well, best of luck on your travels then.
Yeah, he gives you a brief nod, and then he heads on. And you see as he kind of like pats your shoulder and he's going, you hear the sound of coin being slipped into your coat, and you find 3 silver pieces.
Yay.
May the Eternal Horse watch over you.
Oh my
I am.
god.
I am becoming a horse worshiper.
With this information, Jay's lonely strut about town has come to a halt, and I need to go tell somebody. So
You're
I'll
on a
go look
crisis
for
of
Rook.
faith. Okay, you go
I'm
back
gonna
to
go
the
look
castle.
for Rook.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get back to the castle, and meanwhile, everybody has kind of concluded their business. And Irisville, you produce food for everyone meeting in the barracks. It is sort of half full. There's some soldiers here and there. You remember sitting in this room in the past when Keth was around and still worked as the guard here. And you guys are all seated at a table by yourselves in this room that's like somewhat busy, and are eating your food, which is very good. You use some ingredients that you wouldn't find from around here, mainly saltwater fish, which is not like a really common ingredient this far inland, but it seems that there was some stored in the kitchen. You don't know if the gnome cook will notice or be happy about it.
Well, yeah, it was more of I was looking for something that I wouldn't be able to find. Like, well,
Yeah.
I guess I wouldn't
And
find
it's
it
pretty
in
much
common
that.
market as-
Yeah.
Delicious. A
What's
new
that?
flavor for the good berries. Delicious.
While we're all eating, Jay is just sitting there with like this big goofy grin on his face, like he's got something to tell everyone. But I'm
Okay.
waiting till somebody asks about it.
Okay, yeah.
Gonna be
Jay, you're
very
kinda
like
scaring
middle
me
school
over there.
about this.
Dare to the horizon, my brothers, and watch for he who grazes. For one day he will return to us, the great and eternal horse.
Grazes. We
I'll
are
keep,
all
like,
his goats.
glancing at Jay throughout the meal,
Yep.
but like not saying anything until the end, unless
It
somebody
looks like
else
he's
says
dying to say something to you.
Is that food really
I'm
that
like
good,
barely
Jay?
fighting it back at this point. Like each time you look at me, I like look at you expecting you to ask me about it.
Tell me about
Look,
my
I just-
day.
All right,
I just watch
only,
you looking
I
at
only
me.
get like halfway through my meal before I'm like, all right, Jay, what is it?
I lean
What
forward on
did
the
you
table
find?
and I kind of gesture for everybody to lean in real close, so I'm not like too loud.
Okay.
I'm like,
This is about Bell.
you guys know how Brick was talking about those religious fanatics that showed up to help the city?
Yeah, good timing.
Uh-huh.
They're the followers of Ghostwatch. I just healed a dude coming into town with battle wounds, and he told me he was a follower of the Eternal Horse.
All those people that followed him out of town the day of the play.
Yeah,
Those
they
was-
became like a band, like a religious fanatic group, and they're the ones who saved the city.
Oh my
Goat Watcher
God.
saved the city.
He who watches, we are his goats, sheep cast out by our mothers.
That horse is more powerful than we can imagine.
It's
Well,
the truest thing said all session.
That was the truest thing ever said in any session in which he was involved. We all knew in the original session he showed up, the original campaign, that he is just something beyond our abilities. Beyond us all.
True.
Well, at least we know he's good, right?
Hopefully. Still alive at least.
Too soon
People
to
are
tell,
becoming
right?
fanatical horse worshippers and going sacrificing themselves in battle.
That could have
Oh,
maybe
they
it was just a
saved the
test. He was
city.
just testing the waters with that one. Who knows what he'll do next?
Unfortunately,
He who
I
watches,
don't
we are
know
his
where he
goats,
is.
sheep cast out by our mothers.
Well,
Fight for the lands who want us not, for we are the goats, and he who watches.
Was you okay?
He's just muttering random nonsense.
I don't ask anymore.
I'm gonna go write a Bible about this. We'll be right back.
To make a religion out of this.
No, don't.
No, don't.
Oh
Good
god.
ass video.
So yeah, Goat Watcher seems to be doing well.
Seems to be doing very well.
Indeed. Wow. Okay.
They say look to the horizon for him, so perhaps we will cross paths with Goat Watcher yet again someday.
Certainly possible.
Oh, that's without a doubt.
Sure, we'll think.
You just need to have a mysteries. You need to add a mysteries tab to your website, Illusion, and Ghostwatch needs to be one of them.
I
Like,
think
you
it
have
should
this
be one of those tabs.
Legends.
like a long serenade of just ranting and religious nonsense about Goat Watcher.
No, that's one you gotta discover on your own. You gotta watch the sessions to find out about that shit.
Well,
So what do you guys want to do? You all have a good meal, and Jay has just delivered a strange revelation to you all.
Maybe this town has more people on. Well, not people. Forces watching over it than we originally thought.
Looks like we may very well have the time to go see the Sphinx and get back before anything happens.
I'm pretty tired. It's been a hard schedule. Must have got a little thrown off being in the caves all that time. When do you guys want to head out?
maybe tomorrow
Then we
morning.
try and make it tonight. Stay up till sundown and
Okay.
crash here and head out in the morning.
So you're gonna all try and stay up and then sleep really nice and take off the next day, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Irisfield, do you show up at 8 to the kitchen?
I just stay there.
Oh,
Like-
okay.
I'll kind of.
Go ahead and make for me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh. Okay. It's a 10.
Oh, okay. So long hours of being awake when you should have napped is starting to take hold, and exhaustion falls over you, but you're able to push it back. And when you're there and you go to make your check to cook with this this gnome, you can roll without disadvantage, so you can roll like a normal
That's good.
roll.
Okay.
So go ahead and do that now, and we'll see how you perform.
We'll continue to cast guidance on myself because
Yeah, of
why
course.
not? Oh my god.
Nicely
Alright.
done.
That's a 27?
Not only do you keep up very well, but at the awkward moment where you're told to grab a certain ingredient that you know is for sure not there, you suggest something else, and there's an awkward pause, and he says, yes, that's much better. And goes with that,
Ah, yes.
successfully getting away with the crime. And then you eventually meet up with your group. Everybody gets a long rest, and you wake up the next day.
Okay.
It is early in the morning, and it feels very good to get some sleep. It's always satisfying to get a long rest after you've taken like an all-nighter, and you guys are finally out in the land where when you wake up in the morning, there's actually like a sun there, and you can feel as your like internal clocks start to work properly again.
Look to the horizon.
Yeah.
Jay will probably,
course.
since I slept in the temple, Jay
Look
will
to
probably
the
be
horizon,
waiting
for
for everybody.
He grazes past the setting sun.
You wait for everyone at the temple?
Like, no, I'll be waiting for everybody, like, on the front steps of the castle. Just,
Okay.
like, sitting out there looking at the sun,
Okay.
like, smiling in the sunlight.
Alright. You see on the horizon far away, you know where the pass is that goes down towards the south, like the mountains there? You think for a brief moment that you see a horse standing on one of the rocks, and then it like steps away. But there's like no way you could have seen it. You salute it? Okay.
I salute it.
Alright.
I'm not gonna pray to the horse, per se, because, you know, Bella is my
You
gal.
recognize.
You're juggling a
But,
lot of celestial, balls right now. So like maybe I
Yeah.
won't take another set on just yet. Okay. And you guys wake up and eventually make your way out of the castle. There's Jay, and you're all standing on the foot of this grandiose stone building with your adventure laid out before you. And it would appear we still have roughly about an hour and a half.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Another
Before
road?
we head out, I'd like to get up just a little bit earlier because I don't actually need 8 hours of sleep.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
cramps.
Molest
And,
the kitchen some more?
Yep.
Okay.
Cook
Make a
us.
good breakfast for everyone so no one needs rations today. Or
Perfect.
good berries. The horror.
Awesome.
I can
You're
make the good
becoming a
berries
pretty
taste
good
it's
cook
fine.
at this point. Go ahead and roll just a straight luck roll for me.
Alright. Oh, it's a 6.
Okay. You can feel that, like, you just start to intrinsically know what you're doing in the kitchen, and you're starting to get that sense, like, when you do something 1,000 times and it starts to set in, like, that's coming around the bend. You can tell that you're becoming fairly crafty, and that it'll start to yield some higher results and whatnot as time goes on. What are you guys gonna do? You've all eaten, Irisfield has prepared you a nice meal, and you're standing there outside of the castle.
Is this a journey that's gonna be helped by ley lines? Or let's see that map.
Yeah, we can do our lake skip down
We
this
can-
way.
We can cut to Inanbar.
Oh,
As
everyone's
I say,
favorite city.
super sadly.
In
I think that would put us further out of our way. But we go to the lake by next stop, pop to Inn and Bar, and pop back. That'll put us at the southern edge of the Ilos Lake, and save a couple days of travel around the lake.
Well, we know where we're going then. Shall we?
I'd also like to visit I'll point the upper ley line, just to,
Oh
see it
yeah,
again.
let's check out our note.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We left that little.
Okay, so you're traveling over to this lake then, is that the plan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You all hit the road, and let's see here. It'll take about maybe 3 days if the weather is alright. Let us roll. But there is interruption. As you get towards the top of this mountain pass, a place that you have had many encounters on, you find that you're not alone. Everybody please roll perception.
Why do we even go this way anymore?
Hey, look, there's a puzzle box over there on the hill.
Oh no.
That's a.
I hope it's
23.
bandits.
18.
Hey, look.
14.
You said perception, right?
Yeah, perception.
14 for perception.
21.
Okay. No one rolled super bad. You can all hear what sounds like off the beaten path. There is a camp nearby, and people talk and eat, and there's a fire that burns, and sort of smoke billows up in the air in that direction. You have no idea what you'll find there. It could perhaps just be travelers off the road, or maybe bandits as you've seen here before. What do you want to do?
And in the bat.
Send in the bat.
Yeah.
Okay.
You turn that into a.
Do they have a saber-toothed tiger with them by any chance?
Yeah, it probably would have made sense to change it into a hawk
Okay.
over the
You,
yesterday or something.
you send out the bat, and let's see here. 100 feet. Let's go right. Are you being stealthy about it?
Oh, always.
Okay.
Of course.
As your bat makes it over there, you kind of perch it a little bit in the distance so they might not notice, and you see over there what looks like a camp of maybe about 10 people, and they look like war veterans. As you look at them, you can see one of them is like fully kitted out in heavy armor with chainmail. He has a sword by his side, a shield. Another has like a club and leather armor. They all have a
Competent
great,
fighters.
yeah, they all have like a great deal of like scars on them and stuff like that. They don't look like run-of-the-mill bandits, but they don't necessarily look like adventurers either. They're all eating there, and as they eat, they do so in silence. You can see all of them are human, save for one, which is a red dragonborn.
Hmm. Well, friends, it seems I'm unable to determine their alignment. They seem like quite capable fighters, though. About 10 of them.
Wait, was there a guy in chainmail? And I described the dude that I healed.
Oh,
There-
interesting.
Yeah.
There was at least one.
It wasn't that guy, though.
Okay.
They have a leader, a dragonborn leader. So I can't assume that they're very good.
Let's just keep
Well,
walking. Let's not try
yeah.
to pick a fight.
I mean, these guys could be of help to Rick if they're war veterans. He said he needs more forces.
You did say
But-
that.
But he said
Even
for
if they're
free.
For free.
Yeah, they don't look like they
True.
would be for free.
can always ask.
I don't want to.
There's a lot of them, and if they aren't nice, not going to end well for us. They don't look like your run of the mill.
Just
Bandits.
keep walking.
Maybe we
They-
take a scenic route around the other way.
Well, here's the if they are bandits, then they're just gonna attack somebody.
I
And
see
if
what
they're
you're
not,
saying.
then just have a chat and go on our way. Perhaps let them know that Everwatch is looking for help.
How far
I
out of
decided
Everwatch
here
are
on
we?
this one.
Sorry, what was the question there, Sparky?
How far out of Everwatch are we?
You are roughly about a day away from Everwatch.
Yeah, if that's what you guys want to do, I'll back you up.
I'd like to at least go see what they're up to.
Do you want to approach just not hiding ourselves or sneak up? Probably not hiding ourselves.
Half and half. But
I'm not sneaking anywhere, so I'll walk in with you.
I can also walk in.
okay, I'll go with you guys.
I think I'll stick to the back.
Great
Okay.
he who watches. We are
There's a
your
dragonborn
foes.
there. Like that.
Okay, so your
Fair
group
enough.
approaches them. And as you do, you see one of them actually meets you partway between camp. It appears that there must have been a straggler or something like that. A human completely bald with scars all over his face and a heavy mace in one hand. He looks over at you all and he just gives you like a cold gaze as he says, "What do you want?"
Just a chat for a bit. You guys are travelers along the road as well, I see.
He says, "We don't chat."
Okay.
Alright.
Well,
Not bandits, are you?
He looks at you, and he looks you up and down. Stares at your gear for a second. And then he looks back over, and he says, "You're not gonna find anything over at that camp. You should hit the road."
Well, I think all we want to say is that Everwatch needs some. They have work. And maybe you can approach the king about being hired. That's what we want to talk about, and if you don't want to speak, then we don't have to, and I'll just start walking away.
Kind of work. Come back, half orc. What are you
Alright.
talking about?
It's battle. Well, you're gonna need to be capable fighters. You look like one.
Does the king pay well?
To be honest with you, not currently. Have you heard about anything that's happening with Overwatch?
Few things.
Well, rumors tend to be true and for Overwatch currently, and the work
Enough to get by on if you're in need.
it is true.
It'll put food in your bellies and roof over your heads, but not much else beyond that. You're not going to
Perhaps-
get rich working there.
Perhaps some rewards afterwards, though. Never know.
Advice
Rick is-
taken.
Okay. Rick is a great king. That's what we can say.
Top-notch guy.
He stands there in between you and the camp, and then just doesn't really continue the conversation. Just stares at you all.
Well,
Well,
I guess that's all
You
we
guys
wanted
have
to
a
say.
name
Alright.
for your group? By any chance? Affiliation?
Just
No?
narrows
Jay,
his
don't-
eyes as he stares at you, Jay, and gives you no response.
It's okay. It's Jay. It's fine. They don't want to talk. They can continue on their day. Peace is peace. I wave them and I start walking away.
Okay.
Bella's blessings? Wave over my shoulder as I walk away.
Alright.
I'll nod to him and follow the other two.
You all leave the group and head back to the road. Do you want to
Okay.
resume your
Do they
travels?
look like they watch as they walk away? Like,
He continues standing there and watches as you continue towards the road.
I'm gonna watch them as long as I can. Make sure they're not like following us around.
He looks at you, and you could swear he like clenches his mace for a brief moment while he's watching you. Like he holds it tighter, the grip in his hand.
That's odd. That
Let's
guy
just-
doesn't seem very friendly, guys.
Let's just keep going.
I'm not like
Maybe-
stopping and staring at him. Just like keep glancing back.
Okay.
I'll like under my breath when we're a good distance away. I'll say maybe watch our backs.
Already on it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll keep a watch backwards then.
You continue your travel, and 2 days go by before you eventually get to the lake. What do you want to do?
Do
Lake
we wish to?
hopping.
Do we wish to
Go
go
up.
up first?
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, I go up. Or
Yep.
I look up.
Okay. You will activate the ley line going straight up towards the sky, and it takes a brief moment before everything becomes just a flash of white, and then suddenly there you are, standing above the world.
There's time to pray to he who
Instantly
is
run
great,
over to
the
the
great
note.
Go-Watcher. May
Is
his
the-
prayers be heard from up here and high.
Is the note still there?
The note is gone.
Ah,
Anything
anything
there?
else there?
It doesn't appear to be anything else here.
Huh.
They stole our note.
Not the friendliest souls that come up
Yeah.
here, huh?
I'll take out one of my pieces of paper and like tear it in half and write out, "Leave a note next time. Ghostwatch."
Interesting.
Alright, we're gonna have to go spy on the other sessions to see who stole it.
I don't think any of them have been up here.
Well, and then I'll just like stare at everything, see if anything's different, and just
Yeah.
It's
Is
a
there any of those weird
breathtaking
black
view.
shadows going between the worlds?
You do
again?
see shadowy and light-struck figures that kind of move to and fro from different areas in the heavens and the underworld below. And you can also see the world looks different. It appears that the dark fog that covers most of the world, save for Skyfall and Nomentar, appears to be receding.
Ooh. Hey?
Okay, what else is uncovered?
I see.
Well,
We
right
are
now you
unlocking
can't quite see
content,
through it,
boys.
but the fog seems less thick almost. like it's going to disappear eventually, perhaps soon.
How much does it cost for these DLCs?
Is there any additional ley line points?
It's a map
taking
pack
out-
actually, but
Only $20 at www.patreon.com/IllusionDM.
yeah, that's the one. No, it's like 300. No, you can see off in the distance that
Jesus.
the ley lines over in Nomentar, they're there just like you remember, and you can see that there's the different points that run across the map there, and you can also see the 3 ones that run across Skyfall, and that's it.
Okay.
Oh, great, he who watches, we are your goats. Beyond
does
the hill,
the-
may the grass be green, for he who grazes wanders there.
How does the autumn sun look like as it's closer?
Oh, interesting. So you can see the seasons that rotate nearby and how autumn has crested already and has passed its halfway point where it's closest towards the world and is starting to leave, and the next season revolves around and is headed towards you.
What does the winter sun look like?
The winter that will not go away.
What does
Looks
it?
like all the other seasons. It has
Okay.
its own sort of color hue, very sort of like dull and light blue.
Alright.
Okay.
They all hang there, obviously moving on a scale so slow that it appears that they just don't move at all.
Lucian,
Yes.
last time we were here, didn't I get some sort of divine sense of something going on when I stared towards like the heavens and below?
Very
Like
possible.
something was watching me or something like that.
Oh,
Um,
interesting.
I think there was something watching me from the below.
From below, yes, no, I remember that.
Um,
Go ahead and roll perception if you're gonna stare down there and see if anything
Yeah,
indeed watches
the
you.
entire time we're up here, like everyone's looking at other stuff, I'm just staring down there looking for whatever I saw last time. 18.
An 18. You don't see anything down there, but as the forms and figures shift in and out of the the underworld, you definitely feel a sense of unease. And just looking into that world is enough to kind of test your soul, so to speak.
Okay.
Underdark is confirmed hell.
No,
He said it
underworld,
here.
sorry, it's different.
Guys ready to go?
Whenever you guys are. Cause I'm like sitting down on the ground at this point and just kind of like looking.
I'm still chanting prayers to Ghostwatcher.
Feel pretty amazing to look at.
Evolution, if we all die, I'm making a cleric whose patron god is Ghostwatcher. This is
I
happening.
see. That arc hasn't been started yet, but you start down at the ground, and then eventually all reappear. Are you gonna use another ley line once you're down by the lake?
Yeah, we'll go to the inn and bar.
Okay. So you appear over by the city of Inanbar. You all land splashing into the water. The ports nearby, you can see ships coming and going from the great city, and you can also see that here there's a good deal of activity.
That's nice. I'll turn around and look back towards Isla's lips.
Yep.
Okay.
No question.
Yes,
I've
don't
got
forget
like,
about our
are
gifts
there any
for the
rivers
Sims.
coming off this lake?
Rivers off of this lake? No, there are not.
Okay.
Though it appears that the ships seem to go between Andwal and Adis off in the distance.
Okay.
So you stare over here and then return once again being placed on the closest shore and end up in a bit of the wilderness.
Alright, to the south.
Do we want to stop in Havez?
My hometown.
Oh, this is true.
Isn't that like lesser inn and bar?
Fun. It could be fun.
Say that under your breath.
The only thing I could think of stopping there for was that merchant guy. We have some information about the mines, and he did ask us to send word if he found anything out.
Oh, raid
Merchant
squall.
Yes, you did have a brief interaction with a noble from Havez, who indeed owns the sapphire mine over in Everwatch, remember?
That's
Raid
Oh, yeah.
squall.
The great Messer Raid Squall, eccentric man who's as famous as he is elusive to the public.
Can he give us a piece of paper and tell us just contact me via this or something along those lines?
Well, you're good
Well,
down
weren't we also asked to, just like not waste time?
Yeah. How many days
Yeah,
out
we
of the
were
way is
told.
that?
We've been given so many directions from so many different people. Who do we choose?
I think our main goal is our promise to Litra.
Yeah.
To the
I mean, I am
Sphinx.
all for character development. As I go into my hometown, Lucian inevitably throws characters at me that I don't actually know anything about because I didn't write them.
You can
But-
go there if you want.
We got places to be.
We got
Do we
places
want
to
to?
be.
It's up to you. Do you want to visit Havez? I guess everybody has a choice too, but
My vote is
Uh,
Nevinhara.
if
I think
Doesn't
we
really
just
matter to
go
me.
right to the desert.
So long as we don't go through this fun zone over here.
Ooh, the
Okay.
fun zone.
I guess we
By
just
the
gotta
way,
pass
Out of
through.
character, isn't the desert a horrible place to be in winter?
Yes. It's
pretty
a horrible
cold.
place to be at any time.
It's pretty trash no matter what.
So like, we probably should try and be in and out of here before winter, if possible.
Deserts are like herpes of the earth.
There's never a good time to be there.
Yeah, exactly.
You should I put up my cloak for shade, or would cloak equal more hot?
No, you put up a cloak to
We-
protect your skin from the sun.
We have a
Yeah.
while before we get there.
Yeah.
People
okay.
who travel across deserts wear very not heavy clothing, but like they cover all of their skin for the most part.
We have those waterproof cloaks.
Not really worried about water.
Yeah, but they're big enough that they're gonna cover all of us. And they're not winter cloaks.
Oh, this armor is
Will
gonna
look
suck in the desert.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm
Huh.
thinking about shedding the armor in the desert. Not gonna lie.
But it's splint.
Yeah,
It's
fun fact,
so-
that stuff would like basically sear your skin if you wore it for like an hour or two.
Okay, so we definitely should take it off. Oh, fuck.
That'll
Let's
make the
let's
trials
be
a
in and
lot
out of this
easier.
desert as soon as possible, guys. And
Yeah?
Like,
I said all.
Knights chose to wear blankets over their armor so it wouldn't heat up when they were in the desert. Like, it was worth it to wear a blanket in the desert so that your armor didn't turn into like a fucking cast iron
Oven.
pan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could we do that?
Can we do
Could we
that?
like wrap ourselves? In
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be fun either way. But where are you
Probably
guys
kill
going? Are you
exhaustion or something? But it's better than burning alive.
cutting through the wilderness? You're just going to, like,
Well,
go down and then to
We're-
the left, or what?
Do we
We're
need?
going over here to go kill Relic's group.
Oh, he's
So
he's
I
over
was-
here, but yeah.
yeah, they're
Do we
way
need-
out of the way.
Do we need Havez to do these blankets, or would the blankets in our packs be sufficient?
You could use your bedrolls. Could do some
Would that-
makeshift stuff.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you
we
ready
have
to have fun?
the cloaks as well. Like those are pretty all covering.
Let's get in. Let's get to this Sphinx as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just cut down, I guess, fast as possible.
So my plan would be we'd cut down this way and then follow the road here, and then just go skirt the forest down this way.
Interesting. Okay. Let's go ahead and
Fuck
roll some
the
travel
jungle.
for you all.
Oh boy,
Rolls, travel, rolls, travel,
that could be bad.
travel, go.
Go
You only
check
get
out-
a single day till you are stopped at the border by what appears to be a bunch of riders that meet out and kind of place themselves before you there in the fields. So one day has gone by, and you can see that these are all very well armed men. They look like they are guards, but definitely ready and capable of battle. One of them stands in front of you and says, "Halt, travelers.
Greetings, friends.
Greetings.
Hello.
You make travel into Zorencia?
That's correct.
True.
On what grounds?"
Passing through. Might have been born there too. Might stop by and say hi to people in Havez.
So which is it? You make for the city or not?
I think we're
No.
planning on passing through.
He gives you all a look. He says, do you have a name for documentation?
You.
No, your group.
You.
Oh,
They call us
Check.
Ghostwatch.
I am not a group, I am a person.
what Sparky said, and I point to the half gnome.
What's
The
that?
half gnome.
I
Yeah,
point to the gnome and what he said.
We go by Ghostwatch. We're on a quest to the desert currently.
He looks over at you and then he looks at your tabaxi companion, then turns back to you, Sparky. He says, very well, don't stay long.
Shouldn't be in here for more than a day or two.
The riders then, kick their horses into gear and turning around and disappear.
Cover a friendly bunch.
You have to anger the guards.
When I said Ghostwatch, do they look like they recognize that?
Oh, roll insight.
Oh fuck, we might actually be a known name, huh?
14.
You saw a moment of recognition on his face, like he knew, perhaps, who you were, but you can't say for sure.
Oh fuck.
He might have known
Wow.
us, and he seemed pretty eager to ride off as I said that. Do you guys know what that might mean?
It means you
Well,
guys
if we're-
suck as a secret task force.
It means that our goal of being completely secretive sucks ass.
Yeah, you know the whole thing where we started just telling random people we're Ghostwatch.
Uh-huh.
Great, wonderful.
How about we make a name that's not Ghostwatch to the public? Alright?
Since when are we a
It's
secret?
too late, man. It's too late. Just
No,
accept
it's not too late. We can make up a name right now. What's the new name?
Okay,
No,
bro,
we're Ghostwatch.
the only thing that needs to be kept secret is that we're a task force for the King of Everwatch. Doesn't have anything
We
to
already
do
let
with the
that
name.
out too.
We did kind of tell everybody about that.
Did we?
I didn't even know
No,
we
we
were a
didn't.
Yes.
secret. You guys really gotta tell me this stuff.
Fucking told the guards in front of the castle.
And leaving your name on notes everywhere says chat.
What does it matter if we tell people who we are? We're not bad.
Didn't we tell
it's-
people in Vindicta too
Yeah.
that we were
Oh.
sent from
That we were
Everwatch's
A force for good.
that we were from Everwatch and that we were called.
He wrote you down as
Ghostwatch, or-
Watcher, guys, but yeah, who knows?
Yeah. In any case,
Dumb
Let's keep
bitches, as
traveling.
chat would say.
I
You're
don't
nothing
think
but that.
changing it is any need.
No, we don't need to change our name right now. We're accepting this. This is our name forever and
We have
always.
We have an emblem for crying out loud, and it's badass. We're
Come
not
on,
changing
guys,
the
come
name.
on. We have an emblem.
I think if there were bad things about us going around, Brick would
You
have
know how
told
much
us.
time it would take,
Yeah.
money to get all of our flyers reprinted? That's the King's Secret Service.
You know how long it took these badges to get mailed to us? Alright? We're not going through that again.
And then we gotta go stand in line at the DMV and get our photos taken again. Nobody wants to do that shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I hate when you have to retake your boy band picture at the DMV. It sucks.
I need you all to please make for me a survival check and tell me one of you has proficiency.
I have
I do.
proficiency.
I
Brooke
have
has
proficiency.
Okay, those of you who have it, please roll.
I don't have
I do
proficiency,
not
but
have
I roll.
proficiency today. That is a
Oh
one.
no.
10.
Okay.
You guys all proficient.
That's a 10.
Damn.
You travel
I
for
don't.
2 more days and manage to make it out of Serentia over into the border of Aurelium, and though you see border guards nearby, you slip past them, knowing that it's probably just going to be a long interrogation, and then leave there into the desert of Baccaral. But that's when the real trouble starts. Border guards being really nothing compared to this, as you find that the deserts in front of you are incredibly stormy and windy. And
Oh.
you're only there for a brief period before you realize this is going to be a problem. What do you guys do?
Get out the rope.
What kind of thing are we talking about here?
We're talking about, like,
Like
dust devils, some small, some large, run across, and like winds of sand bar you from seeing very far ahead.
Yeah, that's a real big problem.
Why don't we go
Alright,
through
question.
the jungle?
Are tabaxi normally from deserts or are they from jungles? I can't remember.
Ah, well, the land of Silcha, as you know, let's see here. Oh no, you were a little kid when you were over here, so you're kind of fucked. Let's roll luck.
Thanks.
Let's roll luck to see, you know.
Guys, why don't we just hug
That's a
the
3.
jungle?
You don't know anything about your hometown.
Yeah.
You've heard it's
I mean,
mostly
I
desert.
know things about my hometown. I just don't know anything about my home country.
Yeah.
Agreed. Let's just go
hug
along
the
the edge of the
jungle.
jungle.
Casey says you should go to the Onyx Spire, and he dares
Yeah.
you.
How about no?
Very far south.
Where's
That
the
would
Onyx
require us-
Spire?
Right here.
Very far
at the very
south.
bottom.
That's
This is
pretty
a
cool.
horrible, horrible place. Everything south of
That's the
Everwatch
like
is just
symbol
a
you
horrible,
must
horrible
not go there,
place.
kind of.
Let's go
Yeah.
to the Badlands. That sounds like a good time.
Ooh.
No, let's go to the Cursed Antiquum and go fight Yuan Ti for the rest of our lives.
So what do you guys want to do here? Are you gonna try and follow the map to the best of your abilities into this sandstorm? Do-do-do-do-do?
I vote for hugging the line between the
Da-da-da-da-da.
jungle and the desert
Yeah.
until we get
That's-
to the
Da-da-da-da-da.
close, like, or like there or something.
The jungle from
Yeah.
which no one has successfully emerged alive?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
We did.
Alright.
Well,
Yeah,
Never
we've been
again. I don't want to go into the fucking jungle. I don't want to go.
We're
into
not
the
going
desert.
in
We
the
just
jungle.
like
We're just going on the
hug
edge.
the edge.
we're using the jungle as like a guideline south.
Yeah, we ain't going in that bitch. We just
Fuck that bitch.
Sounds like a good idea.
You managed to travel for 6 days along here, getting
Oh, look at
very
that.
close to the marker. Let me write this
Beautiful.
down.
Oh shoot.
How do you get here?
Well,
Who
there-
lives here? There's no way that you can get.
Well, these people have a unique way of living, but given that you guys are avoiding all of that, that's kind of beyond your knowledge. So,
There's no road from that place.
they have camels.
behind you, the jungles are incredibly inhospitable, and in the other direction, you can see desert with swirls of sand, and you eventually get to the point where you realize we have to start traveling north, and there's between 1 to 2 days through this horrible sandy desert that you have to go through in order to get to this temple.
Gotta go south.
South. Yeah.
South, sorry. my bad.
Okay.
Look,
During
it's gonna
this
suck,
time,
but we got food.
Rope.
We got water.
Oh yeah, I forgot what the vote's at right now.
Oh god.
It's sadness.
Is it?
Your snakes.
Oh, they're voting for Endless Winter. Oh goodness.
Yes.
Patron, you've changed your heart.
Really?
People want winter, I guess. No more the snakes.
Wow.
Fuck. Thanks.
Okay, so what do you want to do here? How are you going to approach this? Are you guys going to just like tie yourselves together and
Tie
go into
that
the
rope
desert?
around us.
Rope.
We go.
Well,
Um,
we can use the everybody can have armor on and everything because apparently
I
it's
have
not
my-
super sunny out.
My leather has a hood. I can cover my eyes. I probably have the best perception in the group, aside from maybe the elf.
Yeah, you still.
Can I make like a makeshift head wrap out of? Alright, let's see what I got.
I'll pull out my waterproof cloak and pull on the hood here.
And my
Just
character
looking
token
in
has a
that
cloak.
direction is hot. Like staring at those sandy deserts almost makes like moisture drain from your eyes.
How
Tie a belt
How
to
does
my-
an owl bear pelt help me in this situation?
Real cozy.
I forgot you had that.
It's always on my shoulder.
I know,
True.
but you haven't mentioned it in so long. You mentioned it like 2,000 times in the first 5 seconds.
I guess I can just take my blanket, and that's all I got for protection, realistically.
They're like some
You
big
have
jungle leaves or
a
something.
waterproof
Somebody
cloak.
have any?
Oh, and my
like,
waterproof.
Everybody does.
When did we get
Except for
waterproof cloaks?
Bark.
When it was really raining outside one day, and we were like, man, we're gonna have to travel on this. So then we got waterproof cloaks for everybody.
I don't have
Yep.
one of those. I don't remember this.
Yeah, I don't think I have one.
Everybody should
Well,
have
Spark
one.
doesn't.
We bought one for everybody.
Alright, apparently I have
Spark.
Yeah, I
waterproof cloak.
remember.
I'll wear
Everybody
it
else
over my
does.
leather armor, which I'll have 2 hoods over myself. Does anybody have any cloth so I can cover my mouth?
There's all
I
these
have
big jungle
parchment.
leaves over here.
Fuck no. Everything in that jungle's poisonous.
Yep. So much poison. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys try and wrap yourselves as best you can, trying to get at least a protective layer between you and the snow, and you start to trek in. As you do, find that it's an experience of trying to stare through like a slit that you've made in the cloth there so that sand doesn't blow directly into your eyes as you're trying to look forward. And travel is incredibly slow. You go for about a few hours and you realize that you have no idea if you're traveling in the right direction or not. Going up and down the sand dunes is confusing, and you find it difficult to tell if did we turn a little bit more right than we should have, or was it left?
I got a plan for this.
Sure. What's the plan?
I can go up with Felix, send him in a direction, make him wait there. We walk to him, then we pause and do that again, so we know we're going in a straight line.
Okay.
Interesting. Does the group have a compass?
Does it come in a dungeoneering pack?
Or an explorer's pack.
Or a scholar's pack.
Quickly to the rule book.
Who doesn't open their
I don't think
packs?
that's actually an item in like the.
No, I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't think any
compasses
packs
thing.
have it.
The swirling deserts become more and more intense, and I need all of you to please go ahead and roll the Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
I don't want sand in my mouth.
Oof.
Well,
Nice.
I got a 13.
17.
Well,
Anybody get less
Oh,
than a 12?
Hey, me.
You got less than a 12?
I got an 8.
Oh. Anybody else?
Nope.
Rook, it's starting to get to you. The heat, you can feel it. Your bulky body was not made for traversing the desert. Orcs are never supposed to be in the desert. This is wrong. And as you're traveling along, you feel that like you're sweaty, and then you're sweaty, and you're sweaty, and like your clothes are like clinging to your body, but your body like desperately wants the moisture, and like soon it feels like there's salt starting to form on your skin. It's like the worst feeling ever. And as you look around trying to pay attention, it's incredibly difficult. There's just like the shining sun above and like sand swirling around endlessly. You can see up ahead as you're kind of starting to lag behind now that the group is trying to use a clever trick with Sparky's familiar to send it forth and then travel to it as like a way of making sure that you travel at least straight for some amount of distance. But it doesn't work because as he sends out his familiar, it's blown about in the wind easily and can't stay anywhere. And
I'll use dancing lights then.
dancing lights? How far does that go?
120 feet.
120 feet.
Okay. So you put that
4
out
dots
and
in a
try and
straight line.
approach it, and all of you continue traveling like this for some time until eventually it gets to the point where night starts to fall. And though the sand continues to blow around, the heat starts to lessen. And it becomes time for all of you to make camp. Do you want to try and sleep through the night here?
I
bonfire.
have a tent.
Is it
Quote
cold?
unquote.
Oh, you have a tent?
Sleep.
I have a tent.
Okay.
It is a tent big enough for all 5 of us to sleep
We used it in the
as we
jungle.
did in the jungle.
As we did in the
And
jungle.
We have very many, very heavy, weighty things that we can weigh it down with
See,
Like
swords
my
the
and
armor.
problem is,
everything.
You say that we're going to use this tent, but I feel like the tent is going to get buried in sand.
So everybody goes to set up the camp. You guys are at the bottom of a sand dune nearby, setting this up, and you notice something. Rook is standing nearby. He's kept pace with you, but he looks like he's staring off into the distance. And Rook, you're hallucinating. You're losing your marbles. Your grip
Oh.
on your sanity and your mental faculties are starting to wane.
That's
Rook.
Oh,
You
sounds
hear
like
Irisfield's voice call out, and you like look over in her direction, and it's like she's speaking to you from across a cave. It's like, why is her voice echoing like that?
crazy.
Not knowing what's going on with Rook and seeing this happen, Jay is going to cast Lesser Restoration.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe it fits into any of the categories, but it would be metagaming if I didn't use it.
You never
Try.
know. As you touch him, the healing seems to run through, and Rook, you feel a little bit better. Your mind clears a bit for a second, and that's when it hits you. You're extremely thirsty. You need water. Somebody get me water.
Put water in my mouth. Need water.
I'll
Create
hand him my
water.
water
I
supply.
just
You
Water.
Get on your knees, put your face to Jay.
something something that your cleric could easily produce for you. You had like forgotten entirely in your sort of delirium, and suddenly you're greeted with like the feeling of like rushing water running down your throat, and you feel much better.
Oh god. Oh, it feels so good in my mouth. Oh, water.
Maybe we should schedule hourly water breaks to make sure that doesn't happen anymore.
Agreed.
can create water be cast as a ritual.
Oh,
No.
don't believe
think
so.
so.
You have to go give that a gander.
I
but-
could
It is
I can
not
only do that 4 times a day.
6 times a day.
Okay,
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
You-
6 times if we
every
use
2
the.
hours.
You want to refill the water skins right now? How much
And
water
that's-
can you make?
10
I
gallons.
can make up to 10 gallons, but
per
that's
spell
only
slot.
if we have something
Something
to
to hold
I
it.
can't like create water and just like keep it flowing in like a little stream for like
Yeah.
2 hours.
You
I
just
have to put
expended
it
a
into
use
something.
to give you a drink, basically.
Oh,
I can like the best option I can see is like using it to make it rain on us because that'll cool us down, and it's 10 gallons of rain that'll just like fall for a little period of time. We'll like sit, rest, and have it rain, and we can drink the rainwater and fill our jugs.
But then that'll dampen our clothes, and when it gets
Like,
hot.
if you want to be somewhere that damp and hot does not sound pleasant.
Yeah, no.
Sounds like a very unpleasant 15 to 30 minutes as we dry off.
Steamy goodness.
Do we have anything that we could fill with the water? Does anybody
Cloaks.
have like a?
We have water skins.
We have cloaks. We have a tent.
We do have the waterproof cloaks. What if
Like water bags?
yeah, what if I made
Yeah.
like just to put the water in and then we would fill our water skins from it.
Yeah, you could do that.
Like whenever we do take these rests, I'll just take my cloak off and fill it with water. And then
Okay.
everybody can take a drink and fill their water skins and stuff.
Alright, so
You
you
can
guys
just use
settle
my
in
cloak
here.
because I'm using my. I have my leather armor.
Sure.
I'm fine. I also have fur.
That'll work.
So
Turning
just use my
inside
cloak
out
for that shit.
one of the cloaks, you're able to turn it into like a gigantic bowl or container, and you create water into that, and it's more than enough to fill the water skins, and all of you guys get a good drink, and it feels very good. You're coming back to reality here, Rook, and you're all in a tent which shields you from the desert sun, and you all sleep. Let's
Feels so
see.
good.
Keeping watch, of course.
Yeah.
Watch, of course. Okay.
As
While
soon
you're
as we run into
sleeping-
jackals, chase them to a mountain, find some hornets, destroy a town, and get arrested by druids.
You notice near the end of the watch there that like an inch or two of sand has been produced every few hours, and like every time that you guys switch watch, your tent is progressively more buried. And by the time that the next day rolls around and the desert sun is out again, that there is like almost a foot of sand.
We've like woken up early, so it wasn't so hot.
You could
Ooh,
try
yeah.
to if you wanted.
Like I was like, why don't we go to bed early, guys, so we can wake up when the sun isn't blaring.
Yeah, go to bed as early as we can. Try and wake up like
Okay.
4 or 5 in the morning.
It affords you a couple of hours of travel before the sun comes over the horizon. And you guys find that you move a good deal faster this way, though the dunes and the sweeping deserts and sand definitely makes it difficult anyway. The moment that the sun comes over the horizon, it's like just a laser like being pointed at you, just a beam of heat. And soon everything starts to heat up. Like, it takes 5 minutes before it feels as though everything is burning again. And we'll have everybody make a Constitution saving throw a second time.
Oh boy.
Let there be
Oh, no,
water
that didn't roll.
in our
dang.
lives.
Oh, crap.
Almost saved
A 4.
my roll.
Oh,
17.
boy.
I have a 6.
A 6.
Who got under a 10 or under a 12? Sorry.
Sparky.
If you add both Rook and I's roll together, we have a 12.
We both have 6.
Okay. So Sparky, Rook, and you, as you're traveling along here, the heat begins to get unbearable. And,
meant for the heat.
and as you see, there's this water break that you scheduled, and the water is brought over to you. And Jay is trying to make sure that everybody gets theirs, and luckily he's in good condition, so he's able to bring some over. But like, you at the back there, you feel like you're hearing voices in your head almost.
Yeah.
After she drinks water, she still looks like that?
No, you after you get some water, you start to come back to it, but the heat is really something. And as you continue to wander here, for those 3 of you who failed to check, like you're not feeling super great.
Gotta
I'm
wish
gonna
I didn't have
just
fur.
behind the group and make sure nobody's like falling out here or wandering off the path or anything.
Tied to rope.
While you're traveling along, the sun
Yeah, that's
starts to set, and as it does, you see in the direction that you're headed towards, another ball of light, like a second sun, appears, and its heat radiates down on you.
Oh, what?
Indeed, way off in the distance, you see a second sun appear, and it radiates heat on you.
Tonight.
I'm on planet Namek. The world's gonna blow up in like 3 years.
Jay, I think that's where we're going.
Yep, looks like it.
Head in
How's,
that direction.
How's everybody looking as we move into the sun? I want to like look towards the 3 people that I noticed were struggling.
Rough.
Yeah, not great. None of them look
feel
pleased
like-
about this development.
I'm on another planet. Far, far away.
As you continue traveling, all of your efforts eventually pay off.
What?
And in the middle of the evening there, like just as the sun goes over the horizon, you see the second sun disappears. And in its place, further ahead in the desert, from behind some blowing sands, you see a sandstone temple partially submerged.
Yep.
Go.
Time to find out if the Sphinx has the goods.
Here
I
we go.
recommend we stop outside of it before we go in and kind of plan a little bit, guys. Yeah?
He's been looking forward
And
to us.
rest.
We never got him a gift.
That's okay.
Alright, time to turn back.
Wonder if he likes
Corner store
sand.
around here.
I have a gift.
And he must like gnomes. Gnomes taste really good. Just offer your body to him.
No, I have my little sapphire.
Oh.
Okay.
That's my gift.
We didn't also go piss off that dwarf. That also makes me sad.
We do that all the time.
Maybe later.
No. That needed to be done immediately.
Okay, so you guys
Oh, well.
approach, and you eventually find yourself outside of this great sandstone temple. Pillars run up out of the ground in your direction, and they all lead up to a stairwell that goes straight down into the earth. You can see a lot of other broken pieces of sandstone here. It appears as though the place is indeed quite old. The doorway, by the way, I should mention, this stairway that goes down is massive, and it spans out 40 feet from left to right,
Oh shoot.
and is 15 feet tall. It's just like a gaping maw in the middle of the desert.
Your polite faces.
So remember, Sparky, if it's a female, you're talking. If
Oh,
it's a
I'm
male,
ready.
Rook's talking.
Yep, I'm ready. That's a female.
I want to
Oh my
double
God.
check. I want to double
much-
check Rook and Sparky, having both of them been loopy like
I
very
have,
recently.
I have beautiful gift.
We
I'd
will
like to,
pause
like-
for a very brief moment. I need to do something super quick, and I'll be
Okay.
right back if you guys don't mind.
Yep, that's
Who
fine.
I
Be right back.
trust
Alright guys. What's the
To
plan
make-
here?
decisions for the party.
My plan is I'm gonna cast what's it called? The
Enhanceability.
yeah, the charisma. Is there a charisma one?
There is a charisma one. There's one for every stat.
I'm the most charismatic person in the party, probably. Maybe.
I'm gonna
Maybe
cast
not.
Eagle's Splendor on everybody or on whoever.
Make sure we
who
all
should-
seem professional now.
If it's or do we want Fox Cunning if it's the female for intelligence?
Yeah, we want intelligence, and then I'll be casting guidance on whoever's talking.
Okay.
Which will probably be Spark. If everybody's kind of out of it, how about we take like a short rest in front of it here and try to get people
Yeah,
on their
I
feet
say
again?
we try and find a spot that's a little bit shady. Sit down, rest. I'll make some water for everybody. It'll be a good time.
Why don't we all like wash ourselves a little bit?
By the way, did everybody see what Casey said about Rook? Wait,
No, what?
said rookie move.
Yeah, I know.
Rookie move.
And then Connor said we have a tasty little gift this entire time.
Oh my god. I mean,
Just
I
let
don't
him
know
eat
if
the gnome.
I don't know if this Syncs will appreciate it, but I do have a drawing of the universe as it is seen from the upper ley line.
I think it's the thought that
Oh,
counts.
that's
So
awesome.
I think that's a
great.
good,
That is definitely a
good
maybe
gift.
maybe take during the short rest, maybe like sketch like a basis of it for you to redraw one for yourself. Or I mean, I guess we could always go back up there.
Exactly, we can always go back. Like
Oh.
I have the sketch of the universe, my observations about like the things that are going back and forth and the way things work. A paper like that mysterious religious symbol that we got from the Dragon Temple. Sketch of the inside of the Dragon Temple. The drawings of all the ley lines that we can see. Horrible drawing of Dinosaur. The sketch of the Wan Ti Temple with the inside, as well as its portal, the Orc Chasm, and a sketch of the Elven Artifact. I like drawing things.
Yeah, I think the drawing of the universe from above is pretty fucking cool.
Yep. That's
We also have my Albert Pill, just saying.
yes.
I just realized something, guys, and it might be really bad. Aleutian, can you weigh in
Yes.
on this real quick? Because I just realized something that might be terrible.
Huh?
When Brick took all the stuff back from the ancient dwarf stuff,
Yeah.
did that include my shield?
Yeah.
Oh,
Would
you
I
a
have been
shield.
able to pick one up in town before? Because I wouldn't have left town without a shield.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you can have a normal shield. He would have provided you one from the armory.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
Whew.
As long as I have a shield, that's all that really matters to me.
Oh yeah.
That's a dodge bullet.
Okay, so we good to dive back in?
Yeah.
Sweet. Sorry,
Yep.
I had to pee really badly. Okay. So here you are, all at the mouth of this grand temple. What do you want to do?
We're gonna clean up a little bit first.
Oh yeah.
Prestidigitation.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So
Everybody.
make yourselves look presentable, using Sparky's magic to try and clean off your clothes and unruffle different pieces of cloth and things like that, so that you look very nice and presentable. What do you want to do next?
I'm gonna use a second create water so everybody is like well hydrated and nobody is like loopy going into this. Just want to like make sure that everybody is top notch going in.
Ah,
I'm gonna ask
interesting.
who has gifts.
I'll pull out my drawing of the universe from above, which I made the first time we went to the sky ley line.
Oh, interesting.
So that shows the world, basically everything that we saw up there, and I'll hand that to Sparky, and
Oh.
then
I have my
I'll-
gem, which is very sentimental because gnomes love gems, and they wouldn't just give them away willy-nilly.
I have
I'll
my
start-
Albert Pelt in hand. Very sentimental. Shut up.
I'll have guidance on you as we go in.
All right, let's all walk side by side together. This is a
That'd be
big
so
hallway.
cool.
I make sure I'm standing next to Rook as we walk in, and hopefully Sparky on my other side.
May as well look good.
Can
While
be.
we're good first impression.
We both have our
But not
dinosaur
cocky.
necklaces showing. Me and
Don't
me
look
and
cocky.
Oh yeah, Dino necklace broadly displayed.
Not too cocky, guys.
So you
Take
guys
it
are
down
just
a
gonna
notch.
step inside of this great lair.
Yes.
I check and make sure that Rook still has his ring, too.
I have my gold
Worst
back.
case
I
scenario, I
never
can-
threw it.
Okay.
Warding bond.
So are you all headed in now?
Yep.
As you descend the stairs, you see that they just seem to go on almost endlessly down into the earth. And you make it a few minutes down these down these stair steps, and suddenly hear something. The sound is almost like stone grinding on stone, or perhaps sandstone grinding on sandstone. And you notice that all the steps begin to curve downwards. The stairwell you're on is turning into a ramp.
Oh boy.
Like a slidey ramp?
Yeah, like a slidey ramp.
Like steep enough where we're gonna start sliding, or?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Is there a
I prepared to
We're
cast
already
Featherfall.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Featherfall.
Oh yeah,
Um,
Featherfall, we're good.
Is there a like a crack in here? Well, I don't want to ram a pit into that, so I'll let Sparky catch Featherfall then.
Don't worry, I'll get us if
Okay.
it goes ugly, guys.
It begins to turn and turn and turn and turn, and then it finishes, and you're standing here, all just kind of holding your balance, and the stone beneath your feet, though it's curved enough that you should slide, it's kind of granular, and so your feet don't slide. And then that's when all of a sudden all friction disappears, as though you're all on ice, and you all just start sliding down. And while you're
Gets too
sliding,
fast. We're just gonna Featherfall.
and while you're
It's good.
sliding down, you're all standing on your feet, but it's obviously quite difficult to keep this up. Everyone make an acrobatics check, please.
Oh
God.
Acrobatics, that's my favorite.
All right, that is a 14.
What the fuck?
That's a
0.
16.
Just slammed my dice.
Zero.
I got a
Guys,
0.
early. I got a
Holy
It is a
10.
0.
Sorry, so who got less than a 10? Just Rook? Okay, Rook and
I
anybody
got a-
else?
I got a natural 1 minus 1 for a 0.
Okay, so Rook and Jay, the two beefiest members of the party, not doing so well here. As you guys start to go, it doesn't take long. It's only a few seconds before you both slip and like fall on yourselves, but are still sliding down, keeping pace with everybody else. And as you're sliding, it goes for some time until eventually you can see there's light down there at the bottom, and torches are lighting up with you along the wall. Just like,
Is it gonna be a peaceful fall, or do I need to cast Featherfall?
it looks like it just slides into more stone, but you don't know if it's going to be frictionless or if you're all about to like have all of your skin torn off of your body.
I'll cast it just in case.
Hey, I'm on
Just
my
in
feet. It'd only be the
case.
bottom of my feet.
That'd be a
When he uses
Can't be.
Featherfall, can I try and stand up? Like, does we slow enough to the point where I feel like I could like push off from the ground and try and stand?
Oh, it's very slippery, but you can certainly try. Go ahead and make a second acrobatics check.
can't be
I would
stingy.
love to try and
Can I
stand up.
also try to stand up?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Come on, Rook, we need to make this good impression.
How to look good going down the ramp. Oh no.
Oh,
I got a 1.
I got 12.
Okay, Jay, you just like slip and it doesn't happen. Rook, you get onto like one foot, so you're wobbling there, and the other foot is like behind you. You're in that position when someone's like curling and they're like sliding across the ice, and you're like you have your hands down trying to keep everything together, and you see.
I like
there's-
to picture
What's that?
Will Ferrell from Elf when he's going up the escalator for the first time.
There you go. That's Rook right now. And you guys are all sliding down here, and you can see a great room comes into existence at the bottom, and you all slide here, and then that's when you realize the ground too is frictionless, and you slide across the room, and there is definitely a wall up ahead at the other end of the room. Thanks to your Featherfall, you don't hit it too hard, but all of you just kind of like ram into the wall here.
Thumping.
And
I want
I'd like all of
to
you to
use the
please.
claws.
Huh?
my feet and just like try to like slow myself down.
Okay, yeah, a Constitution saving throw from everybody, please, and disadvantage for the orc on the ground.
Wow.
Hey, Jay's the one on the
Oh,
ground.
that rolled on so
Jay or the orc?
No.
For the orc, because Jay got up and you're the
No,
one.
I was
Rook got up. Jay's on the ground.
other way around.
Oh, okay.
Jay's
Yeah.
still on the ground.
Sorry, the one who's on the ground, not the one that's partially up.
8.
I got a 5.
Okay.
That is
what,
my...
What check is this?
Constitution saving throw.
11.
What was I able to slow myself down with my claws?
The moment that you like try to dig your claws into the ground, they can't grab anything. It's like some sort of strange magical effect where they don't manage to claw into anything at all.
I got a natural 1.
Okay.
That's my, like, 5th nat 20 of this session.
Anybody who got less than a 10 hits the wall and immediately is concussed and passes out. So who's awake?
Oh shit.
I am.
I'm awake.
Earsville and Rook? Okay. All of you smash into the sandstone wall here, and you see, like, you and Earsville are, like, kind of collecting yourselves on the ground. Everybody else is just, like, completely conked out. And on an incredibly large raised area over here in the room, you see this looking towards you. I'll put the link into TeamSpeak.
And chat.
That's not a girl.
Oh, that's
Oh,
a male.
it's a guy.
Oh, that's a guy.
Ah, he has a beard. Aye, he's beautiful. Aye, you're a beautiful Sphinx.
Like, alright, Rook. And I'll slap you on the shoulder and cast guidance. I'll try to get these guys up. And I'll crouch by Spark first and try and see if a good berry will wake them up.
Okay. You tend to your friends and then send a Rook over there. The creature slowly turns his just massive head over towards you. You can see, like, bolts of pure energy and lightning seem to be trying to escape from his eyes. And as he looks over towards you, he says, "What horrible lack of grace you 5 adventurers have entering
We tried so
my
hard."
place."
It was a good first trial. I think we did okay. I wouldn't say the best, yeah?
Talking rather casually with the Sphinx.
He clears his throat at you. You can see, like, lightning intensifies by his eyes, and, like, a stray bolt leaps out and hits the wall and explodes, and, like, a bunch of, like, sandstone, like, falls off of the wall. And then he looks over at it for a brief moment, and, like, the sandstone reverses in time and, like, moves back up and, like, goes back into the wall. And then he looks back
Oh.
over at you.
Impressive. We did hear that you were expecting us, and even glad to hear that we were coming, huh?
It has been a long time since I've had adventurers in here, let alone ones worthy enough.
Ah, so you think we're worthy, huh?
He looks over at your companions and he says, "I'm beginning to have my doubts."
I would say that's a little early. Just give us some time, I would say.
So you
Alright.
must be the confident one, and this one here, and you see one of your companions passed out on the ground is just dragged up from the ground, like his body levitates over. You see it's Jay, like his little mace falls out of his little pack there and everything.
Can I catch it for him?
Yeah, okay, you managed to catch it as the body's going by. And he says, "This one, the compassionate. This one, seeker of shiny things. And this one, aimless. The other, not long for this world."
Okay. Is he, like, dragging us up one by one as he says
Oh,
that?
Yes.
Who's
You
not
have all
long for
been
this
floated
world?
over, and those of you who are still unconscious are still unconscious. But your bodies have now floated over, and you've been deposited, like, in a line in front of him, basically. So, Rook, you're over here. And Earsville, you've been moved here. And then both of you guys are all, like, passed out. Your bodies just sort of dropped on the ground nearby.
Oh no, that was me.
And which one am I?
Oh,
That
the
he
aimless.
says- Avis? Okay.
Maybe that's a good thing.
He's gone. Rip, Sparky.
Oh,
Rip.
and there goes Rook.
Rook was the one not
Coming
long
up
for this
and-
world after
Oh,
all.
Uchi's come back. Wait for it.
There we go.
Technical difficulties. He's here.
I didn't see you moving the pieces, but I could assume who got what title.
Okay. He says, "Now, if I'm not mistaken, and I know I'm not, you 5 adventurers have something you've brought, an offering for me, perhaps."
Indeed. And I'll take out the 2 things we had agreed upon, the gemstone and the drawing, both of which I had taken off of Sparky just now. And go ahead and offer them to him, like the stone on top of the drawing.
Okay. You see that it floats towards him as you're about to place it down on the raised area, but it just leaves your hand and moves up towards him. And he looks over and he says, "A small gemstone from the lands of men. Petty." And a lightning bolt flies out from his eye and the gem just explodes and disappears. And then he turns over and he says, "But a drawing with truth. Innocence, intrigue, curiosity. Pleasant gift." And you see it just disappears. Whoosh, and it's gone.
I'm glad you find our gift acceptable.
One of them.
One of 2. It's good enough.
He didn't know the value that held.
Oh man.
So tell me then,
At
what
least-
do you want, you adventurers 5? Give me a good reason to let you stay alive.
Out of game, what was the thing that she said? It wasn't the pearl, it was the...
Hold on, let me check my notes.
Please.
You see, as his words echo out through the room, they seem to be enough to rouse your companions, and you 3 regain consciousness. You find that your bodies have been moved, and you are at the foot of this gigantic creature. Lightning bursts from its own gaze.
I think Jay is gonna start to stand up and then see it and just kind of freeze there on his knees, staring.
I'll bow.
I'm so
You're in
glad I
awe
wasn't
of
awake
my
from the shining-
magnificent form.
I'm
Don't
glad I wasn't
Indeed.
awake from Destroy the Gem.
Pleasure to meet you. Give it a bow.
I just bow my head and say, I've never seen anything as magnificent.
You know, Jay, you gotta miss your title. He named you the Compassionate One.
This
Your
is the final
flattery
part.
I look
is
around-
well received. Misplaced,
I look ar-
perhaps.
I look around at my group. Being called the compassionate one of these guys isn't that much.
Wait, he gave us all titles?
Just
Ooh,
kinda
what was my
feel
title,
left
bro?
off.
Oh wait, was I wrong? Was Jay not the Compassionate One?
Yeah, he was.
No, he was.
It was.
Okay.
I was, but being called the compassionate one out of us 5 is
I'm just sitting there wondering if this is the final form of all cats, and if I will one day turn into this.
Oh, interesting. He turns over towards you as you ponder these thoughts, and it's like you feel like he can see into your mind. Like everything that you're thinking right now, he's just reading it like it's a piece of parchment in front of him.
I say hi in my mind.
A very beautiful thing, being extremely powerful. They're thoughts of admiration rather than, oh my god, I'm turning into that.
Did you get the title, the name?
No, I only got the name The Desert.
I don't think she gave us an item title. She just said he had an artifact.
He has multiple
yeah.
things that could work, she said.
Okay. Then I
seek
will. I'll
An
make
item
my
to
best.
transport a water spirit. You can give the name from the Underdark to the ocean.
I have spoken with Nessa, but you're not of her kind. Clearly, the 5 of you may as well be blind.
Indeed, in many things we are.
But then,
However, that is why we take counsel from one such as yourself and Nessa.
Is that why you have come? Is counsel what you seek? If it is, then surely you have questions you should speak.
This
think-
is incorrect. I'll go ahead and make like the best court curtsy I can make, and I'll say we wish from your stores an artifact that can free a spirit summoned from the water plane back to away from the Underdark and up to the surface world.
We're back to the plane of water.
He said, I would have said the sea. That would have sounded much better. I have
That
such
is
an
fair.
artifact, and I know of what you seek. Why should I give it to you? Why would
Promises
you
are
be
meant to
deserving of
be-
something like this? Do you know to
Because-
whom you give the item?
We give it
Is help us, and it is only right to help those who help yourself.
in addition.
we made a promise with a person, and promises are meant to be kept.
Is that so?
I
We
assure
learned
you.
much on our adventures. We learned from Gandar and the dwarves there.
Would the world not be better if the deals of devils were not kept? If some promises under the rug were simply swept?
It's all conditional, really. Evil will always be evil. An evil promise will be evil. And a good promise will be heartfelt.
You said yourself we were blind. That is why we adventure, so that we can maybe see one day.
Very well. I will give you a trial when befitting what you want. This item may be yours should you pass. But I fear that you will not emerge from the other side. Not all of you.
Rip, Sparky.
Not destined for this world.
Well,
You know, Sphinx, I think you're correct on many things, but I disagree.
And how and why is that?
I think we're a strong group. That's why. I believe in it.
What is it about your group that makes you strong? How is it that you can say that I, one so magnificent, could possibly be wrong?
Maybe you're not wrong, and you're just. This is the first test.
It's really just it's intuition. It's my gut feeling.
You
I
could
know
be-
we're strong.
Faith.
I agree with Rook.
There's a door behind you, and you will all step inside. And should one day you emerge alive, I will give you this item. It'll be yours to take to whomever you wish to hand it off to. That's your business to make.
I see.
Behind you, you see that there's an incredibly large hallway that did not exist that way before. He leans over and he says, "So what did you think of your first meeting with Nevenhara?"
I
Impressive.
feel very outclassed as a cat.
Don't worry, young Tabaxi. You'll find your way. You should look towards, perhaps, an idol, a prodigy, a god. Someone that will help you along. Maybe, let's say, a cat lord?
Cat Lord. I will go look at
Can I
the
roll an-
website so that I know.
Can I roll a religion check?
Sure, yeah, go ahead and roll religion.
I roll something just for interpretation, even though I don't have history or religion.
18.
18. Okay. You know exactly who this cat lord is. One of the gods, one of the ones that embodies swiftness and wisdom in quick action. The kind of great genius that can only be achieved by thinking very little and acting rightly. You see for a brief moment that there is a shimmer that surrounds you, and then suddenly all the clothes that you're wearing are different. Over your armor you find that you have a set of robes. They look like priest robes, and you see there the symbol of the Cat Lord sits on the front.
On me, specifically?
No, on you.
Yes, my name coming into play right there. I was confused too. Huh.
You can see it looks like there's a symbol kind of woven into the collar of these robes, and it has a cat's eye gem there, the symbol of the Cat Lord.
Interesting.
I stare.
How much would I know anything just by natural tabaxi curiosity and wanting to know what it means to be a tabaxi?
No, because you're so disconnected from your home. You're basically raised here, you know, you wouldn't have anything intrinsic.
I'll have to go
I kinda
look
No,
look
into
perhaps
over.
it feels right, but that's up to you.
Feels right.
You're now
I-
wearing a set of priest robes over your leather armor.
Do I feel like free to speak at this point? Because like
Sure,
Jay
yeah,
would
you
be
guys can say
bursting with
anything.
knowledge. Jay would be bursting with knowledge about the Cat Lord to share with you,
Yeah, go for it.
like everything I know about the Cat Lord, and I'll just start filling him in about, or sorry, her in about everything that I know. Roguish god, god of tabaxi,
I have a god.
much about thinking quickly and
A very
running off
meddlesome feline
intuition.
from beyond the stars. We've all come to love him very much.
I turn back towards Nevanhara and I kind of bow and I say,
I want to bow to.
without raising my eyes, I'll just say, Nevanhara, we've sought much information from several sources, and I can think of none wiser or more knowledgeable than yourself.
Mm-mm.
What do you know of Litra?
There's a
We know her
moment where
purpose.
suddenly the room disappears, and you're all standing in the middle of space, the Sphinx here resting on seemingly nothing, and you see like stars whiz by and aeons just kind of like disappear into the distance. And while this happens, slowly you come back towards the room. You can see Altberg in the distance as you basically travel across space back to it, and you land there a second time, and he says, "She has lived for long, though not as long as I. Perhaps a soul up for redemption."
Where would I go to find more knowledge about her?
Likely to her
Is there a
home,
source?
Plane of Water.
Thank you. I just continue my bow.
He looks over at the
I-
rest of you to see if you have anything to say.
I'll curtsy again and say, Nevanara, you called me the Aimless.
Indeed.
You... I'm not sure what to say. Am I truly so lost?
You are a creature of the Fae, and disconnected from your people. Ignorant you will stay. Too young you were plucked away from your clutch. And now you will stew and remain just as such.
Any advice before we enter the trials?
Advice for you specifically, or the group as a whole?
The group.
Try not to die.
Life advice.
Nice.
The best advice Warcraft has ever given me. The whole way to properly do progression in Warcraft is to make it to where your health bar never reaches 0, but the enemy's does.
That's good advice.
Oh man.
Well, I
Okay.
suppose that about does it. Shall we? I'll turn around.
You can see down the hall, there's almost like a blowing sand in there. It reminds you of the desert.
Again, I'm gonna curtsy one more time as I would do before addressing him. Evanhara, do you know what lies inside the egg under the mountain near Everwatch?
I do. I know many possibilities of what lies in the egg, and I could tell you some of them, though I would want something in return. Something pleasing. Perhaps an offering, better than that petty stone.
What? You didn't like my sapphire?
Barky. Drawing of the egg.
I kind of like think over the things I have in my backpack.
I'll give your group a moment to think. After all, when you go down the hallway, that might be the last time you ever see me again.
Hey, you didn't like my stone. I loved that little
I did
stone. You like the drawing,
Official.
though?
Useless.
I have a drawing. It's pretty good.
What about shiny things?
You can have this drawing. I rolled a nat
Wait,
20.
Sparky, you were unconscious when that happened, so you wouldn't know about that.
But he said he didn't like the stone. And he didn't say
Oh.
anything about the drawing.
You can offer him your drawing if you'd like.
I would.
As you offer it up, it floats away from you, and he looks at it and he says, rough, insignificant, mediocre, but practice.
It was a nat
perhaps
20.
step in the right direction.
When you come across a being so powerful that a nat 20 is just
Let's
a garbage
see.
roll.
I'll take out the sketch of the inside of the dragon temple that we found inside the puzzle box, and offer that to him while kind of like explaining like where we found it.
So what do you say when you explain it to him? I'm curious.
Say, we ventured inside one of the puzzle boxes and came across this temple. It seems to an old desert worm, which has since been destroyed, and
Destroyed? How is that?
the puzzle box had us cursed, it seems. It followed us everywhere. And we sought the aid of a priest, and he helped us destroy it.
No, not the box. The creature inside.
The creature inside.
Hit
I
it
look
with
at Jay. Well, it
high
had
radiant.
life. Our cleric here destroyed what it had gained.
Interesting. For such a calm and reserved one that would bring life to those he can, you have disturbed the balance of the world very, very much.
that I struggle with. Today.
Well,
I
soon
know what
enough
I
things will
deem
come
good.
to pass and realize the full consequences of your actions.
Unless we die.
This is true. And then nothing is gained, and I will have to wait again.
Here's to hoping otherwise.
I don't think you will be disappointed.
I'll go up and hand him the owlbear pelt.
How did you get that again?
Just from background, the first thing I skinned.
Ah, I see. Okay.
The sentimental is all to Rook. It's
Doesn't
really
like
what's
sentimental stuff.
It's gonna like float up there, and he's gonna just laser eye beam in. And you're just gonna be the saddest.
I
orc in
tried the
existence.
sentimental gift.
it's what started Rook. Well, It's the start of Rick's adventure.
It floats over towards him, and he looks at it, and he says, "An item collected when you were just beginning. Did it make a good meal?"
I don't think I ate it, to be honest.
Killed just for killing's sake.
This is true. I was more thoughtful, no, more driven to join the Hunter's Order. That's what I was driven for at the time.
I see. Perhaps you were the misguided one. Aimless as well. Perhaps the whole 5.
Yeah?
I tire of this conversation. You are not as much fun to speak to as I had hoped.
What was my title, O Great Sphinx?
One soon to die. Not long for this world.
Long in like your years or like in like mine?
You see that a lightning bolt leaves his eye and strikes you in the forehead, and Sparky just vaporizes from existence.
Really?
Yes.
Wait. Wait.
I just like stare.
I stare as well.
And then he looks off towards the hallway, and he says, "You all have things to do. Now leave me."
Leaving right now.
Okay.
Well,
I'll turn around and walk towards
There's
door,
nobody,
just, like,
no anything.
completely
just-
in shock.
Like, you think you see a piece of dust float by that was like the last piece of Sparky.
I grab it.
Okay. It touches your finger for a moment before kind of like disappearing.
Well, he answered my question.
well. I knew this was going down the wrong route immediately when we were talking to him, and he kept getting more and more impatient with us. But, damn, he's fucking dead.
Do you travel down the hallway?
Travel down the hallway, I guess.
As you travel down the hallway, the sands take you, and soon your world begins to warp. And when all of your senses start to come back to you, find that you're sitting in a small wooden box, all of you on a couch. Sparky is there. And there's a window beyond, from which you can see what looks like a sort of deserty, sandy landscape. And the whole box that you're in is like really rickety and moving up and down like it's in motion. It feels like you're in like a large caravan.
I go give Spark a hug.
What the fuck just happened?
Sparky, you had blacked out and then just awake, and you're in some sort of strange room, and everybody's here.
Does this
I
look
thought he
and
killed
feel
you.
like that chicken house?
Like which? Sorry?
The Hag's chicken house?
Oh, no, not like that. You can see it looks like a very nicely made carriage, and you're seated in a room that looks as though it would be fit for a noble. It's clear that the carriage is still moving. To one side, you see that there's a door that goes into some kind of hallway, and towards the other, you can see windows and a landscape whizzing past as you move and travel along incredibly fast.
I want to see what's outside.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna like peer out the window then.
Okay.
Downwards across the land.
Looking about, you see essentially nothing. It's just like a desert landscape in every direction.
Like hilly, windy, dune, lots of dunes landscape, or
Yes.
like dry desert.
Yeah, it's like a combination between that and just a tundra.
Can I get an angle where I can look down and see what's moving us so quickly? Are there wheels or?
Yeah, you look down, but because the window's shut and everything, you can't quite see. And it doesn't appear that it folds out or anything like that. You're not really sure, but it kind of feels like you're on wheels.
Guys, how do I get
Okay.
here?
I just put my arm around Sparky and like
Did we
take
time
my
skip
head back
again?
and forth.
Sparky, you died.
Lightning.
But you're back to
bolted
life.
I hold up my finger that had like the speck of Sparky dust on it. brought you here.
What are you talking about?
I caught
He's
the
not the
last
real
bit of your
Sparky.
dust after you got vaporized.
Vaporize?
Yeah, the Sphinx didn't really like you very much. I wouldn't, like, bother him.
Well, he said we were
Again.
boring him, so I thought
Yeah,
I'd
we
make a
were
funny.
boring him, and then you kept talking, and then he just killed you.
Well, you guys all got titles. I just wanted to know what mine was.
I don't know what my title was either. You can probably guess.
Spark,
Something about shiny things.
shiny things.
Shiny things.
I
love
already
shiny
forgot
things.
mine.
Well, don't worry, it doesn't apply anymore because you already died.
Did he take my my drawing? That son of a gun.
The
Totally did.
drawing of the dragon thing, yes, he had
Yeah.
floated that, and it had disappeared.
Oh, he didn't tell us anything about the egg.
That'll be fine.
My amazing drawing. He didn't even like. Oh well.
What do you guys think he
That's
meant
alright.
about Litra needing redemption?
I think maybe she did some things in the past that caused the ire of the orbs. She did said she grew restless and what was the word she used? Not wrathful, but
Rowdy.
unruly.
Unruly.
They may have
Started.
done a bit more than we usually associate with that word.
Well, in any event,
Let's see what we're on
where's the
about
door of the
here.
carriage go? We are currently in a trial.
Opening the door, you can see that there is a hall that goes to the left and to the right, and there's multiple other doors that lead to rooms much like yours, but they are all
We're on a
empty.
train. We are on a train.
Yeah, we're on a train.
A train.
Okay, then walking out in the hallway, looking to
We're going
either
to
side,
Hogwarts.
I'll head in the direction we're going.
Ah,
If
okay.
that makes sense.
Are you guys all going to follow?
Yes.
Yeah.
You all travel in that way, and then eventually you find that there's a door at the end of the hall. And opening up this door, you can see what appears to be just like a green field on the other side.
I look out the window nearby and
Yeah.
then look at the green field.
It's just like a tranquil green field, the sun's setting off in the distance.
Don't watch her nibbling on some grass.
Were we in
I
a?
want to lean out of the doorway, like holding on to the inside, like lean out of the doorway and like look around the edge of it. Do I see the whatever we're in behind? Like
No,
as I
there's
look
nothing
around, or
there. You're seemingly looking from a doorway in the middle of the field in the middle of nowhere.
I like get very like motion sick and pull myself back in. And I'm like, I don't recommend doing that. That was not fun.
Should we check the other side? I'll look down the hallway at the other end. Is there a door?
You see one.
Shall we check the
I got
other
it.
door? Okay.
When you get to
Sparky's
the
little
next
legs
door,
go
and
running.
open it up, you see what looks like an incredibly lavish ballroom. It's very, very beautiful, and there's crystals that hang from the ceilings and chandeliers, and there's no expense that has been missed to make this the most gorgeous possible area. And you notice that there's something odd about it. All the people seated there, very well dressed, or dancing about, all appear to be skeletons, animated.
I like the other place.
You guys like dancing?
I was playing my character from Relic's campaign before that didn't happen. Be so happy.
Can we?
I
Can we
put field.
yeah, let's.
We
I'm
probably
gonna
have to
head-
do both eventually.
Perhaps.
Let's do the field
Let's
first.
do the field first.
Okay.
But
As the
there are
last
shiny
of you
things
step
over there.
into the field, do you close the door? Do you leave it open?
Definitely don't
Leave
close
it open.
the door.
Okay. You leave the door open, and as you step out, you can see in this very, very large field that the door starts to close.
I wanted to hold the door.
Okay. You grab a hold of the door, and then all of a sudden you hear a voice. Everybody does. It sounds like it's coming from the door, and it goes, "Hey, no, let go of me."
But you're so handsome.
I have places to be, and I want to die. Let go.
But I need you in my life.
Okay, for how long?
Where are we going?
Okay, just let go, please.
But I want to go with you. Oh, whatever. I let go of the door.
Okay, the door closes, and then suddenly it disappears from existence, and then you see what looks like a train cart fly through the sky and explode into a field far off in the distance. And with that, we will end the session.
What is happening?
Okay.
We're in
My
Alice in
dance.
Wonderland, boys.
Christ.
Doors are talking to us about shit.
Oh boy, we just went from dark, horrible land to crazy bright land.
Oh god.
Man.
I think I
Actually-
like the Underdark better, guys. Not gonna lie.
We actually
What do you
died.
At
mean?
least I
What's
drew
wrong with
shit was
having a
gonna be
nice
scary
open
down there.
field? Nice open field. A door that talks to you.
Ballroom
It's in a
would have been fun.
rush. Like this is a great place. You can have all your dreams come true.
Wow.
You accepted a trial
in the
from a
Underdark-
being that doesn't care about time or space. Congratulations, everybody. You're in for a long ride. Get it? Because you're on a train that wanted to die? Oh, it's gonna be good.
Going
is all
off
just a
the
hallucination
rails
from
on
the
a
desert.
crazy train.
Down, no. Oh man, well, I have to say that's it for tonight, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed watching as much as we enjoyed playing. A huge thanks to all of our players. I think you guys did awesome. And to all the audience, thanks for tuning in. Maybe we'll see you next time. And to our patrons, you guys pay our bills so that we can do this. So you guys are fucking awesome. And we'll see you next time. We're going to talk a bunch of random shit, so if you want to just sort of sit around and listen, you're more than welcome to. And we'll catch you later.
Alright, real question. Are we level 4 yet?
Are we?
Because you asked, probably not.
Yeah, then why do you always
We
ask?
killed a boss.
Don't ask.
You know, never know
I-
how much a boss is
Hey,
gonna count for.
someone in our campaign died.